This is a good round for him, a strong round for him. He's dialed in at a 1060. The roofer out of Concord, 66 Mustang over there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo side, and Douglas Holmes to Hatchby, 64 Chevy 2 dialed at 1044. So the head start going to the Mustang. Clean and green on this side. Douglas Holmes trying to get around Norman Bergman. Top end of the racetrack. Who's it going to be? Norm Bergman. He was 069, goes 1093 on the 1060, which is kind of weird. 012 better reaction time for Doug Holmes, who goes 1139 on the 1044 dial. So he slowed down or pushed him out, one or the other. But Norm Bergman moving into round number 3. So we got George Thomas, 56 Chevy wagon out of Mariposa, dialed at 1040. Bob Sanders going to do a little bit of chasing in that blown Chevelle. He's dialed in at a 1006. Red light start by 1,000th of a second. And a win light start for Bob Sanders in the Chevelle. And on that 1006 dial-in, Sanders goes 1010 at 136. George Thomas goes 1042 on the 1040 and bows out of competition by 1,000th of a second. That's going to sting a little bit. Don Mommy. Stockton, 38 Chevy sedan, dialed to 922. Tyler Fry, dialed to 1026. The plumber out of Riverside going to get the head start here in the Budweiser lane. That thing is slammed down to the dirt. It's awesome when you're tucking center hub on the front wheel, too. Top end, Don Mommy getting it done. 928.2 on the 922. He was 001 in reaction time. Tyler Fry, 061. It goes 1027. The guy next to you goes 001. You're just in trouble. That's a rough one.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for playing.
You're in the way.
Tony Citro, the fabricator out of Oakley. He's sitting good in the points as well. Sitting number 5. 75 Camaro dialed to 1044. And Mark Beaven out of Queen Creek, Arizona, 72 Duster. Red light start for Tony Citro, left before the third amber, and that's going to hurt the championship run. On the 1102 for Mark Beaven, he goes 1101.3, under by 7, so Mark dialed correct. Dan Jordan, father-in-law of Tyler, and Larry Warren. Larry Warren out of Tehachapi, the contractor, 55 Chevy, 1065 dial, and the head start going to Larry in the three-way Chevy side. Dan Jordan, plumber out of Chino, 65 Pontiac GTO, 980 is the dial. So staged and ready. Here we go. Red light start, Dan Jordan. Win light start for Larry. Larry was 022 on this end, and on that 1065 and that 55 Chevy, he goes 1067. So Larry's in it. Dan Jordan goes red by 186 and 982 on a 980. That'll hurt. Tom Stansel, 62 Corvette out of Bakersfield. 1005 dial. Getting the head start over there in the Budweiser CP side is Vince Generalo, the Nova out of Las Vegas. .1069 on the 1005. Tom Stanson getting it done as Vince Generalo goes red by 42. Tom Stanson moving into round number 3. And we got Big Booty Judy, Justin Crosby. 46 Plymouth Coupe. 389 with a blower on it. And Steve McReynolds dialed to 945 in that 71 bag over there in the three-way Chevy side. The final call, NE3 final call. Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Red light start by 7 fouls. And that's going to fall under the category of woulda, shoulda, coulda when he sees that time slip, because he would have took more time. He should have done better, and he could have. 947 on the 945 for McReynolds, who dodged the bullet with a 155 light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. D, David Gass, needs you to the lanes, please. D, Gass to the lanes. First call, D, David Gass. Got Don Thomas, your points leader here in Hot Rod. Out of Sonora, 64 Fairlane down to 965, and Bill Freeman. The Texas Gold 57 Chevy down to 1156. Red light start, Bill Freeman. The champs just trudging along. So Don Thomas on that 965 goes 972. With that light though, 211 for Don Thomas. So Marvin Rolls, 2021 March Meet champion over there in the 72 Vega, down to 1021, and he's going to get the round win right now with Carl Camerly left before the third amber. So Marvin trying to double up here in Famoso. 1027, 21, 32 for Marvin on that 1021. Craig Raceco, Ventura. Foreman for Southern California Edison, 63 Nova down to 1141, and Dale Thomas, 68 Dart out of Chowchilla. People live there. Retired phone man in that 68 Dart, he's out 1105. 1141 in the head start going to the Nova here in the Budweiser CP side. Thing I love about drag racing is someone's got to win and someone's got to lose. Here comes Dale Thomas to get around Greg in the Nova. Locked at 1,000 foot. Who's he going to be? Dale Thomas. 11:16 on the 11:05. He's 0:35, and by 17 thousandths of a second at the finish line, Dale Thomas gets it done. So Dale Hicks, fast car advantage here. William Sinclair turns on the red by 38, and Dale Hicks goes win, and on that 940, he goes 940 with a 7. Next up, we got NE3. And then once more, I need D-Gas. D, David Gas, needs you to the lanes, please. Lindsay Lister and Cameron Webb going to start things off here in NE3, and I'm going to hand it over to Hot Rod Bob Beck.
All right, here we go. Into the action. Lindsay Lister, Los Angeles, California, 72 Shoemaker chassis. 383 cubic inches worth of Chevy power. Was the number 8 qualifier with a 966. Cameron Webb, out of Bakersfield, California, 23T. The number 15 qualifier was way out of the index, but hey, he's there now. Back in the pits, they did some work. They off the mark, they go. Lindsay closing in. 960, the magic number. Lindsay getting the win, 961 on a 60 index. Cameron Webb, a 962. Reaction time, well, Webb had the lead with an 037 to an 047. Lindsay comes back, Margin of victory, 25 ten-thousandths of a second. That was a close one. Gabe Brown out of Reno, Nevada, 34 Ford Coupe. The 711 Coupe getting ready to take on John Miner out of Lakeside, California. And if you think there's no traction out there, talk to the guy who just lost his shoes there. They stuck hard. Now he's walking very gingerly there to try and keep his shoes on. So definitely, track is sticky, and you should not have any problem getting any traction. So John Miner, the number 4 qualifier from Lakeside, California, is in the Budweiser lane. Gabe Brown in the 3-way Chevy lane in the 34 Coupe. 2 super-looking hot rods getting ready to go. Looking for the elusive 960 Index. They move up into the beams, pre-stage lights, full stage quickly. They are in a hurry. Wheels go up in the air, but Gabe Brown's on a hold shot. He's out in front. Is he going to see it? Is he going to back up in time? 998. He backs up too much. Thought he was out in the lead, gave up the stripe, and John Miner with a late 2:45 reaction time stays in the throttle and gets the win. Gabe Brown lifted, thought he was too far ahead, got too quick, was actually 998, way safe, but gave up the stripe. Don Mallory from Citrus Heights, California, the number 12 qualifier in the Budweiser lane. He's gone. Ed DeSaute in the Corvette, chasing, looking for that 960. 963 to a 978. A big hole shot for Don Mallory. An 045 to a 216 reaction. Ron Anzalone. That Super 6-cylinder T out of Los Osos, California. 29 Model T, or he's listed as a T. Well, it is a Model T, but it's saying on the card it's a 29. Not quite. 292 cubic inches worth of inline Chevy 6. 6 in a row makes it go. And he is the number 7 qualifier. Art Justice out of Mojave, California. He ran a 12:06 in qualifying with a 632 cubic inch big block. Now he has been working on it. They are ready to go. Pulling the pin on the parachute. 960, the elusive number. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 3. And right lane, Justice has an issue on the hit, and it is going to be Anzalone getting the win. 965 on a 60. Justice not going to get a time, rolled out. So Anzalone getting the win. Carl Carlson out of Discovery Bay, California. 23T over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Robbie Udell out of Irvine, California, in the 27T. A couple of Model T Fords getting ready to go. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Your number 3 qualifier in the Budweiser lane. Number 10 over in the 3-way Chevy lane. Mike begin the drop. They're gone. Pro Tree comes down brightly as they leave the line. Oh, drilled a tree for one of those drivers coming up on the stripe. Oh, he gave up the stripe. 961, Robbie Udell in the right lane in the Budweiser lane. 046 reaction to a 007 for Carl Carlson, and he still gets the win, running a 961 to a 966. Don Morris out of North Highlands, California. Number 6 qualifier in the Budweiser lane. Ran a 963. Mike Minzer out of Trabuco Canyon, California. 1964 Williams chassis machine with a 350 small block. Was the number 13 qualifier, only able to muster a 1018. But here he is in the show. They've been working on the car back in the pits. He can get the number and be an upsetter here, put out Don Morris. We've already seen things like that happening. Green light. Oh, look at that hole shot. Not going to happen unless Don Morris doesn't look back. Morris headed down track, way out in front, goes 985 for the win, 10:08, an improvement, but not what he needed. He had a 7:23 reaction time. Good morning, the world. We're coming to you live on DragRacer.tv from the California Hot Rod Reunion 2021. And it's good to be talking to you. Neil Panks, how you been? Marty Wood. Neil Panks out in Great Britain. Marty Wood in Australia. Been keeping in touch with us, letting us know they've been watching. Along with a whole host of others. Jeff Folan, your number one qualifier, the 23C. 0.3 reaction, 1.360 foot mark, 3.9 at the 330, 6:11 at the 8th mile, and coming up on the stripe with a 966, 136 miles an hour, just a little shy of what he qualified with. Dennis Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming, in the 27T Medcap 436 motor, he says. He's the number 2 qualifier with a 961, taking on Mike Gillespie out of Concord, California. Also in a T, C-Gas, Charlie Gas, C-Gas to the lanes. Whoa, wheels go up high, sets it back on the wheelie bar. Gillespie not making the call, and Dennis Keck gets the gimme into the next round. Goes 963 at 134 miles an hour. Had a great launch. Wheels came up in the air, and if you don't think the traction is good here at Famoso Drag Strip, you got another thing coming. We had one of the backup guys lose his shoes. They stuck to the track, and he walked right out of them. So traction is at a premium here, and it is definitely working. 60-foot marks have been excellent so far for everyone running. More great action. We've got D-Gas coming out. C-Gas, you need to be in the lanes. C-Gas. Charlie Gas, we need you to the lanes. C-Gas to the lanes, please. All right, some door slammer action for you here. Tri-5 Chevy in the right lane. Second generation Camaro over in the Burger lane. NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Let's correct that. Three-way Chevrolet, left lane, Dennis. And that's Danny Shrokosh out of San Marcos in the Camaro. James Burt out of Kingsburg, California, in the Budweiser lane in the 55 Chevy. Shrokosh qualified 18th. Had to slow it down. Couldn't get it slow enough, but I'm sure he's working on that. Burt ran a 10:65, was your number 9 qualifier. So a pair of Chevys. The Tri-5 that set the stage for Chevrolet's performance image. And they're gone. Reaction times nearly identical. This is a run for the light. 1060, the elusive number as they head to the stripe. Shrokosh has a slight lead and gets the win. 1064 to a 1064. These guys were close. Both running 64. Burt goes 64 with a 4. Shrokosh 64 with a 0. Ron DeHoop out of Bellflower, California, 67 Chevelle, sponsored by Lucas Oil and Mav TV. Taking on Daniel Brown out of Visalia. Dan was the number 1 qualifier in the category, running 1060 on the 1060. DeHoop was the number 10 qualifier, running a 1065. Chevrolet Vega. Chevy's answer to the Ford Pinto. I don't think they read the question quite right, but anyway, they came close. It wasn't a bad car. It was a bad car. Green light, they're gone. Distinct reaction advantage as they head down track. Chevelle chasing the Vega. Coming up on the stripe, it's going to be the Vega. Daniel Brown getting the win in the Budweiser lane. 1062 to a 1064. He got him on the tree by 0.06 of a second, and that was the margin of victory at the stripe. David Curiagra out of Santa Ynez, California, 67 Chevy Camaro. Going to take on the Pinto, Gary Hardy. Hardy was the number 4 qualifier. Curiagra, the number 13 qualifier. 1060, the elusive number. They leave the line with nearly identical reaction times. These guys are on track to be tight at the stripe. And at the finish line, it is Curiagra getting the win with a 1066. He ran Hardy out the back door, and he goes 1059 with a 3, breaking out. Steve Barta out of Bakersfield, California, 62 Chevy 2, 400 cubic inches worth of V8 power. Ron Workman in the 63 Nova. So a pair of, no, this is, deuces on the line. Chevy 2s. Here we go. Deuces wild. They leave the line, and big lead for Ron Workman. Reaction times are relatively close as they come up on the stripe. The deuces go wild, and it is a win for Workman. 1061 to a 1060. Barta runs right on the number, but was late by 15 thousandths. The margin of victory, 72 10,000ths at the stripe. That was a close one. Vincent Reilly out of Sacramento, California, 71 Nova, taking on Mark Storms, Acton-based 57 Chevy, 515 big block, number 3 qualifier. Up against the 421 big block, Vincent Reilly's number 12 qualifying Nova. 1971 Nova, 1957. Last of the Tri-5 Chevys, and they're gone. Storms sleeping at the starting line, and it is Vincent Reilly with a better reaction time, and he is out in front. Is he going to be too quick? Coming up on the stripe, he goes 1074, good for the win, to a 1066. Storms has the better ET, but left late and couldn't make up the difference. Kenny Sims out of Bakersfield, California, 1963 Flying Falcon with a 502 big block. Tony Citro out of Oakley, California, in the 75 Camaro. Off the mark they go. Citro out in front. The Falcon trying to close in. He's close. Oh, so close, but not close enough. 1075 to a 1068, and Citro going on to another round with the Chevrolet. The vintage Anglia, the one we're more familiar with seeing at the drag strips, Don Fournier out of Sunnyvale, California. 48 Anglia, number 5 qualifier. Taking on Bill Rogers in the Camaro. 468 big block, the number 14 qualifier. Light goes green, wheels come up, and they are gone. Nearly identical reaction times as they head down track. Side by next at the halfway point, coming up on the stripe. Rogers just a slight bit quicker, but not there in time. 1065 for Fournier, 1069 for Rogers, and Fournier wins by 0.04 of a second. Al White, the Burbank Road Kings Car Club member out of Azusa, California. This is his high school car. And yeah, there was more than one room back then, but it was a real small school. Dave McGuide out of Running Springs, and they're gone with the Camaros there. Al White getting past at the stripe. And the win goes to McGuide. Al White's car fell short there with a 1070. Melguide goes 1061 on the 60 index. Al was in there with 134 miles an hour, but the stripe went by quickly, and Dave taking the win. Jeff Patton out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, 71 bright orange Camaro, second gen. Taking on Norm Bergman's 1966 Mustang. The rivalry with Mustang and Camaro has been going on since they were introduced. Mustang beat the Camaro to market by about 2 years. 3 model years, but 2 calendar years. Mustang set the stage for what pony cars were to become. Patton's second-gen Camaro taking on the first-gen Mustang. Wheels go up in the air for both cars. Bergman cuts the tree in half over Patton. Patton's going to make up for that lost time, but can't do it. 1063 to a 1069, and Norm Bergman going on to another round. Margin of victory, a full 1/10 of a second. Patton was late on the lights with a 289. A Ford V8 engine size. Against a 130 reaction time. So Bergman got him on the tree and kept him at bay all the way down the track. See gas, you should be in the lanes. See Charlie Gas, you should be in the lanes. If you're at the back of the lanes, please pull forward. Hey, don't forget, get your official California Hot Rod Reunion shirts and other goodies back at the reunion tent. Prove that you were here for the final day of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Get the event shirt to prove you were here You may need it for an alibi later on, guys, so get that shirt. All right, more racing action going to be happening as the C-Gas cars pull into the lanes. C-Gas, we need you to the lanes. Nostalgia 2 and C-Gas, we need you to the lanes. Nostalgia 2, NE2, and C-Gas, we need you to the head of staging. Pull on up. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 and C-Gas. All right, we need C-Gas and Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the head of staging, please. C-Gas and Nostalgia Eliminator 2 as we continue on with eliminations all day long here at the California Hot Rod Reunion 2021 edition. I'm Hot Rod Bob along with Steve LaBarbera, Mike English, Warren Evans, and Donnie Couch. Going to keep you informed with what's hot, what's not, and what's been going on throughout the weekend and how the classes transpire throughout the day today. Track prep is excellent. We've been seeing C-Gas, suit up. C-Gas drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. C-Gas, you should be suited up, ready to go, drivers. And the first pair coming out of the staging lanes now. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, you will follow C-Gas. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, you'll be following C-Gas. Pull to the head of the lanes. NE2. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, we need you to the lanes. Gasser drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. Cale Mallory, the number one qualifier, gets the bye run for earning that number one spot. He's out of Bakersfield, California, ran 960 with a 6 on the 960 index. A 1967 Camaro, first year of the Camaro. When asked in the press conference for the introduction of the Camaro, the press asked the GM guy, what does the Camaro mean? And they said, Mustang Eater. KL off the mark with an 0.21 reaction time, 1.460 foot. Car pulling strong and straight down the track. Coming up on the stripe, looking for the 960, goes 970, 138. First pair coming up. What a contrast. Alan Brown. He's a 1934 coupe, and it looks like a Mopar with a Chevy 454, number 9 qualifier. Larry Cardone out of Royal Oaks, California, 63 Plymouth with a 505 big block, was the number 22 qualifier. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Better reaction time has put the coupe out in front. The Mopar in the Budweiser lane chasing, but can't catch him. 962 to a 971. Alan Brown going on to another round. Rocky Young out of Bermuda Dunes, California. 41 passionate pink Studebaker. 406 Chevy for power. Taking on Gary Lynch, the number 8 qualifier in the little bitty 1958 Austin. 2 Chevy powered cars, 383 small block and a 406. Little Austin got a little bit of weight, pulls the front wheels up in the air, sits it back on the wheelie bars, and they are gone. Reaction advantage, a slight one, but enough to put the Little Austin out in front. And taking the win, 970 to a 971. 59 thousandths of a second separated them at the finish line. Ernie McAllister out of Norwalk, California, 65 Corvette, number 10 qualifier. Taking on, it's crazy, Connie Wold out of Buena Park. Watch that car. She will carry the front wheels out about 60 plus feet. She doesn't like it unless the wheels are up in the air. There she goes, up on the wheelie bars, heads down track. She's right alongside Ernie. Reaction advantage going to Ernie. The Corvette slicker and straighter at the stripe. It is Ernie, 977 to a 986. But Connie had fun. No matter what track she runs at, she pulls the front wheels up in the air like that. That is the only way she knows how to leave the line. Low down, mean Chevelle over in the the three-way Chevy lane. Jason Barta out of Bakersfield, 69 Chevelle, 540 big block. Your number 5 qualifier with a 961. Tom Christian out of Reno, Nevada in the 67 Nova. Last of the small Novas. Last of what was called the first generation Novas. Base engine on these cars when they were new was a 4-cylinder. Didn't find too many of them. I got one sitting in my garage. Chevelle in the left lane. Any engine Chevy had was available. Unless you ordered the SS, then you automatically got the big block. Chevelles were introduced 1964 model year. Novas 1962 model year. They had one body style change, and off the mark they go. But Tom Christensen takes a little bit of a hop to the right. He straightens it back out again, but Barta capitalizes on it and pulls away. Goes 969 to a 972. So Jason Barta, the local boy, coming back for another round. John Friel out of Arbuckle, California, 67 Nova. Going to take on the Ford. Chris Robbins, the 64 Fairlane with a 580 big block. 565 cubic inch big block in the Nova. Chevy Ford matchup, and the Ford contorts over, lifts the wheels, heads on down track. They are nearly neck and neck at every incremental point, but the Ford gets the win, going 970 to a 972. Margin of victory, 24 thousandths of a second. The reaction times were very close, within 3 thousandths of a second of each other. Larry Hessman out of Galt, California, the 72 Pinto, the pint-sized Ford, taking on Kent Combs, 67 Camaro. Pinto gets all out of shape on the hit. He pulls the front wheels up. The car takes a weird twist. Coming up on the stripe, the 965 was all he needed for Kent Combs. B gas, B gas. Boy, gas, B gas. We need you to the lanes. Hessman goes 968 to a 965 for Combs. Combs getting the win. Bill Becker in the Willys sedan delivery. 1934 model with a 565 Chevy for power. Taking on Steve Papalis out of San Jose, California. 68 Camaro with a 468. Number 25 against the number 12 qualifier. 960, still the elusive number to hit. And they are going to be going for it. Becker ran a 963 in qualifying. Papalis ran 976. You're watching the 2021 California Hot Rod Reunion, coming to you live on DragRacer.tv. Reaction times are close, within 100th of a second of each other. The Willys is slightly ahead at the halfway point. It's going to be tight. And a breakout for Steve Papalis. 961 on a 60 for Bill Becker. And the Willys goes on to another round. Steve breaks out by 12 thousandths of a second. That's how close this racing is here in Bakersfield. Scott Hodges out of Anderson, South Carolina, it says. 37 Coupe. He's gone. Brian Kleeman in the Camaro. Chasing as the Coupe just scoots out in front. Is he going to be too quick? No, but he doesn't get there first. Better reaction time, and Bryson gets there with a 986 to a 983 and getting the win with the Camaro. Chris Ria out of Elk Grove, California, 64 Nova. The 7-Up machine taking on Mark Jordan in the last of the rear drive Malibus. West Sacramento, California, 79 Malibu with a 572 cubic inch big block was the number 2 qualifier. Chris Ria out of Elk Grove, California, the 15th position in qualifying with a 964. So these guys are pretty darn close. 2 experienced racers, 2 well-prepared Chevrolets. And he won. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes, please. Boy Gas, Nostalgia 1, you should be in the lanes. Man, the wheels come up on the Chevelle, but is he going to be able to catch the Nova? The Nova out in front with a 971. Drilled the tree on Jordan, and Chris Ria going on to another round. Jordan goes 967. Ria only needed a 971 because he had such a big lead at the starting line. Billy T got a Reedley, California, 67 Nova. Taking on Jay Biddle, some San Diego, 66 Shelby Mustang GT 350 with a 351 cubic inch Ford motor. Jay Biddle, American, high performance parts supplier. You know how they came up with the name GT350 on the Mustangs? Had nothing to do with horsepower, had nothing to do with engine size. There were 350 steps from the shop to Carroll Shelby's office. And that's how they came up with the name GT350. Wheels come up in the air. Biddle pulls the wheels up high. Reaction advantage, though, going to Billy T. Chevrolet out in front. Ford trying to close in. At the stripe, oh, Biddle breaks out big time with a 951. And it is Billy Teague, a 961, his best run of the weekend. Scotty Morgan out of Tracy, California, number 11 qualifier with a 67 Camaro. Ron Combs out of Alberta, California, 67 Corvette, the number 24 qualifier. Now watch closely. The lady behind Scotty Morgan's car, if he does well, she'll do a dance. Look at her, she's over by the wall. Wheels go up in the air. Morgan drilling the tree with a 001 reaction time. He's out in front. Is he going to be too quick? No, he gets the win. 969 to a 1060. There she is doing her dance. Every time Scotty goes around, she gets crazy. Randy Harmon out of Bakersfield, California, 75 Vega, number 3 qualifier, over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Budweiser lane is Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada. 41 Ford pick-em-up truck. Number 16 qualifier ran a 964 to Randy Harmon's 961. 0.03 of a second. Nothing until you get to the stripe and the guy's ahead of you. Red light for Randy Harmon. He goes in deep. Lee Roberts with a 007 green reaction time. And he gets the gimme. 964 to a 962. Harmon goes in deep. Red lights and gives the win away to Lee Roberts. Mark Capps out of Madera, California, 67 Mustang. Stan Hibler is his competition, but Hibler is a no-show. So Mark Capps gets a gimme, 022 reaction, 1.360 foot mark. Scooting up on the finish line lights with a 960 on the 960 index. NE2, you should be in the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Eddie Lucas out of Modesto, California, the number 2 qualifier, is out there. Looks like he's getting a bye run. He ran 960 with a 0, right on the Index. Eddie Lucas out of Modesto, 32 Bantam Roadster, 622 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet motor. Now, to put that in perspective, when the Bantam Roadster was introduced in 1932, they were powered by a flathead four-cylinder that had less horsepower in all four cylinders than this engine has in one cylinder. Bantam Roadster, probably the first American sports car, I guess you could say. It was a two-seater, little roadster. Eddie Lucas got a reproduction body on it. He leaves the line with an 0.10 reaction time. Excellent 1.2 60-foot mark. Comes up on the stripe, looking for the 860, goes 863 at 154 miles an hour. Jeff Brochesler out of Forest Ranch, California, another 32 Bantam. This one with a 440 cubic inch Chevy engine, it says. He was the number 12 qualifier with an 862. Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, California, 1948 Fiat Topolino. 565 cubic inch big block. He was the number 5 qualifier, running 861. The difference in qualifying for these two guys, a mere 15 thousandths of a second. That's how tight the fields are here in Bakersfield for the California Hot Rod Reunion. Not one of these races is a real gimme. These guys are all close. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. 0.02 of a second separates them on the Christmas tree as they leave the line. Reaction time's a telltale, and it is an 862 to an 862. 6 thousandths of a second separated them on their ETs, and Jeff takes the win in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Ron Kolb out of Fullerton, California. 2009 Tuttle chassis car with a 465 big block. He was the number 25 qualifier. Taking on George Chatterton III. Escondido-based 37 Topolino. First year of the Topolino was 1937. He's got a 406 Chevrolet for power. Topolino was a little economy car, the narrow streets of Italy. This car was very, very good for its time. Germany had the Volkswagen. Britain had the Austins. And Italy had the Fiat. All the little economy cars of the day. Chatterton just a shade light on the lights, but he's quicker the first 60 feet and makes up the reaction time. Kolb out in front and gets the win. 866 to an 876. 10th of a second separated them at the finish line. Jason Justin out of Aliso Viejo, 41 Willys. It's a Jeep. Jeep, J-E-E-P, just empty every pocket. 41 Willys with a 358 Mopar motor. Terry Lindbad out of Chico, California. The 1966 Williams chassis dragster with a 392 Chrysler. Definitely old school car, 66 Williams. Old school big cast iron 392 Chrysler Hemi. Jacine Justice was number 24 qualifier with an 876. Lindbad, number 17 with an 864. Close in racing action here, and as they move up into the beams, fully staged, lights go blink, gone. Slight advantage on the starting line. The Jeep is running strong. Can Jacine keep it up? No, 882 to an 873. Terry Lindbad gets by, squeaks by 64 thousandths of a second. Robert Johnson out of Visalia, California. He is a lineman for the county, and he rides the main road. Actually, he's a lineman for Southern California Edison. Number 15 qualifier with an 863 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Budweiser lane's got Sam Tucker out of Redding, California in the 32 Bantam. Dragster against Altered. Nostalgia Eliminator, a great class. All center steer cars. Pick your body style. Pick your engine. Don't run quicker than 860. That is the elusive number. It's all heads-up excitement. Johnson qualified 15th. Tucker qualified 8th. Both cars moving up. Thanks for watching DragRacer.tv in the 2001 California Hot Rod Reunion from wherever you are in the world. And we've got guys from all over watching us. Green light, they're gone. They both have identical reaction times. This is a horse race. Side by side, wheel to wheel, to the stripe. It is going to be Sam Tucker. Tucker goes 864 with a 5 to it. Look at this. Identical reaction times, identical ETs. This thing was settled by 1/10,000th of a second. These guys were so close, you couldn't put a hair between the cars. Identical reaction times, identical ETs, down to the 1,000th of a second. The margin of victory was 1/10,000th at the finish line. That is the closest race I have ever seen at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Jaslyn Generalo Jones out of Las Vegas. 23T in the Budweiser lane. Taking on Jimmy Miller out of Rancho Santa Fe in the 29 Ford. The mailbox, I call it, because it reminds me of the Flame mailboxes they were selling just a few years ago. It's got a Dart 565 against a Chevy 540. And it's a double O red light for Jim Miller. He gets to get on the trailer early and hit home. 882 is all Jesslyn needed. And gets the win, moves on to another round. Wes Anderson out of La Mirada, California, 27T over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. An E1, Nostalgia Eliminator 1 and A-Gas to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 and A-Gas to the lanes. Adam Westbrook in the Budweiser lane out of Porterville. He's a farmer. Number 9 qualifier with an 861 and a 9. Wes Anderson was your number 1 qualifier with an 860 and a 0. All right, getting ready to go. If you got the munchies, hey, they got it what cures it. It's jerky, beef jerky. Jeff's famous all-natural brisket beef jerky. They got a sale going on back in the manufacturer's Midway area. Get your jerky. They got beef jerky, they got honey pepper jerky, they got all the jerky you need. Makes me feel a little jerky. Oh, reaction times nearly identical again. Westbrook has got the chase going on and gets the win. 862 to an 865. Margin of victory, 26 thousandths of a second. Adam Westbrook from Porterville going on to another round. Wes Anderson gets to leave early and head back to La Mirada. Robert Duke Baker out of Thornton, California. Here in the front engine dragster, Budweiser lane. Three-way Chevrolet lane has Neil Schneidler out of Eugene, Oregon. An 05 Sarmento chassis car with a 427 Chevy. Your number 6 qualifier in the three-way Chevy lane. The number 13 in the Budweiser lane as they get ready to rock and roll. Moving up, lights drop, they're gone. Big reaction advantage. Let's see if he can capitalize it. Won't tell you who it is till they get to the stripe. And he doesn't do it. Neil Schneider had the whole shot and then lost it when Robert Duke runs right on the dial-in, down to the 1,000th of a second. 860 hits the index perfectly, ahead by 5/100ths of a second at the finish line. So Robert Duke Baker moving on to another round. Neil Schneider, first round runner-up. All right, B-Gas, you should be suited up, ready to go. B-Gas, suit up. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, you should be in the lanes. Great race of action here at the California Hot Rod Reunion 2021 edition. We were only going to do it once 30 years ago, and we're still going strong. Thanks for coming out for the California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here with us. Lots going on today. We'll have the honorary presentations later on, opening ceremonies later on. Lots of nitro going to be in the air as well. Pair of Camaros coming up to the line, a 1969 and a 1968. Steve Pullen out of Indio, California, the 69 Camaro in the Budweiser lane, 553 cubic inches with a Donovan engine. Number 16 qualifier. Neil Westbrook out of Pixley, California. He's got the 68 Camaro with a 572 cubic inch Chevy engine. He was the number 10 qualifier, running an 863. Pullen ran an 868. Camaros were introduced late 1966 as 67 models. 67 and 68 were pretty darn close in appearance. The difference, side marker lights and wind wing. The 69, they revised the body, sharpened the lines, and because the 70 was not ready for production yet, there was actually 2 extra months of 1969 Camaro production. So the higher level of production was the 1969 model. And it is favored. If you look at the new Camaros, they have a lot of lines reminiscent of the 1969s. Steve Pullen, 860. Westbrook, 860. That's the number they're going to try and hit. Both within 5 thousandths of a second of each other in qualifying. So the Camaro's getting ready to go, and it is a whole shot. Big time for Westbrook. Westbrook out in front. Now he's a little late on the first 60 feet. But he takes the win. Steve Pullen tries to catch him and breaks out in the process, going 857 with a 9 to an 867. Difference in reaction times, almost 0.3 of a second, an eternity. Val Miller out of Bakersfield, California, the 71 Barracuda. Megan Gorman out of Bakersfield in the 67 Camaro was the number 1 qualifier. She held on to the spot, running an 860 with a 6. Val Miller, number 8 qualifier with an 863. Barracuda was introduced 2 weeks ahead of the Mustang in 1964, but nobody noticed. That was the big 14 cubic foot rear window Barracudas of the time. Still my favorite, the first gen Barracudas. Wheels go up in the air high for Val Miller. Megan sleeping on the starting line, and I think the number 1, oh, she still gets it. Miller backs out of it to an 880. Megan goes right on the number, another 860 run, and she is back in round 2. So Megan Gorman late on the lights by 0.2 of a second, still runs right on the index and takes the win. When you're good, you're good. John Solani out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, 69 Camaro, number 6 qualifier, taking on Brian Franks out of Elk Grove, California, 38-year-old crane operator in the 68 Camaro. So another Camaro matchup. 68 Camaro in the 3-way Chevrolet lane, 572 big block, taking on the Budweiser lane 69 Camaro with a 540. Franks in qualifying was 1,000th of a second off the index. Solani 100th off, so these guys are close. Light goes green and they're gone. Reaction times are close. Solani with the slight advantage. They are neck and neck. Solani a little bit slower in the incrementals, and it shows at the stripe. Brian Franks takes the win, 873 to an 879. So neither one run the number, but Franks gets there first. Tim Gorman, Bakersfield, California, Tri-5 Chevy over in the 3-way lane was the number 3 qualifier. He kept bouncing between number 3 and number 2 in qualifications. Finally got bumped down to number 3 where he stayed. He was a 007 off the index. Chris Dollinger out of Exeter, California, the number 9 qualifier, ran an 863. Gorman an 860 on the 860. Tri-5 Chevy taking on the 69 Mustang. Got a mountain motor, 632 cubic inch Ford power plant in the Mustang, 598 in the Tri-5 Chevrolet. Pulling up and staging, fully staged, lights dropping, dark gone. Oh, reaction times within 100th of each other as they head down to the finish line lights. The shoebox Chevy goes 862 to an 861, and Dollinger taking the win away from the number 3 qualifier. He goes 152 miles an hour with an 861 to an 862. Margin of victory, 24 thousandths of a second. Mike Rabiner out of Paso Robles, 67 Camaro, 582 big block was your number 5 qualifier, running a 60 with a 9, 860 with a 9. Taking on Rich Zondervan out of San Jose with a 72 Camaro. First gen against the second gen Camaro was the number 11 qualifier with an 866. Second gen Camaro's a much more solid car than the original, although the original's got that classic styling. Red light bites Rich Zondervan, and Mike Rabiner gets a gimme and will go on to another round. He goes 860 with an 8, 1,000th quicker than he qualified with. Zondervan, insult to injury. Red light and then breaks out. All in the same run. So Rabiner going on. Zondervan gets the load up and hit home early. Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles in the 57 Bel Air. Number 13 qualifier over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. In the Budweiser lane, it's Mark Leager out of Windemar, California, 64 Nova. It's got a Dart 427 under the hood. 57 Chevy, probably the most popular of the Tri-5s, although the 55 set the stage for Chevrolet's performance image. Before that, it was 6 cylinders. Economy cars. Good looking, but aimed at Ford as their competition. With the introduction of the 265 in 1956, Chevrolet became a powerhouse to be reckoned with. The 283 came out in 1957, and Chevrolet never looked back. Their performance ending staying intact. Reaction times identical as they leave the line, 036 to 036. Double breakout. Randy Armstrong breaks out by less, 17 thousandths of a second out versus a 39,000th breakout from Mark Leager. So Randy Armstrong going on for another round. Kevin Riley in the Barracuda. 1967 Barracuda, the first redesign of the Barracuda chassis. And he gets a single. He doesn't have to worry about hammering the car. He can take it nice and leisurely. All he had to do was start, and he did. He was the number 2 qualifier with an 860 and a 6. His competition, he gets the bye run. So all he's got to do is break the beam. He could have just backed up if he wanted to, but he did it. He takes a run down the track. He has set slow ET of the meet with a 20.32 at 60 miles an hour. All right, Nostalgia Eliminator 1 coming up next. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Drivers, you should be suited up and ready because you're coming out now. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Center steer. These are the quicker of the Nostalgia cars. It can be a funny car. It can be a gasser. It can be whatever you want. It's got to be center steer. Roadster, dragster, altered, funny car. Any one. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 coming your way. You got the munchies? Jeff's famous jerky is here. You got a sale on jerky back in the manufacturer's Midway area. Check it out. So good to munch on. We got the sweet and mild spicy brisket and the honey pepper and lots more back in the manufacturer's Midway area. Kevin Lawson out of Mariposa, California, the 09 Tuttle Chassis Dragster over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Ryan Doyle out of Tehachapi, California, 37 Topolino. Topolino in Italian, I believe, means little mouse. I'm sure someone from Europe will correct me on that one if I'm wrong. They'll let me know. All right, Doyle, qualified number 9 with a 963. Number 3 qualifier. Oh, pulls away. Doyle spins him. 002. He had the whole shot and lost it. The win going to Dave Lawson with a 774 to an 832. Doyle, a 002 reaction. Spun the tire, backed out of it, got back in it, couldn't recover. Damian Dorlian out of Bakersfield, California. 2017 dragster chassis with a 419 Chevy power plant. Was the number 6 qualifier with a 761 on the 760 index. Ken Upton out of Garbage Grove, California. Number 12 qualifier with a 765. Damian only had one hit in qualifying, and that was an excellent 761 on the 760 index. Upton had 2 shots, but a 772, then backed it up with a 765. Two dragsters getting ready to go. One driver sitting high in the chassis to see over the engine, one down low, traditional style. RPMs come up. Upton with the whole shot. Dorian has a problem right on the hit. The car does not accelerate. Upton sees the lead he has, pops the chute early, and still runs a 761 at 161 miles an hour. Dorian, unfortunately, has a problem on the hit, and he sets new slow ET at 21 seconds. Another pair of dragsters getting ready to go in the California Hot Rod Reunions Nostalgia Eliminator 1 round of competition. It's Jason Barta out of Bakersfield, California, the front engine dragster number 4 qualifier over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Max Casey out of Sacramento, California. The Neal and Parks chassis car with a 434 Chevrolet Power was your number 10 qualifier in the Budweiser lane. He ran a 764 in qualifying to Barta's one-shot 761. A-Gas, you should be in the lanes. A-Gas, you should be in the lanes. Suit up, you're following Nostalgia 1. A-Gas drivers, please suit up. Crew looking over Max Casey's machine. Seems to be all right, but they're checking it out. Barta just says, yeah, I'm there. Barta pulling up. Now Casey, your number 4 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane, left lane if you're watching on camera. Casey, the number 10 qualifier in the Budweiser lane, the right lane. Pre-stage lights lit. No one in a hurry here. Now they're staged. Red light for Barta. 013 in the red to an 017 green for Casey. Casey goes 64 on a 60. Barta goes 65 on the 60. But a red light on the start gives Casey the automatic win. More dragster action in the Nostalgia Eliminator 1 category. Engine builder and automotive instructor Hans Jacob out of Lake Havasu, Arizona. The 2002 Hensel chassis car with a 565 big block. He was the number 13 qualifier with a 766. He's in the 3-way Chevrolet or the left lane. Danny Shrokosh out of San Marcos, California. Number 7 qualifier with a 763. All right, look out in the pit area and around. A racer lost his pants. I'm not telling you how, but they were on his golf cart. He thinks they're on track someplace or in the pit area someplace. If you find a set of SFI pants, black with an orange stripe, let us know in the tower. They hammer the throttles and off they go. Reaction to advantage going to Shrokosh at the stripe. It is Shrokosh, 765 to a 766. Oh gosh, these guys were close. Race to the stripe, and it's Shrokosh being the victor. He had an 0.2 reaction time to an 0.5 for Jacob. Sabrina Pecora out of Sonoma, California. 37 Topolino in the three-way Chevrolet lane was the number 8 qualifier with a 763. Steve Schoenfeld out of Murray, Utah. Number 1 qualifier with a 760 and a 2. Your number 1 qualifier in the Budweiser Carrillo lane here on the right. Left lane, Sabrina Pecora out of Sonoma. Home track, Sears Point. Well, actually, I don't know what they call it now, but it'll always be Sears Point to me. Up in the Sonoma rolling hills, the wine country. Sabrina Pecora qualified 8th with a 763. Schoenfeld in the Budweiser lane qualified number 1 with a 760 and a 2. Pulling up into the beams. 396 power. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Schoenfeld with the better of the reaction time. 60-foot mark is better as well. And gets the win, 761 to a 766. Steve Schoenfeld showing why he's number 1. Runs at 761. Bobby Lee out of Monrovia, California. He's got a 23T in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He's got a Keith Black Oldsmobile 557 cubic inch engine in that machine. But he's a no-show. So that's going to give the win to Ed Silberman from Lake Isabella, California. Retired U.S. Air Force Loadmaster. The Sarmento chassis vehicle with a 555 big block. He's the number 17 qualifier. So Bobby Lee, unfortunately, having some mechanical difficulties, does not make the call. A-Gas, you're coming out next. You should be suited and ready to go. Silberman, all he's got to do is take the light, but he decides, I'm going to run it. Silberman with an 073 reaction, 1.060 foot mark, cruises through the finish line with a 763 on a 760. That's his best run of the weekend. Next up, getting the bye run based on ladder position is Dustin Lee out of Filler, Idaho. He's an engine builder. Now, he started building engines when he was a teenager. He was the engine supplier to Pro Stock national champion Erica Enders when she was 10 years old driving junior dragsters. Dustin Lee used to put together those little small single-cylinder Briggs & Stratton motors, worked his way up, and he's doing excellent engine building in the LS series, dominating, in many cases, his division. He's 41 years old now, and I remember when he was like 4 or 5, which is really scary. His dad, Jimmy Lee, Skeeta racer, Southern California kind of dragster. He's helping him on. Dustin was the number 2 qualifier. 013 reaction, 1060 foot mark, 48 at the 8th. At the stripe, 763 on a 760 index. He ran 760 in qualifying. Here come the gassers, and Steve LaBarbera coming in. Steve LaBarbera coming in to do the gassers for you.
All right, just like that, back to the action we go with door cars. 760 on the scoreboard. Number 1 qualifier, Tom Fowler, sitting last pair in the group here, but right now this is your number 2 qualifier over there, 69 Camaro of Brett Pichler out of Carson Park. 713 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. That's a lot of cubic inches. And Ron Connor out of Ukiah. The diesel mechanic and the Humpin' Pumpkin, 63 Corvette. Your number 9 qualifier went 765 on that 760. Ooh. That's just the way the ladder fell in round number 1 for Ray Padgett and Al White. We'll talk about that in just a second. But right now, pre-stage comes on for Brett. Crew chief steps away from the hump and pumpkin, and they're going to send these guys down to round number 1 of eliminations here. Better of the reaction times going to the Corvette. Top end win light going to be the Camaro. 049 on this set goes 765.4 on the 760. Ron Connor was 019 better by about 300. And then goes 769 and by 6 thousandths at the finish line stripe. Brett Pichler moving into round number 2 here in Egas. So we got Ray Padgett and Al White. Al White out of Azusa. Brutus, 65 GTO over there. Number 13 qualifier went 772. And Ray Padgett, your number 6 qualifier, went 762.1. Part of the Santa Paula 126 crew. Owner of a laser leveling service. And I know his son Chuck probably watching online with us here today, because he's always working, leveling things. So your number 6 and number 13 qualifier going to duke it out here in round number 1, and this is a monster matchup. This could be a final round at most ANRA events, guaranteed. Staged and ready's Al. Getting in there's Ray, and here we go. So a little pop coming out of Al White's car. Top end win light going to be that Ray Padgett, 764 on that 760. He was 055 in reaction time. 029 light for Al White. He goes 779, but popping and banging and just couldn't get it done around Ray. So Ray moving into round number 2, and our next pair is Cliff Boyles out of Rancho Cordova, 1953 Studebaker, 665 cubic inches of Chevrolet. He's in the number 8 spot with a 762.6. And Brian Rogers, senior enrollment advisor, 67 Nova. That's an RJ car. It's a gorgeous car if you get a chance to look at it up close. All the way from Lake Havasu City, and I spent some time there this summer. Love it there. Your number 15 qualifier was a little too quick in qualifying with 758 to get on the poor side of the ladder, but he's here racing round number 1, and kind of on Sunday, as long as you're in the show, it doesn't matter where you qualify, it matters where you finish. So hopefully they got what they needed to get done. And another monster matchup coming up next. Wow. The ladder was brutal in round number 1. Red light start by 3 thou for Brian Rogers, and that hands the win over to Cliff Boyles. And on that 760, he goes 763.9, 177. He was 031 in reaction time. Brian 003 red goes 768.1 on the 760, and he bows out on his way back to Lake Havasu. We got Casey Truer and Frank Miranda. And Casey Truer, daughter Jana, wife Kim, and all of the support and love that everybody's showing to his daughter Jana Thompson in this very difficult time, as Jana had a horrible accident in Sacramento, and now she's at home rehabbing, getting better as each day. And I'll tell you what, it's a testament to living a healthy, clean lifestyle that Jana was able to walk away from that horrific accident. So God bless you, Jana. We're all praying for you. We hope to see you back out here soon. But a big-time first round matchup for Casey and Frank Miranda. I mean, this is just more than round 1. This is like years and years and years. So Frank Miranda, that 59 Rambler, number 4 car went 760 with a 9, and your number 11 qualifier 768. So right now on paper, it doesn't look like Casey's got much of a fighting chance, but it is Sunday and anything can happen. So Casey, one of those guys who's real methodical about his staging process, takes very long time to do his burnout, back up, do all that, but he's very methodical in his approach. So the beautiful 33 Willys over here in the Budweiser CP side. Staged and ready, Frank in the Rambler wagon, the Home Wrecker 4, and here we go. Let's go racing. Red light start, Casey by 36, and that is very, very uncharacteristic of Casey Truer to bow out. Ooh, and that's going to sting hard. So, wife Kim, he red lit a dead-on 4. Frank Miranda, 756.9, legged it out, saw his win light on, and he's moving into round number 2 in a tough break for Casey. But that just means he can get home to help Mom with Kim and Jana a little sooner. So Dad's on his way home here in just a little while, ladies. Terry Newton, 53 Studebaker, and Rafael Cuergo, Santa Ynez, 57 Bel Air, chopped, cut, stretched, all kinds of stuff. Rafael got that 728 cubic inch Buck motor in it, and an Alan Johnson. All right, attention, Damian Dorlane. I need a W9 up here. Damian Dorlane to the tower, please. Need a W9. So Terry Newton got that 540 Alan Johnson set up. That 53 Studebaker over there in the three-way Chevy side of the racetrack. Your number 12 qualifier with a 769.3. And your number 5 qualifier in Raphael with a 761.6. Top end went line 762.8 on that 760 for Terry Newton. Raphael left a lot on the starting line. And that's going to wrap it up for him as we got the Voodoo Hemi and Jim Data. So Jim Data and Rich Wilson, the Airflow 1935 Airflow. It's a Mopar, 524 cubic inches of Hemi with a blower. And Jim Data over there, that 57 Pontiac Brodick 622. Wheels up till about 70 feet for Jim Data. That thing left real nice. Win light going to be that Rich Wilson, 784 on the 760, and Jim Data was dead late in reaction time, and that's where it started and stopped for Jim. So 776 wraps it up for Jim Data, but Rich Wilson moving into round number 2. We got Jim Teague and Roy Castagneto, the 67 Nova out of Concord. The current points leader over here in the Budweiser CP side, and Jimmy Teague over there. The paint and body restorer, and when I tell you this guy could paint a car, I mean his car is gorgeous. Wow, this is championship implications right here. Roy Castagneto sitting number 1 in points, and Jim Teague sitting number 2. We're going to see who's going to get to that finish line first. Win light, going to be Roy Castagneto, 761.4 on that 760 for the championship. And that'll do it for A-Gas. And Jim Teague goes 083, 751.1. He wanted that finish line bad. Just a little tardy in reaction time, and Tom Fowler going to get the single into round number 2 as he is your number 1 qualifier. So Tom Fowler, 70.5 Camaro, part of that RJ Racing stable, the Midwest. Tom Fowler out of Paso Robles. Tom Fowler just doing a checkout pass now as number 1 qualifier, and he gets a freebie into round 2. The wife Evelyn steps away, turns on the date acquisition, and he pre-stage stage. 037 light for Tom. I'm saying he goes 762.4. No, 760 with a 2, and that's why he's number 1. And that's going to do it for AGAS. Next up, we got AFX. AFX coming up. And Bob Beck back on the mic.
Mike Rogers out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, the 65 Chevelle. It's an SS with a 454. Now, 65 was the first year of the factory big block Chevelles. There were only about 200 of them made, and they were 396s. Mike Rogers. All right, Rich Wood out of San Diego, 62 Nova. Sitting high, straight front axle. The first of the Nova bodies, 1962. They were introduced late 1961 when Chevrolet realized the Corvair really wasn't doing what it needed to do up against the Ford Falcon. Nova came into play. Oh, and there is the move. Reaction advantage going to the Chevy in the three-way Chevy lane. Rogers out in front. Is he going to be too quick? No, he gets the win, 10:07 to a 9:32. Rich Wood in the Nova doesn't run the number he needs. And Rogers goes on to the win. Now, this is the AFX category. It's a bracket race depending on the category of FX they are. In this case, you've got Sidney McDaniel out of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the 63 Plymouth Savoy. He is an AFX machine. Dan Davis out of La Quinta, California. He's also AFX. Their index is 975. He qualified with a 966. Sydney qualified with a 967, so they were both under the index. But when they run, they've got to run the index, and this is 975 for these. So it's going to be heads up. Advantage going to McDaniel in the Plymouth, and the Dodge is slowing down. Dan Davis backs out of it. Has a problem. 10:24 is all Sidney McDaniel needed. Dan Davis backs out to a 12:08. Dan Schroederer out of Keensburg, Colorado, 64 Fairlane Thunderbolt style with a 460 big block. 10:25 is his index. He's AFX. Marvin Reiser, a 10 flat for his car. Headed down track, it is the three-way lane out in front and getting the win. 10:34 to a 10:01. He was close, but the whole shot at 153 to a 333 for Reisner. Steve Whitmore out of Dixon, California, 1967 Mustang. First body redesign for the Mustangs back when they were introduced. They also got big blocks, 427, 390s. They were all available. He was the number 24 qualifier. Index is 1050. Robert Norris, his index 1050, and they're gone. Drilling the tree is Whitmore, a 002 reaction time to a 211 at the stripe. Whitmore holds on. Breakout for Robert Norris, going 1044. Whitmore a 1058 to take the win, and that 002, excellent reaction time. Kenny Moreland out of Vista, California. His index 11 flat for his Chevelle. Daryl Dinkle out of Mac, Colorado. 67 Cornette. Cornette, late on the tree. He has a 1075 index. He was going to be chasing anyway, but Moreland way out in front goes 11 flat on an 11 flat to a 1081. So Kenny Moreland right on the number to take the win. Todd Hoffman out of La Mesa, California, the Sayonara Mopar. His index, 1025. Dakota Berry out of Grand Junction, Colorado, also a 1025. So these cars are going to run side by side. Dodge Dart and Hoffman in the Mopar. The big Mopar against the little Mopar. Is the Dodge Dart going to stick it to him? At the stripe, Dakota had the better reaction time and gets the win. 1042 to a 1052. So Dakota Berry going on to another round. Kevin Jones in the Barracuda gets the single. 69 Barracuda with a 440 for power. Oh, he doesn't get a single. Bruce Wallace now showing up with his older 62 Plymouth Belvedere with the 413. Now, that was the big block for Mopar at the time. The 413 wedge motor. Index 1050 for Bruce Wallace's machine, 1075 for Kevin Jones. Jones will leave the line first, 0.2 of a second ahead, and Wallace will try to chase him down. Wallace has run a best of 1031, which is under the number he has to run. Kevin Jones ran a 1071 on a 75. And Wallace late on the tree. He's going to have to try and make it up against Kevin Jones. He's there. He's caught him. He's side by next at the stripe. Oh, 1054 just misses it. 1084 for Jones. Jones gets there first. The reaction time advantage was the reason. He had a 096 lead at the stripe. All right, 2 Ford Fairlanes getting ready to rock and roll. Ernie the Attorney here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 351 small block. He's taking on Brad Schaefer in the 67 Fairlane with a 555 big block. Now, the number they've got to run, Schaefer is 972. Ernie is 975. Ernie was the number 3 qualifier. Ernie is a real attorney, so much so that he even is the attorney on record for Irwindale Drag Strip. He represents the track. Now, he does everything from drag racing to road racing to off-road racing. He is a multi-talented driver. Let's see what he does. Oh, he goes red. I spoke too highly of him. He took it to heart. He goes red right on the start, big time 108 reaction. So that puts Schaefer in the next round. He goes 82 on a 75. Ernie sees the error of his ways, backs out to a 10.07. Actually, he thought he was winning. Sean Bush out of El Cajon, California, 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner. Rodex 500-inch Mopar motor was the number 21 qualifier, running 1034, his index 1050. Mitch Akers out of San Diego in the wing thing, the 60 Chevy Impala, 1025's his index. Sean Bush sleeping on the starting line. Akers goes 174 green to a 358. Coming up on the stripe, it's tight, but it's going to be Bush. He bushwhacked him, 1062 to a 1057. Akers doesn't run close enough to his number. Margin of victory, though, was only 93 10,000ths of a second. Muddy Mike Dunn out of Yuba City, California, 63 Savoy, 440 for power, 1025 is the number. Paul Searle out of Norwalk, California, 64 Plymouth, his number, 1025. So you got a 63 to 64. You can see some of the differences. It's all the front fenders. Now you've got the Sport Coupe over in the left, the Sedan in the right, but the tails are the same. And oh, Mike Dunn gets out of shape, backs out of it completely. Is Searle going to see that he's got to slow down? Yes, he goes 1044. And Mike Dunn has a problem right off the hit, and he backs out of it. Saves it for another day. One of my favorite cars in the category is this homage to the Sox and Martin Barracudas. And it's Ron Kistner out of Whitewater, Colorado. 68 Barracuda with a 528 Hemi, taking on Greg Melton's Escondido-based 68 Roadrunner. First year of the Roadrunner. Now, the Roadrunner logo is on license from Warner Brothers. This is the lightweight sedan version of the Barracuda, of the Roadrunner. Plymouth hit the mark with this 1968 car, but they were late to getting into the muscle car craze. Pontiac GTO set the stage, and it took Mopar 3 years to catch up. Ron Kinsner out of Whitewater in the Barracuda. Greg Melton out of Escondido, California in the Roadrunner. He was the #1 qualifier. Wow, look at the wheelies. Pulls the wheel high in the air. Kisner out in front. Melton trying to close in. It's close at the stripe, and Kisner does it. He goes 882 on a 75 to a 969 on a 950. So Melton, 088 reaction time, shows the way. Doug Stiers out of Grand Junction, Colorado with the Little Betty Plymouth Valiant. That was their economy car introduced in late 1959 as a 60 model. They had a hellacious horsepower motor, 225 cubic inches. That was it. That was the biggest you could get. Mark Lang out of Cambria, California in the 70 Dart. The Dart's got a 426 in it. Don't know if it's a wedge or a Hemi. Stiers definitely changed the 6-cylinder out, puts a 422 big block in it. Indexes, 10 flat for both. Stiers with the reaction time advantage by a whole 0.2 of a second. Running down the track, the valiant effort here in the right lane is good. 10:01 on a 10 flat to a 984. Mark Lang breaks out, and the Dart gets stung. Ron DeHoop, we saw him in the Gasser class running his car. He's now back running in AFX. He gets the bye run in this round based on the ladder. His index 1075. He ran 1033 in qualifying. So he's going to have to slow it down a bit. Let's see what he does. Leaves the line with a 131 reaction, 1.5 the first 60 feet. Coming up on the halfway point with a 675. Crosses the finish line, 1064 under the number, but it's a single, so it's no harm, no foul. He goes on to the next round. More racing action coming to you here at the 2021 California Hot Rod Reunion. More racing action happening. Cars pulling into the staging lanes. If you're watching us on dragracer.tv, thank you for tuning in. For those of you who are here at the track, thanks for being here with us. If you've got friends or family that couldn't make it, tell them to tune in to dragracer.tv. They can see all the action live as it happens right here at the track. This is day 3 of the California Hot Rod Reunion. These are all eliminator rounds today. Maybe throw some exhibition rounds in there just to fill in some time. We have the honoree presentations going to be happening a little bit later on, opening ceremonies as well. We're going to do a little bit of track prep now, getting ready for the higher horsepower cars coming out. So bear with us as we get things done. Good opportunity for you to head over to the reunion tent, pick up your official Hot Rod Reunion apparel. You'll want to have that event t-shirt to prove you were here. You may need it for an alibi later on to, check it out. But get them while they're hot. Some of the sizes are already out, but they've got some great shirts. The Hot Rod Reunion shirt, the Cackle Fest shirt, plenty out there. Museum recognizable apparel, plus some goodies. They've got signs, they've got stickers, all sorts of things. And if you haven't already picked up your program, get your program now because they are there. The goodie bags are there too. Bring your registration up and get that. If you haven't walked through the manufacturer's midway, do it. You'll enjoy it. There's a lot of great stuff out there. And check out the swap meet area. Oh, yeah, that's where the seasoned vintage parts are located. And lots of other goodies you can check out. If you need that old magazine to find that article you were looking for, there's a guy that has hundreds upon hundreds of magazines, owner's manuals as well. Yeah, if you need that owner's manual for the car you're restoring or rotting and you want to have the factory facts, that's the place to get them out there. There's engine parts, valve covers, rear ends, car rear ends that is, and a whole bunch of other things, anything you needed, including complete race cars for sale in the swap meet area. Then take a look at the Leslie Lovett photo competition to see who's provided some of the best drag racing photos in the nation. Lots of great things going on. Also, check the website. Some of the photographers out here, like the husband and wife team, the C's, they have got photos online for you. You can check it out. Reunion photos are there. We had Cacklefest photos last night. Cacklefest went pretty well. Had a bunch of cars. And as always, TV Tommy Ivo in the final vehicle going down the track for the Cacklefest. Little over 30 Cackle cars fired up and drove down the return road up onto the track. Ivo and his old Barnstormer. On display here on Johnson's daughter. Daughter has the car out there with the original Tommy Ivo glass-sided trailer. It's here. All right, 7-0 Pro is in the lanes. Got to get them up here. Got lots of racing action to happen for you today. We move into elimination rounds in every category today. We'll have some exhibition runs, I'm sure, as time permits. But today, it's all eliminations, all about moving on through the ranks. You're watching if you're at home and you're on your computer at dragracer.tv, you're watching the 2021 edition of the California Hot Rod Reunion. This is the event that set the stage for all nostalgia events worldwide. It was the start of what is known as Cacklefest. Beautiful weather this weekend. A little bit of clouds cover to keep the temperatures down. Sunshine enough to keep the track warm and sticky. Getting some sticky rubber down on track. Going to make it good inside. I'll tell you how sticky the track is. Earlier on this morning, one of the crew people for a car running walked right out of his shoes. They were glued to the track. He had to pry them up. All right, so the tractor's back in its garage. That means we are ready to go back to racing action. So drivers, please suit up. 7-0 Pro drivers, you should be ready to go. Thanks again for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. You see Pam and Daryl Conrad out there, photographers extraordinaire. Chatting with the racers, getting some great shots. They had some beauties. A shot of James Day up in flames going through the finish line yesterday. Go to Facebook, look at Pam Conrad's photos. You'll see that great shot. I mean, it was a ball of flames going down the track. And I want to shout out to our friends in Great Britain, Neil Panks among them, Australia, Marty Woods, our friends in New Zealand, Germany, and Italy that are watching us. We're seeing their notes and their messages. Thank you for tuning in. All right, little traction compound being sprayed down on track now. And it's going to get really nice and sticky out there. The sun is shining brightly. This is going to help that VHT or traction compound just set right nicely in the track. And it's going to be good. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, along with Steve LaBarber, Mike English, Donnie Couch, and Warren Evans, bringing you all the information. 7-0 Pro, final call. 7-0 Pro, final call. 7-0 Pro drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. 7-0 Pro. Get ready to go. The track we're running, Famoso Drag Strip. One of the longest running tracks in history. Starting in the 1950s, this became the home of the smokers and what was called the famous Fuel and Gas Championships, the March Meet. Track still operates a regular racing schedule. The March Meet is still one of the big events here. Smokers still part of it. Their booth still stands tall over on the left side of the track. A lot of history made here. A lot of the history makers were here as well this weekend. Got to chat with Shirley Cheyenne, the Dragon Lady, Bob Moravas, better known as Floyd Lippincott Jr., chief engineer of the famous freight train twin-engine dragster. Still held the speed record for the top gas category when that car ran back in the days. They did drop the twin-engine configuration in 1972, and the record still stands. In a recent survey, Bob Moravas, or Floyd Lippincott Jr., as he raced under, was in the top 50 of most recognizable and famous drivers. All right, the 7-0 Pro category cars coming out to the line right now. This is a center steer category. Whether it's a funny car, an altered, or a dragster, doesn't matter. The index is 7.0 seconds. Doesn't matter what engine you run. Doesn't matter if it's injected, supercharged, or carbonated. 7.0 is the magic number. What we see in this category is a lot of X-Top fuel cars, upgraded junior fuel cars, altereds, funny cars, center steer, the requirement, and don't run quicker than 7.0 seconds. That is the requirement for the category. All right, so the 7-0 Pro cars moving up. Richard Phillips out of Visalia, California. He'll be driving the 32 Bantam over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He's got a Donovan 510 cubic inch motor. He was your number one qualifier running 7:002. Richard High, the number 11 qualifier, ran a 7:12. He's from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. He'll be in the front engine dragster in the Budweiser lane. 500 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet power up against a Donovan 510. 7-0, the magic number to hit. Larry Minor Racing, prominently displayed on the side of Richard High's car. 7-0, heads up, here we go. So Richard Phillips in the three-way Chevrolet lane with the Bantam Roadster altered. He was your number one qualifier. 7-0 on the number. Richard High was your number 11 qualifier with a 7:12. He's got 500 cubic inches worth of Chevy power up against 510 inches of Donovan. These guys are close. Qualifying time says they were only 12 hundredths of a second different at the finish line. A fuel to the lanes, please. A fuel to the lanes. We need A fuel to the staging lanes, please. A fuel, come on down. Cars moving up into the beams. 7-0, the magic number. Reaction time is ultra important here. These guys are guns. Some of the cars can run quicker than that 7.0. Some of them have run quicker than the 7.0 on a regular basis. Deep stage here in the right lane, and they are gone. Whole shot. Little puff of smoke out of Richard High's car. 7:05 to a 7:13. Richard Phillips showing why he was number one. Takes the lead. He has an 0:16 reaction to an 0:56 for Richard High. He runs a 7:05 to the 7:13 for High. High doesn't run as quick as he did in qualifying, although the mile per hour was 189 to 183 for Richard Phillips. Larry Duncan out of Southgate, California. The Nielsen Parks chassis car with a Donovan 417 in the dragster. He ran 787, 8/10 off the index. Kevin Raposo out of Bakersfield, California, 2017 Spitzer chassis car with a road deck 496. He was your number 9 qualifier, running a 709. So based on qualifying times, he's got a heck of a lead. But they've been back in the staging lanes, back in the pit area. They've been working on the cars. The Larry Duncan machine appears to be an old Top Fuel car. And you got to remember, when Nostalgia Racing began, Top Fuel was still running 7-second ETs. Now, Top Fuel is running 5s and 6s. So some of the cars and the drivers are not that comfortable at those speeds and ETs. So the 7.0 Pro class is perfect for those cars to fit into. Larry Duncan out of Southgate, California, 50-year-old contractor, taking on the self-employed 50-year-old Kevin Raposo. Raposo in the Budweiser lane. Duncan in the three-way Chevy lane, and Duncan's got a problem. Duncan's car on the hit comes to a slow stop. Raposo goes 7:01, 184 miles an hour. He had an 0.24 reaction. Duncan got problems right on the hit. 283 reaction, 2.4 the first 60 feet. Kevin Raposo 1 second to go the first 60 feet. Raposo's car runs 7:01. So Larry Duncan's got a problem. Put him out first round. He is down. Climb it out of the car. So not a driver issue. It was a car issue. He doesn't know what it is. He shakes his hands and goes, oh, darn. They'll check it out. They'll get the car off track. They're going to put him back in the seat, and they're going to push him back. So first round loser, Larry Duncan. Tough break for them in that car. I can remember the car running in the Top Fuel category for many years. So Raposo going on to another round. He was the number 9 qualifier. Runs a very, very convincing 7:01. Had an 0.24 reaction. 1.0 the first 60 feet. 2.8 seconds at the 3:30 mark. Half track, he was at 4.45 seconds at 156 miles an hour. Picked up the pace, goes 7:01 at 184 at the finish line. So Kevin Raposo will come back for another round of racing. Blake Reynolds out of Goleta, California. He's got a Fiat Topolino called Taboo. He's going to get a competition buy run, I believe it is. He was the number 10 qualifier, running 7:12. And once the track clears and they get the dragster off, he will come out and run. So a tough break for the Sturgeon Brothers car as they push it back. Thanks for watching us on DragRacer.tv. Glad you could join us for the California Hot Rod Reunion 2021 edition. I'm Hot Rod Bob, along with Mike English, Steve LaBarber, Warren Evans, and Donnie Couch. We'll keep you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the day. And we got some exhibition cars and going to be going down track. Right below the tower right now, you can't see it on camera, is the Tommy Ivo Barnstormer car. Tommy drove the car last night in the Cackle Fest. He's not behind the wheel now, though. It's too early in the morning for Tommy to be awake. Those of us that know Tommy know that, he's a night owl. He doesn't go to sleep till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and then sleeps through the day. Darkness is his friend. All right, so 7-0 pro Blake Edwards fires up with his Topolino. Here's the number 10 qualifier. Pulls up with Taboo, the Fiat Topolino. His backup person heads down track to help guide him back. Backup person getting their exercise, or as they call them, either bugs or bubs, backup babe or backup girl in this case. Get him straight, backing him up through the rubber that he just laid down during the burnout. Blake Reynolds out of Goleta, California, just north of Santa Barbara. Beautiful country along the coast. Pulling up into the beams, getting ready to go. Heading down track, Blake Reynolds. 3:11 reaction time. Looking for the 7-0, goes 8:41. All right, the second pair coming up now in the 7-0 Pro category. Dwight Garland Jr. out of Mission Viejo, California. 2010 front engine dragster with a 523 cubic inch Chevy engine. Was the number 6 qualifier with a 707 over the three-way Chevrolet lane. Topolino coming back really quick is Lawton Ferrier II. Spring Valley, California. 37-year-old auto surgeon, he says. That means he can dissect a car in a matter of minutes. Look at the size of the butterflies on that. Look at how tall they are, man. They're higher than the car. He doesn't need the wing. He's got the butterflies, the bug catcher there to catch them. 48 Topolino Chevy 485. Your number 7 qualifier, Lawton Ferrier in the Budweiser lane. Number 6 qualifier, Dwight Garland in the Mission Viejo-based car, three-way Chevrolet lane. 7-0, the magic number. Here we go. Oh, the hose shot. Goes to the left lane, but then he falters the first 60 feet, loses 0.4 of a second, and Ferrier doesn't look back and goes breakout. 697. He had him covered all the way down the track. Garland gets a gimme here. Goes 807 and moves on to the next round. Lawton Ferrier not paying attention as he goes down track. He had him covered, didn't see him, but didn't slow down and breaks out by 0.03 of a second. George Vanderpool out of Redding, California. Yahara chassis car here in the Budweiser lane, 392. Chrysler was the number 8 qualifier. Steve Fowler out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, the 32 Bantam in the three-way Chevrolet lane, number 5 qualifier with a 705. 0.04 of a second separates these two cars in qualifying. That is nothing. Let's see what they run. George out of Redding, California, Northern California. He's a millwright, 70 years young. Steve Fowler, semi-retired. That means he hasn't figured out what to do yet. In the 32 Bantam. I understand semi-retired. I was semi-retired. I was tired yesterday, and I'm semi-retired today. Wheels go up in the air for Fowler. He picks them up. Better reaction time, 0.33 to an 0.42. Vanderpool chasing, and it is a breakout for Fuller. He goes 6.99 with a 3, breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Vanderpool good by 1/100th with a 7.01. All right, here we go. That was a wild race. Front end shaking bad on Vince, the Las Vegas-based Bantam. He lifted the throttle. The front tires started going wobble on him. Generalo out of Las Vegas, the 27-year-old fabricator. He's got a 540 cubic inch engine in the Bantam. He ran 6.93 in qualifying. Let's see if we can slow it down. All right, photo contest winners. We need the following photo contest winners to go to the photo booth. Mark Goritz and Jim Sinke. We need you to go to the reunion tent photo contest booth. Please head on over there. Mark Goritz and Jim Sinke. Please go over to the reunion tent, the photo booth. Talk to the guys there. Looks like you are a couple of the winners. Vince Giraldo out of Las Vegas getting ready to go. Let's see how that wheel shake affects him this time. Hits the loud pedal, no shake. A little bit of a wiggle at half track. He straightens it back out again. Looking for the 7.0, goes under again at 6.97, but he got the bye run, no problem. A Fuel, we need you to the lanes. A Fuel to the lanes. And again, we need Mark Goritz and Jim Sinke to the photo booth in the reunion tent. Mark Goritz and Jim Sinke, Senke, to the reunion booth in the photo area. All right, lots more races to happen. A Fuel, you should be in the lanes. Drivers, suit up. A Fuel, drivers, suit up, please. Lots more racing action to happen here at the 2021 California Hot Rod Reunion. As you can see them setting up on the stage, getting ready for the opening ceremonies at this year's California Hot Rod Reunion. So we'll have some words of wisdom for you. We'll introduce you to the honorees this year. Announce the winner of the photo contest. And then there's the Pete Millar Drag Cartoons Award. That's going to a very deserving racer today. Yeah, I got the inside information on that one. So Robin Millar, Pete Millar's daughter, is there. Stormy Bird helping her. Thanks again for coming out for the California Hot Rod Reunion. Hopefully, if you're not here, you're watching us on dragracer.tv. If you're not, tell someone who isn't here to tune in. A Fuel drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. A Fuel drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Steve LaBarbera, Warren Evans, and Donnie Couch, keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the day here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Sitting behind me in the tower is the Tommy Ivo Barnstormer car. Tommy's not behind the wheel, which is unusual, but he was driving it last night during the Cackle Fest. He is always the last vehicle down. He relishes in that. Ivo in his 80s these days, TV Tommy, as he was called, because of his acting career. It spanned over 20 years. He was in over 200 movies, TV. When he was a young 5-year-old, he was in the Academy Award-winning movie, I Remember Mama. Tommy, a member of the Road Kings Car Club since its beginning. A-Fuel drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. You're coming out now. A-Fuel drivers, you should be suited up, coming out now. Again, Jim Sankey and Mark Gorwitz, we need you to present yourselves to the photo competition, guys. Over at the reunion tent. All right, the A-Fuel drivers are strapping in place, getting ready to go as we move on with their round of eliminations. Once A-Fuel completes their round, we will go into opening ceremonies here at the 2001 edition of the California Hot Rod Reunion. All right, the A-Fuel car is coming up right now. Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. The Bates family face-off, I guess you could call this. The doctor, Ken Bates, over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The car owned by his son, Ken Bates Jr., is in the Budweiser lane. The doctor, perennial competitor, winner, Junior Fuel, A-Fuel, driving the U.S. Air Force homage vehicle. Ken Bates has put together the car here in the Budweiser lane. The doctor is the number one qualifier over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Jerry Coomray driving the Roanoke Park-based machine, owned by Ken Bates Jr., Ken Bates Sr. in the three-way Chevrolet lane. I guess you could almost call this one a family feud, and if Coomray could upset the doctor, this will be one heck of a coup for the young Ken Bates Jr., who's standing over the engine now, getting it ready to go. He has dedicated himself to this car. Everything he's got is in it. His heart, his soul, his life savings, his wallet. It's all dedicated. Jerry Coomray, hired gun, driving the car. The doctor's qualified number one with a 597, 233 miles an hour. Ken Bates Jr.'s car, with Jerry Coomray behind the wheels, been having teething pains. They weren't able to get it down the track. But he's listed as the number 6 in the qualifying. They've had leaks. They've had handling issues. They called the car the Mule. Injected on nitro for both cars. Bates family. Everyone in the family has been a driver or a car owner. From Ken Sr. to Ken Jr. to the father, the sister, the brothers. They've all driven. They've all raced dragsters. Chris Bates, Ken Bates Jr.'s brother, driving an altered this weekend. Normally, his uncle and aunt would be out. They also drive an A-Fuel. Their father was the original drag racer. The grandfather was the original drag racer. Coomray behind the wheel of the Mule in the Budweiser lane. Dr. Bates from Anderson, California, over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He's won this event a number of times, won the March meet. Is one of the toughest competitors in A-Fuel today. He's qualified number 1 with a 597, the only car in the 5s. Teething pains for the Budweiser lane. New car, new setup, new parts. RPMs come up, the nitro cars blast off the line. The doctor is moving hard. Coomray chasing. It's Doc Bates through the lights. His best run of the weekend, 587, 235 miles an hour. Coomray gets down track with a 653 at 218, the best run for that car. But the doctor getting the win. Kid not happy with losing, but he's happy the car made it down the track well. So they're happy with that. They're on their way. And he could be a force to be reckoned with as they sort the car out and get things going. Clayton Zulin out of Visalia, California. The 09 Bolton chassis car will be coming up in the Budweiser lane. In the three-way Chevrolet lane, Wayne Ramey out of Simi Valley, California, getting ready to go. The Nielsen Parks chassis car, 437 cubic inches worth of Allen Johnson motor. Bolton, also an Allen Johnson, but 433 cubic inches as they get ready to go. Walking down track to check things out at the finish line. So we get ready to send the next pair down the famous Famoso drag strip. All right, we got the all clear from the top end. We'll send these next cars down track. Remember, the category runs nitro with injection or blown on alcohol. Fair comparison. Cars compete quite well together. Modeled after the NHRA top alcohol category. Having trouble firing the Clayton Zulin machine. It's shaking and it's puffing, but it's not firing. Little frantic work there. Unplugging and replugging in the starter and see what they can get going. And they're saying no go. So Zulin's car not going to make the run. They have a problem, and it's not fixable here on the starting line area. So they've shut it off. Wayne Romay gets a gimme into the next round. Wayne Romay fires up and moves up. Wayne Romay qualified number 2 with a 6:07. The only one close enough to catch Dr. Bates, and has done it before. Wayne Romay and Doc Bates have met a number of times in final rounds, and it's a toss-up as to who's going to win. And it looks like they may end up together, but we've got a bye run still to come here in the A Fuel ranks, and that could be an upsetter. We'll find out next round. Not sure who's going to get the bye, as 3 cars will return next run. All right, so Wayne Romay moves up in the 3-way Chevrolet lane, gets the single competition break. Clayton Zulin's car not able to make the run. Romay moving up. A Fuel car, 2017 Nielsen Parks chassis. Alan Johnson 437 for power. He's run a best of 6:07. Launches hard, less than a second to travel the first 60 feet. Nails it through the lights with a 6:08. Just 100th off this time. He qualified with a 6:07 was his qualifying time. He runs a 6:08 this time. 219 miles an hour, picked up that pace. Goes a little bit faster. Next up will be, I believe, Sabrina Capps. Sabrina coming up. She'll be in the Budweiser lane. Sabrina's car fires up. Sounds pretty good. Now, Rick Owens was supposed to meet her in this round and did not show. So it's a competition bye. Her car sputtering just a bit. She's the number 3 qualifier, though. Run a best of 6:13, 215 miles an hour. Out of Madera, California, sponsored by the Mustang Ranch. Dennis Murphy doing the turning. Sabrina backing up. She'll go into the next round. Couple of competition buys. End of the season. Cars have got a lot of mileage on them. Crew feverishly clearing off the tires. Checking the tanks, checking all the hitches. Dennis says, all right, it's time to go. Sabrina gets the single. Competition broke, couldn't make the call. She's run a best so far at 6:13. Let's see where she can take it. She's gotten quicker each and every run so far this weekend. Hemi-powered dragster running on alcohol. Kaylee leaves the line. All right, we're going to do the opening ceremonies in just a moment, so bear with us here as we switch from tower to track.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could direct your attention to the stage in front of the grandstands there, and Bob Beck with our pre-race ceremonies.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the California Hot Rod Reunion. The opening ceremony is going to be happening right here on stage. We're glad you could be here. What edition? I guess I should use the stairs next time. We got a lot of stuff going on for you today. We're glad you could be here. We're going to introduce the honorees for you. There's going to be a presentation, photographs, winners will be here, and more. We're glad you could be here. How many of you have been here for all of the Hot Rod reunions we've had? He has. I have too, and I've enjoyed it. We're glad you could be here for this one. It's been a couple of years since we've been here. This makes this a true Hot Rod reunion. It's a reunion of sorts. A lot of people we haven't seen in a couple of years we got to meet and greet again. And we do thank you for being here with us. Yeah. We need Randy Winkle and his crew to come up here. Randy Winkle. Randy Winkle. We got a and crew. Come on up here. We had to wake Randy up. It's a little early in the morning for him. All right, what we've got here, this is the 10th annual Millard Spirit of Drag Racing Award, presented by Robin and Robin Millard, his daughter, and her here. Now, the winner this year is an A. that has a long history of racing. He's got a hand-built 1957 Pontiac. He's shifting through the gears in 730s, 191 miles an hour. Jim Data is here. He didn't know he was doing this, and we're getting him. Jim's from Santa Paula. He's a member of the Famoso Mob, drag racer and former street racer. 50 years of racing action. Jim is nearly a one-man show, hauling his 57 Pontiac across the nation by himself. He's his tuner, he's his driver. He also yells at himself when he does something wrong. Jim is always there to help other racers, one of the most dedicated racers and inspirational racers to all other racers, and he cruises to the Pharaoh's Cruise on Sunday mornings in a 1957 Pontiac sedan delivery. Very rare machine. Jim Data. Jim, you've just been busted.
This guy's got me again. Bob, these guys got me good. They told me yesterday, don't tell Randy. Give Randy an award. Randy, this is the first time I've kept a secret.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah. Good to see you, though. Jim Data, the guy with the most mispronounced name in history. We call him Data, but it's Data. He's a hardcore racer. He hand-built the carbon body on his 57 Pontiac. No one makes a 57 Pontiac drag racer, but he did it. And he hand-made his own carbon fiber body, a true craftsman. All right, we got more presentations to do, some awards. We got some excellent photographs here that were looked at in the reunion booth. And we'll let you know about those. All right, what do we got going here?
This is good morning, everybody. For the photo contest for this year, the third place went to Steve Reyes with the Dave Uehara crash, and I believe that's oh wait a minute, there it goes.
1972 Vegas.
Yeah, Las Vegas, 1972. Third place.
Third place award winner. You got to look at this photo. A chance. The car is upside down. The parachute's in the wrong end. The rear end is traveling, and the driver's going, what?
And accepting an award for Steve is our good friend Dave Kamal.
All right, here we go, Dave. Dave is one of the photographers running around at all the events. You were smiling? He asked if he could stop. We were trying to figure out when he started.
Only smile so long.
You can only smile. Yeah, the beard cracks. I understand. All right, the second place photo award. Coming up now. Beautiful shot. Let's tell us about this one.
Okay, this is from Al Keen. This was taken in Seattle of Don Perdome when he did a giant wheel stand on fire at one of the, I think, AHRA races up there. I'm not sure, but Seattle.
Famous shot. Don Perdome, wheels in the air and the car's on fire.
And accepting award is our another good buddy, Mr. Dan Kaplan.
And Dan's accepting it for Dan. That was a wild photo. You talk to Don about this one, and it's like, yeah, another day in the office. All right, the next award, getting ready to go.
Just a little story on this particular photo. This is my second year running the photo contest, and unfortunately, this picture here grew legs and walked out of the tent last time, and I felt really bad. I'm still suffering from nightmares about my good friend here. So first place for this year's photo contest goes to Mark Wirtz of Dale Armstrong. Kenny Bernstein blew the engine and came out of the car. Well, I'll let Mark talk a little more about it.
All right, Mark, tell us a little bit about this.
Actually, that was the 1993 Winter Nationals at Pomona, and it was the final round. And Kenny Bernstein was racing a Motto, and Bernstein blew it up, and the car flipped over the guardrail, and the engine came completely out of the car. And this shot here has his whole crew, including Dale Armstrong and Wes Cerny, Mike Guger, and some others, looking over the engine, just kind of in disbelief.
Yeah, we're looking at the picture now. They're looking at the engine. You got to wonder what the heck's on their mind. They're still smiling, though, but the engine's on its top, and it's not in the car anymore. They've never taken an engine out of a car that quickly.
True, yeah, for sure.
Congratulations on the win. All right, here is another shot. This one a beauty.
Bob, this is the first year that we've actually have done this. We always get a lot of requests from fans when they walk through the tent to vote for their favorite picture. So this year's recipient, it seemed like it was a really good response, and it was a tiebreaker. We had Peggy over at the NHRA trailer to make the draw, but this picture at the 81 Winter Nationals Pomona of when Beetle blew the top off the Blue Max was taken by Jim Senke.
The roof of the car is missing. Now, you've seen the other photos that were taken. You've seen the photographers. Jim is a hot rodder. He's an enthusiast. He happened to be in the right place, the right time, and took the photograph. He is not a professional photographer, but it's a great shot. James Senke out of Santa Barbara, California. Congratulations, Jim. All right, we got a couple cars going to be pushed down here. Here comes the Barnstormer. Most of you know it for Tommy Ivo being behind the wheel. He was behind the wheel a bit last night as well. That's one of the things he enjoys about the California Hot Rod Reunion is coming out and cackling this car. He does it every year. And Greg, what do we got going on this one?
Thanks, Bob. I hope everybody enjoyed the Cackle Fest last night. It was something that we started in 2000 and hoping it would give somebody some enjoyment, and it's blossomed to what it is. And the Johnson family, which is Cole, Connie, and Christine, and their father, we called him Big Yawns. They were very instrumental in all of this. And you have the perfect recreation of the Barnstormer, and they have the actual 85-year-old driver behind the wheel. Not Connie, but Ivo. Ivo went home, get his beauty sleep, but it's pretty cool when you have the original driver and fabulous car, got his helmet and fire suit there. And we're really thrilled to present the presentation award for Cackle Fest to Cole and Connie Johnson. Thank you.
All right, this car shows up at many Cackle Fest. Ivo normally driving the last night, and this car shows up at the Escondido Cruise Night when we do the Nitro Night. The car's down the street. Right there. It's a Cole and Connie. Their dad, Ron, recreated the car. I have personally had the opportunity to cackle this car once, and that is a heck of an experience sitting in the seat of that machine. The car goes everywhere. When I got to get in the car, it was at the Good Guys Del Mar event. And there's Ron on top of the hat. Ron goes everywhere with them. For those of you who can't see Ron, he's in a little bottle right now. Not this big. Kind of like a genie in a bottle. All right, we're going things back to the tower. Mike English, it's all on you right now. As we
Thank you
continue
very much,
on with
Bob
the
Beck. An
California Hot Rod
outstanding
Reunion.
job. And just look at that very cool Tommy Ivo card down there. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go into round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator, would you please stand for our invocation from Racers for Christ chaplain Matt Miller? Matt?
Thank you, Mike. Let's pray. Lord, I just want to thank you so much for bringing the Hot Rod Reunion back to Bakersfield. It's so great to have them back, and I pray, Lord, it's just bless this event, Lord. I thank you so much for giving us beautiful weather for this weekend. What a great blessing that is with everything that's going on up north and everything. Please bless us with a continued safe race. Bless all our racers. Please keep them safe as they go down that track. Please bless all their crew members as they work on the cars out in the pits. Please bless our crew members as they keep this track safe and watch over our racers. And we'll give you all the glory for it. Pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Matt. If you haven't already stood and removed your hats, please do so now for our national anthem. Thank you very much and welcome to the 29th annual NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion, round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator. My name is Mike English along with crew chief to the stars, Donnie Couch, and here we go. Day number 3, Donnie, we're going to crown some champions.
I thought we'd been here for a week, but hey, the first round, look at that matchup. Your newly crowned champion, Dan Horan.
Absolutely. Out of that number 1 qualifying spot with a 5.61.0, taking on Brandon Murray. RaceCarParts.com, top fuel car out of San Jose.
San Jose.
San Jose. And Brandon not backing up from the burnout over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Here comes Dan Horan back in that Budweiser CP Corolla lane.
There he goes. He's
gets it
in
into reverse. Now, interesting note, Donnie, was Dan Horan started off with a booming 5.61.0. The next 2 sessions, he did not get to the finish line under power.
Well, once you qualify number 1, that gives you a little opportunity to maybe test some other parts or a different tune-up, you know, because you're already number 1. So you got a little a breather there, if you would.
Yeah.
And so I believe that Pete Kaiser was trying some other stuff to find his limits on the course.
That's very interesting. You say find your limits. Well, we know that car ran 561, but that does not necessarily mean it's going to run 561 again.
No.
And like I've said before, it's like bowling. You don't have to set a record every time. You just got to be better than the guy in the other lane.
Right? You got to keep throwing those wind lights on, and it's just awful tough to tune these nitro cars, and you got to made it to the track, and a lot of work and effort goes through it. You can see Pete Kaiser making the final adjustments, standing over the injector right now. Signals to the other crew chief, they're ready.
Of course, now we know Brendan Murray qualifying out of that number 8 spot, and he is just going to be ready to pick the pocket of number 1 qualifier Dan Horan. They are pre-stage, first pair, round number 1, the California Hot Rod Review Top Fuel Eliminator. Oh, that's a pretty good matchup, but Dan Horan checks out this time. 5.652, 261 miles an hour. That top fuel car, Dan Horan, in a tribute to his dad, was 258 to the 330, 207 miles an hour at half track and right on down through there. Brendan Murray, 650, 188, stayed right with him until he saw he was not going to run him down, and a smart racer lifts off the throttle and lets him go.
Well, Pete Kaiser tuning Dan Horan's car. You give him all those qualifying runs, he's going to figure this track out, and seems to be off to a good start there.
Absolutely. Well, does Pete Kaiser really need a run to figure a track out?
Yeah, he's pretty sharp and very well organized, and he has a plan.
Yes, he does. Got a lot of friends at dragracer.tv on the World Wide Web watching there. Jim Jack, Linda over there in Arizona, glad to have you along for the ride, and it's already started off with a bang, and your number 1 qualifier going to round number 2, your newly crowned national champion, Dan Horan, is the next pair coming up. Jim Murphy, former champion over there far side in that 3-way Chevrolet lane, and Brett Williamson. Of course, these guys have already got some big-time money yesterday, picking up the win in the Tom Shillar Memorial Race there, and a great deal that Jim Young put on for $12,000.
Yeah, Custom Floaters putting up that money, and they picked their pockets last night, and it's a good team over there. So we're happy to have them, and the Tom Shillar Memorial went to them last night, and $12,000 coming their way.
Okay. Sounds good. I know who it is.
Waiting for the signal to fire the cars. They're sitting here ready. Starters are plugged in. Drivers are strapped in. Here we go.
So your Tom Shillar Memorial Race winner here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and the former national champion over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Brett Williamson for Mike Fuller and the team, qualified number 2, and Jim Murphy in a very uncharacteristically qualifying spot, number 7 for the former national champion.
Yeah, that's off the pace for that team, and they'll see if they can get that tune-up back. He's going to need it for this matchup with Brett Williamson. Both cars rolling to the water box.
So Brett Williamson rolls up here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Jim Murphy in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Brett Williamson 575 and 579 in qualifying. Jim Murphy a couple of 620 passes, which is very unusual for that team out of Northern California, and their crew chief and tuner, well, the brain trust of Bob McRae and Dan Wilkinson.
Yeah, I hadn't been over there this weekend, but that's really off the pace for that team. And, hey, they want to be in the winner's circle this evening, so I'm sure we're going to see a different car out there today.
Well, whatever happened on Friday and Saturday makes no difference on Sunday.
Nope, it's always different on race day, and the crew in there making their final adjustments, wiping the tires down, taking the throttle stop off.
Mike Fuller bringing his driver up here. Jim Murphy rolls up over there far side. A couple of big-time players And it's just the way they qualified, Donnie, but it doesn't make any difference where you start, it's where you finish.
These two have raced each other a lot through the years, so
Yes, they have.
they're not strangers to each other.
A couple of guys who have driven just about everything there is in the sport of drag racing. Pair up from round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator.
They're pre-stage, Mike English.
Yes, they are, Donnie. To go to round number 2, we're about to find out now. Pre-stage, wow, deep stage is Brett Williamson. Makes that moving. Wow, what a great round, and the motor goes away on Murphy's car. 583, 250 miles an hour. Brett Williamson was deep stage. That was another 570 run if he had not rolled in and kicked out the top light there. We'll talk about that. Murphy was a little behind off that starting line by 3 and then ran it down there and was driving. He was he was 206 at half track. Brett Williamson was 205, and then something going away on that Murphy mobile in 619, 171 and headed to the trailer.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of piston smoke down there, so tough break for that team, but hey, they got it running. It looked like it was going to be one heck of a pass, but they had to donate to the piston gods, Mike.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I'm not sure. I will try and get down there just to find out what happened on that car. That was a very unusual weekend for that Jim Murphy team there. It was the next pair waiting for the word on the track there with Tyler Hester. The overtime special will be over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. And Adam Sorokin for the Champion Speed Shop team, the small block Chevrolet on steroids. Fire in the next pair.
Adam said he had trouble steering that thing, and they found out they had a missed set of tires on it. One tire was taller than the other and trying to drive it into the other lane.
Well, as you remember in session number 3, that Champion Speed Shop car went road racing.
Yeah, exactly. So they got it figured out with the tires, and we expect big numbers out of that team.
So Tyler Hester for Gerald Tedford and Rick McGee, the team out of Exeter, the overtime special. And Adam Sorokin, the Champion Speed Shop for the team out of Northern California, the driver out of the San Fernando Valley. Your number 3 qualifier is Adam Sorokin in the Budweiser CP Gorilla lane. Your number 6 qualifier, Tyler Hester. That 3-way Chevrolet lane.
Of course, Adam, he's a veteran driving these front motor cars. Tyler, he's pretty much a new driver, but he's doing a great job over there, and they're going some rounds.
See what happens when you're born into a family of racers?
There you go. As Adam Sorokin was, right?
Yes, of course, Dad Mike, the late great Mike Sorokin, who had a lot of success in Top Fuel, including winning the March meet here.
Yeah, he's a great driver, and it's a great team led by Bobby McClenathan. As they pull forward, they're wiping the tires, Mike.
And of course, that small block Chevrolet just pounding the ground.
Bobby McLennan making the final adjustments as he looks over to the other crew chief and say, "You ready?" As I'm ready.
Daryl Tedford walks away from Tyler over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane, and Bobby walks away from Adam. Round number 2 is going to get you Brett Williamson. If you light up the scoreboard down there. Another great matchup in Piston Gods. Wow. 586 Adam Sorokin. 589 Tyler Hester. Tyler Hester was running away, and then you saw the smoke out of that overtime special car. At half track, Tyler was 386 204. Adam in the champion car was 393 200, and then you saw that Piston God smoke. 589 at only 208 for Tyler Hester bowing out. Adam was 586.8, 250 miles an hour, running him down. And round 2, Top Fuel Eliminator, Brett Williamson will pick his lane, 583 to Adam Sorokin's 586.8. That is going to be a fun pair. It's the final pair. Round 1, Top Fuel Eliminator. Tyler Hilton, the Great Expectations team car, and Frank McBee Jr., who ran in the final with Brett Williamson for that $12,000 yesterday.
That's a new team.
Yeah.
Fairly new team and a beautiful car, and they're doing a great job over there.
And I love their shirts.
Yeah.
The Valley Thunder.
Allison Lee out there going up to the starting line to guide her grandson up to the best tracks on the starting line. Look at her.
The Hall of Fame crew chief that she is.
She gets involved in every aspect of that car, whether it's servicing the motor or the clutch. This is her life, that car.
Oh, she loves that car.
Yes.
Of course, Jim Lee back home, watching it on dragracer.tv.
Exactly.
His grandson, Tyler. Of course, Bobby Hilton coming up there, the son-in-law of the Lees. Tooted his son. A great driver himself was Bobby. And here comes Frank McBee Jr.
That Great Expectations car, they've been struggling all morning trying to get oil pressure in that car when they warmed it up.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, they found the problem. And,
Yep. So your number 4 qualifier over here, your number 5 qualifier over there. 588.9 for Tyler Hilton, 607, shutting it off early, Frank McBee. The final pair, round number 1 of Top Fuel Eliminator. Winner gets your newly crowned national champion, Dan Horan, in round 2 of Top Fuel. Messages from a lot of friends out on the World Wide Web. Mike Ames up in Salt Lake City, checking in.
I didn't think he could text. He's not very good at spelling, so he's probably using the voice command.
Or his wife did it for him.
Yeah, there you go.
No, it was his dog, Rocco.
My games, we miss you out there, buddy.
He had some excuse he had to work or something.
Oh, boy.
So here we go. Tyler rolls up at pre-stages, waiting on Frank Jr. over there. That three-way Chevrolet, like they're both pre-staged. To race Dan Horan, round 2, Top Fuel. What a great match up there. That Chevrolet truck and top end. Tyler Hilton, wow. 5.875, 236 miles an hour. They were side by side till the motors started going away in that Valley Thunder car. 391.7, 201 for Tyler Hilton, and they're racing the champ. Dan Horan next round, and Dan Horan will pick his lane with a 565. So the pairings in the semis, Dan Horan, Tyler Hilton one side, the other side, Brett Williamson, Adam Sorokin is round number 2 of Funny Car Eliminator coming up with Tony Gerardo, the Capital Punishment, and Jerry Espetus, the Atlas Testing Laboratories team car.
Mike, interesting that all the cars that ran in the left lane all had piston damage and a lot of smoke down at the other end.
Less air over there?
It must be.
Yeah,
right?
that's got to be it.
The wind quit blowing there.
Yeah. So the first pair in round 2 of Funny Car, if you were not with us yesterday, of course, round 1 of Funny Car, the 16-car field ran yesterday, as they've got the safeties far out on the track down there, and I'm not sure exactly what happened. I'll get the word from our Division 7 director, Mike Reiser, our director of racing operations here for most of Drag Strip, Mark Dawson, in just a second. Marky, did he just stop? So the word is from the top end of the track, one of them is locked up down there, so we'll get him off the track and be rocking and rolling with round number 2 of Funny Car. And the first pair, like we said, it's going to be Jerry Espetus and Tony Gerardo. Tony, 563.8 with lane choice in that Capital Punishment team car. And Justin Bunker has just found the sweet spot with that car, Donnie.
Yeah, you know, Tony Gerardo said this car was for sale, but I think he's having second thoughts now.
Or the price went up, either one
Oh,
of the
yeah,
two.
either one.
You know, if you bought that car, I'd look good in it.
Well, yeah, while we're towing you around the pit area.
There you go. I never said started. I just said I'd look good in it. But just a great round one of Funny Car yesterday evening under the lights, which was just a thing of beauty. And, of course, then followed up, finished the night up with the Cackle Fest. But today's going to be just rocking and rolling, making our way to final rounds later on this afternoon, scheduled to go up at about 4:30. So hope you're along for the ride the entire weekend. Hope you folks in the grandstand stay with us there, and our friends at home at dragracer.tv, appreciate you joining us.
Hey, Mike, we got people checking in. I got Jack McGee all the way from Elko, Nevada, watching us and checking everything out. Destination Elko.
Yeah, just a great deal with Warren Evans in here, and a great job that they do with dragracer.tv, and appreciate that very much. And all our friends that, you know, for different reasons that couldn't be here, thanks for joining us. And all the friends on the grandstands there, thank you very much for coming out on your Sunday. Appreciate it.
Here we
having
go.
you. Here we go. Tony left, Jerry right. Big Al walks up there in the Budweiser CP Carrillo Lane, as he's done so many times with this Funny Car here, for both when Jason Rupert drove it and now the new owner, Jerry Espenson. But he made a good deal buying that car. He not only bought the car, he bought the crew.
He got the crew and the tune-up, the whole package. He's doing a great job of driving that car. Man, Tony Gerardo is just having fun this weekend in that car. He's been driving the big show car, and to come out here and play in his nostalgia car, he's having a blast.
Absolutely. Well, especially when you're running good, it's a whole lot easier
Right?
to have fun.
Changes everything. One good ET slip changes all your problems.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, we got to give a lot of credit to crew chief Jason Bunker. Just tuning both the Big Show car and the Camping World Drag Racing Series and this car. And just two entirely different combinations, and they're both starting to find their way. And Jason will walk up to the starting line there in the three-way Chevrolet lane as Jerry Espenson comes back here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and Brad Littlefield will walk up there as he's done so many times when former national champion Jason Rupert was driving that car. Jason standing behind the car there. And now, oh man, a lot of fifth bumps from Brad Littlefield.
Yeah, that indicates how good they're going to run, how they have that motor tuned up.
Well, that looked like a 520 fist bump.
Well, it's free stage, Mike.
RPM comes up with that pedal clutch for Jerry Espenson. Big time move off that starting line for that Atlas car. Top end, Jerry goes 5.68, 254. Tony's 5.72.9, 256. Jerry was better in reaction time, better in 60-foot time. He had better numbers all the way down the track. It goes 254.3 to the 330. That's down into that twilight zone. Of course, Tony was 259.4, and man, just a great matchup there. But 5.68.2, and Jerry to the semifinal round in Funny Car Eliminator at the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion.
Well, great side-by-side racing here today as the second round of Funny Car. And next up, the Problem Child, owned by Eddie Knox and driven by Billy Morris, against Drew Austin in the Austin family Pro Max Camaro, which has a Ford motor in it, Mike. The only fuel car to have a Ford motor out here this weekend.
Yeah, developed out there at the Pro Max team up in the Great Northwest. And, of course, Walt Austin, Pat Austin, and Walt's grandson, Drew, wheeling this car here. Qualified in the 11th spot at 5.77. Billy Morris, career best, 5.63.5 for that number 3 spot. And that got a smile on his dad, Rick's face.
Oh, yeah. Anytime you put a good number up. And Eddie's getting comfortable with the car. He learns every run. You know, he came from Top Fuel Hydro Racing on the water. So figuring out this Funny Car on the asphalt, it's been a challenge. But Eddie's a smart guy, and he's making gains on it every run.
And Billy who came from the sand drags, is finding every run he gets, and he's got. Granted, he's not a newcomer anymore, but even a veteran driver learns every run.
Yes, and let me tell you, with Eddie Knox was his crew chief over at the Sandrail drags. So this team's been together for a while. They're pretty gelled and pretty efficient in the pit area. You watch them service the car, and everybody's got their job, and it's flowing pretty even.
Well, with Rick Morris walking around, you better make sure.
Yeah, you better.
So just waiting for word top end. Dave Layton will give the word to fire the next pair. Whew. Pretty good start to Sunday morning here at the California Hot Rod Reunion, Donnie.
Yeah, we got good weather and nice crowd out there. Thank you all for coming out here to the Hot Rod Reunion. And they got the signal. Here we go. The problem child is fired up. So is the ProMax team.
Of course, this is the funny car debut in the NHRA Heritage Series for Drew Austin and the team. Billy Morris, Drew Austin, two different generation Camaros. The first generation Camaro for Billy Morris here, the Budweiser CP Corolla Lane, and the second gen 70 Camaro with the Boss 500 Ford motor for Drew Austin. The three-way Chevrolet Lane.
I love that orange Camaro out there.
That leg looks fast.
I asked Eddie Knox what his strategy was, because last night the air was good, nice and cool. Today it's hotter. The air density is not as good today, so he had some tough decisions to bring it up. We're going to find out right now if he made the right decision. Eddie Knox walks away from the car.
Pat Austin standing behind his son over there far side. They are in. They are set. Wow, Drew Austin, a big time move. That orange Camaro down there, top end.
Wow.
Whoa, man. Low elapsed time of the weekend. That Ford just found its way. 5:54.8, 260 miles an hour for Drew Austin, and that is top 10 all-time elapsed time. 5:54.8, 260. Drew Austin was 247 to the 330, 367, 206 to half track. And Billy Morris was a great 579 and was in the way. He was 254 to the 330. He was 378, 197 at half track, and has got nothing to show for it. But wow, that is just crushing.
Well,
5:54.8.
We knew it was coming. We didn't know when, but Pat Austin's getting it figured out along with his father, Walt Austin, and Drew. 041 light. He was ready.
Yeah, which is not easy in a nitro car.
No, they got it figured out.
Whoa. 0.950 in the 60-foot time. And that 5:54.8, the fifth quickest elapsed time ever in the NHRA Heritage Drag Racing Series. And a spectacular run there. And by the way, if he doesn't have lane choice next round, I'll be stunned.
Well, Uncle Bucky's right behind him in that lane in the Bardall car with Bobby Cottrell.
So your four-time national champion rolls up over their far side. Bobby Cottrell doing his burnout. And Matt Melendez, the Cackling Critter, Challenger body funny car for the team out of Northern California. Matt's almost half track down there.
That car runs pretty good. We've seen it pull up 570s and at every race they go to. So.
Well, I'll ask you, Donnie, because you've tuned these cars a lot. When you go out and see somebody go 554, that's just has to be heartbreaking or a challenge.
Well, it's always a challenge, but you still got to race the track. You got to know your limitations on each lane and how much power and clutch you can lay down. But it's certainly intimidating when you got to run somebody that just ran a 554. Believe me.
Kind of one of those come and get you some of that deal.
Well, you got to go home and do some serious homework after that.
So Bobby over there for Bucky and Mike, Jeanette, that whole team as Heidi Austin walks away. And Matt Melendez. Bobby, your 4-time national champion, driving for the Buckaroo in that Bardall team car. And Matt Melendez, 570s in qualifying. And Matt is like, yeah, you go ahead. I'm ready for this, baby. That is a very talented driver sitting here into the Challenger body in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane to race.
Here we go.
That's a pretty good old drag race down there. 567 Bobby Cottrell, 569.9 Matt Melendez. Matt Melendez was better on the tree, better on the 60-foot time. Half track, Bobby started trucking on down through there. Bobby, 567.7 will pick his lane by a hun in the semifinal round.
Wow, we're seeing some great side-by-side racing. And look up, Dan Horan next up against Corey Lee in the Peddler, Gary Turner's Peddler. Two great-looking cars out there. And
so one half of the semifinal round is Bobby Cottrell, your 4-time champion, and Jerry Espeseth. And Bobby picks his lane, 567 to a 568. That's going to be fun to watch. But right now, your newly crowned top fuel champion jumps into his funny car, Dan Horan, to race Corey Lee. Corey, 570 in the semifinal, in the round number 1, has lane choice over Dan Horan, who had to pedal it and ran 596, lighten up the wind light against the atomic pump.
there you go. Well, we're going to find out with Dan Horan. Of course, Pete Kaiser tunes the Top Fuel Dragster. He also tunes the funny car, and those cars have made solid runs all weekend. They got their sponsor here, Infinity Plumbing and Barry Speed Shop, so they want to look good for that team.
Well, that is just a stunning paint job on that Camaro, so they could, in fact, actually out on the starting line there, that is two very spectacular wraps on, or paint jobs, whatever you want to call them.
Both of those are actual paint jobs.
Wow. That is something you don't see very often.
No, you can tell, though, that just the way they glow out there in that sunlight.
Kind of like the top of my head when I take my hat off.
Don't take your hat off.
Okay, I won't. So waiting for word from the top end, and I do see the Zamboni rolling out there, which means there's a little bit of stuff. So a quick cleanup down there shouldn't take too long, and holy cow, what a round of fuel. And hey, Donnie, we're not done. Right after this pair of funny car, AA fuel altered.
Oh, that was pretty exciting to watch them run last night.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Jim Murphy, Frank McBee, need you on the second level of the timing tower, please. Jim Murphy, Frank McBee, need you on the second level of the timing tower. So a little bit of stuff down on the track down there, and it shan't be too long, and we'll be right back in to wrap up round number 1 of Funny Car here at the 29th Annual NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion. And Donnie Couch, it has been a weekend for the ages.
Feels like we've been here a lot longer than 3 days, but we've seen exciting side-by-side action in every class. And, you know, it doesn't get any better than this. After being locked up in the house for so long, we finally come out here and play.
Well, you were locked up in the house. The rest of us were out and about. Well, just kidding. I'm having fun with you. Come on. But a lot of friends on the World Wide Web there. Team Outcast, Pete Ortiz checking in. Another one of those Elko, Nevada guys. And Dan Nagy down there in Covina watching on the World Wide Web. And just so many people. I forget how many Warren said, like 16,000 people got in on the dragracer.tv yesterday.
Well, I know that we got texts from people all over the world watching it, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, the beauty of the internet makes it fun. And, you know, it's interesting, the different time zones, you know, they're at like 4 in the morning watching us. And no offense, Donnie, but I would never get up at 4 in the morning to have anything to do with you.
Thank you.
I knew you'd appreciate that.
Well, I'm just thankful that I'm not near you at 4 in the morning.
Well, there is that too. And but just a great, great weekend, and all our friends in the grandstands there, thank you so much for coming out. And just been a weekend that's just been, oh, man.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable.
And then that 5:54.8 by Drew Austin is just like
stunning.
Stunning. And Pat and Walt and Drew are probably down there. That was nothing.
Well, when they ran 570s, Walt said there's a lot left in that motor. And they've been grinning and smiling over there all weekend, so I knew something was coming.
Yes, absolutely. Great, great jobs by the team there, that Pro Max team. But right now, Corey Lee, a guy who very versatile driver, does a lot, you know, and wheels a big show car, was back at driving the New Englander.
Yeah, famous old car from the East Coast, and having a good time out there. And I think Johnny West was actually tuning that car. I believe he still is. So Johnny out here with James Day this weekend. So Johnny's keeping himself pretty full between that and his machine shop and his Plan A fuel altered, which he doesn't have here this weekend, but hopefully we'll see that car soon. Yep. Not too much longer out there. And the drivers are still suited up and in their cars. The starters are on them, so it won't take long once the Zamboni comes off the track. We're going to the next round. Last pair of funny cars before we go to the fuel altereds. Mike, did you see the In-N-Out or the not the In-N-Out, A&W root beer float truck down there today?
I drove by it. It wasn't open yet. I was thinking about breakfast.
Well, maybe they'll hear us and they'll feel sorry for us being stuck up here.
I did see a lot of people that said they felt sorry for me being stuck up here with you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but I ignored them.
Yeah,
I ignored them.
I think that's opposite of what really happened.
Well, there is that true. You know how easily I get confused. But Safety Safari out there, the tractor down there, that's a good sign. When the tractor starts rolling and dragging the rubber down there and the Zamboni pulls off, that's a very, very good sign that we're working our way to wrapping up round number 1 of Nitro Funny Car here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. And don't you move out of your seat, but the wild, crazy, and wacky fuel altereds are coming out next.
Just let everybody know Roland Leong is tuned into the broadcast and says hello to everybody. Legendary funny car owner, the Hawaiian.
Ron Capps on the internet watching. Couldn't be with us this weekend, unfortunately. I love having that guy out here. But back home, ready to make a championship run.
Yeah, he's leading the points, right?
Yes. That Napa Funny Car with 2 races to go and a fan favorite.
Jesus.
Bob, weren't you a little hungry today? I figured as much. I didn't go there. You did. Hey, Bob, why don't you eat now if you want? Okay? Donnie, as a driver, I know you've dealt with a number of them over the years in your crew chief days, and I saw Pete Kaiser lean in and say something to Dan Horan. Is it just, hey, it's just a minor little, we're going to be down for a second, kind of get your collective thoughts together again and be ready to fight?
Yeah, you got to reassure the driver that the track's okay. Of course, this track has the best equipment and the best crew for cleanup. That track's going to be better than it was before that got stuff on the track.
Well, the staff here at Formosa Drag Strip is one of the best in the biz, and then Mike Rice brings in the Division 7 crew down there, and you've got top-notch guys out there, the best in the biz, and of course the safety safarians down there that if there happens to be an incident, they're right on it, and just appreciate everybody sitting down there. And on it, when I say sitting, I want them to sit the entire weekend. I hope that none of them have. I hope the fire crews and the ambulances never move this entire weekend. And safety safarians, the guys with Mike Rice and Donnie Irvin and everybody down there, that's what we're done. You guys are not going to move again.
Here we go. They got the signal to fire them up. So
yes, they did.
Get back to your seats, folks.
Dan Horan and Corey Lee, a couple of veteran drivers here to close out round 2. Funny Car, the California Hot Rod Reunion.
2 beautiful cars. Look at that, Mike.
Just stunners. Of course, car owner Gary Turner made that GT bike's name so famous before he sold the company, and now they're resurrected. GT Bicycle.
Wow, look at Dan's burnout.
Dan Horan loves to get after those burnouts.
Well, Dan Horan, he drives the car. Pete Kaiser tunes it. Corey Lee, on the other hand, he tunes that car, and pretty cagey driver, so he's made big improvements on that car, and you can tell by the performance.
So Corey Lee, far side, with lane choice of this pair. Out of the bottom, gonna looking to go to the top, and Dan Horan. That was your number 2 qualifier in that Barry Speed Shop Infinity Plumbing team car here.
All right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The crew chief's going to make their final adjustments on the air idle circuit. They're looking at each other, and Corey Lee's crew chief walks away. Pete Kaiser walks away. Here we go.
Pre-staged to race Drew Austin next round. Nice move, both cars there. Great run to go to the semis. Dan Horan, 5'6'5", 252 miles an hour. Corey Lee was trying to run him down, 5'76'5", 258. Horan, 256 to the 330, 376, 206 to half track, and then pulled away. Dan Horan, Drew Austin, semifinal round, 565, will not have lane choice. 554.8, one of the all-time quickest runs, will pick his lane, Drew Austin. So, Drew Austin, Dan Horan, one side, four-time national champion Bobby Cottrell, and Jerry Esposito on the other side. Fuel Altereds coming out next, and this will be fun to watch.
Always fun to watch with these guys.
They were yesterday, and it ain't going to change today.
The High Heaven, that's a beautiful car.
Sean Callan and the team in from Idaho.
High Heaven and Pure Heaven.
What a great pair.
Right?
Love it. Couple of Bantams. So Sean Callan, the family out of Idaho, will roll up here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Jeff Bennett, in memory of the great, great Leon Fitzgerald, be over there far side, Pure Heaven.
Nice burnouts.
So a couple of Bantams. Supercharged, nitro burning big block Chevrolet. That was the beauty of Fuel Alters. You remember the Mondello and Matsubara car? Nitro burning big block Chevrolet that, what was it, 50 years ago set the national record at 725?
Well, as we've seen with Tyler Hilton's car and the Champion Speed Shop car, those Chevrolets can still throw up some numbers.
Yes, they can.
Now they're bumping them in, Mike.
Very carefully. Pre-staged is Jeff Bennett, waiting on Sean Callan to come in here. AA Fuel Alters extraordinaire. Oh, look at that. Wow, watch that High Heaven car down there. Sean stays right with it. 646-201, Jeff Bennett, the Pure Heaven. High Heaven is 656-190. And man, from our vantage point here, behind the cars there, you can see that High Heaven car all over the place. And Sean just staying right with it. Runs down through there at 656, $190. But Jeff Bennett getting the win at 646-8. 201, and just wow, what a way to start off Fuel Altereds.
Yeah, Jeff Bennett, that car was straight as a string down there. And
what's wrong with it? Word goes out to fire up the next pair, the Rat Poison. Dan Pettinato in from South Carolina. Will be over there far side three-way Chevrolet lane. And how about the legendary Nanook? Kyle Huff, third generation driver for the team out of Las Vegas.
They had that Nanook car on two wheels last night. Remember that,
Yes,
Mike?
they did. That was a wild ride. Nice round of applause for both those Fuel Altered teams. Just absolutely love you guys and gals coming out here. In from South Carolina, Dan said it took 2.5 days to get out here.
I believe it.
And $1 million of diesel fuel.
Nice burnout.
Woo, got a little crossed up there. And here comes Kyle Huff. Now 29 years old, was 17 years old when he started driving legendary car. And, you know, as we've talked about so many times with Kyle, Donnie, you remember his grandpa, Dave Huff, down there in the black cowboy hat, made this car legendary in Southern California. Even raced the funny cars one time. That was great.
Yeah, big guy, and he's got that cowboy hat on, too. That's a pretty intimidating, tall guy.
Yeah.
I don't know how he fit in the car.
And, of course, Rick Huff, Kyle's dad, standing down there, wheeled that car for so many years. And Kyle, as a young boy, was kind of, come on, Dad, I can do it, and I can do it. And finally, still in high school, at 17 years old, and Grandpa Dave and Dad Rick said, it's your time, son. And boy, he took to that driver's seat like anything.
What do you tell your classmates on Monday what you did over the weekend?
Drove my dad's car.
Yeah.
Oh, what kind of car does your dad have? A 200-mile-an-hour fuel altered,
Hey,
dry hop.
Dry hop, two
Love
dry
it.
hops.
Yes.
We don't see that too often.
No, we don't. Wild, crazy, wacky. That's the best way to describe them, Donnie.
Yep. We're going to find out right now as the crew chiefs walk away and give the signal to their drivers to hang on.
She whooped, she duped, and oh, what a ride. Wow, raw fuel coming out of the Nanook car, but Kyle doesn't lift. 646, 213 for Kyle Huff in the Nanook. Rat poison made the good move there, and you saw it dart to the center line, and Dan pedaled it, got back in it again, then lifted it 1071 at 73 miles an hour. That's two pairs of fuel altereds that went straight. What's wrong here?
Shouldn't they be disqualified if they went straight?
Yeah. Great job there by both teams, man. It's the next pair. This is legendary, Donnie. The Rat Trap and Ron Hope will be over there far side, the three-way Chevrolet lane, and Bradford Family Fuel Altered. Randy Bradford, who wheeled this car for so many years for the late, great Dexter Bradford, the team now in from Washington. And these cars are very period correct. We could like just change the signs down there, and we could be at Orange County or
You put
Irwindale.
1970, and those cars look the same as they did.
12-spoke Americans, just so awesome to have these period correct cars.
Got Pure Hell and A&W Root Beer Car Panic.
In fact, the four cars out on the pad right now, Bradford's, Rat Trap, and right behind them, Panic and Pure Hell.
Wow.
Legendary.
Great pairing.
So Ron Hope, the original Rat Trap, and Randy Bradford for the Bradford family. So Ron Hope sitting down there.
You might be struggling to get it in reverse, Mike.
Yeah, that car's not backing up as Randy Bradford's already coming back.
Oh, the crew's starting to run down.
There we go.
Oh, they got it.
Ron
Woo.
just messing with him, wanting to get him exercise.
Yeah. Make him build a little more heat in his motor. Randy Bradford already pulling up to the beams, and he says, let's go. I got enough heat in my motor. The Rat Trap pulling up into the beams also now. So
Now, Ron Hope has not got a good pass this weekend. Is that fuel altered, that Rat Trap fuel altered has been normal fuel altered, kind of evil in the handling department.
well, let's see if they've changed that around. You give them enough runs, they're going to make a good run.
Always do. What's a good run in a fuel alter?
Straight.
That'll never happen. Bradford's, wow, watch that baby. 6'12", 218 miles an hour, Randy Bradford. That baby checked out. Ron Hope at 844, 120, and he had to lift off as that started spinning the tires about 300 feet down track there. But that's getting some high fives for that Bradford team, man. 6'12", 218 for Randy and the team. Just a spectacular run there. And the fuel altered's going straight.
Yeah, wire to wire.
Yeah.
That's why you get a good ET.
And we just had
too.
2 spectacular period correct cars. How about this pair? Nick Van Horn over there, the A&W Root Beer Panic fuel altered that Blaze and Gary Hazen made so famous in Southern California. And Brian Hope, who just saw his dad running the rat trap for Rick Guasco and the team. Pure hell.
Panic is sponsored by A&W. Is that the people that make root beer floats, Mike?
Give me a sec. Let me look it up. I got this deal on my phone called the Internet.
app?
Yeah. Yep. They make
A&W
root
app?
beer floats, and they're pretty good.
Okay.
How many did you have yesterday
I had one.
at a time?
Yeah, one at a time.
Okay, good. I walked by him this morning looking for breakfast because the Naughty Pine wasn't enough food for us. They were closed. And that cool truck. Oh, is Jill Gawasco going to be backup babe for the Pure Hell? How cool is that? Going to bring her dad's car back.
She's down there.
Yes. Rich Gawasco standing down there, man. The guy never gives up. You know,
No, he's walking with a cane, and
this is my baby.
this is his life right there. Is
Yes,
that fuel
absolutely.
altar.
And daughter Jill down there going to back up dad's car. That's just so cool to see that out there. Just a thing of beauty. And I was talking about Jill when I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But just great cars here. Just legend. Just so much history on the starting line there. I want to say Nick Van Horn and Sean Van Horn, thank you so much for bringing the Panic car back out.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And it runs good, too, right?
Yes, it does. 594, 252 miles an hour in a car with no wing.
They bringing out the...
Hey, Marky, what we got, do you know? Word is from the top end there, they're going to do, Jim Black's going to jump on the Kubota and do a quick drag down there. As we had an opportunity for us, Donnie, to set up in the tower here. Just take a look down there, and man, Scott Campbell gives me a thumbs up and said this is going to be fun. And Brian Hope down here, this is very cool. Brian has spent a lot of time on tour with his dad. They take that rat trap car all
Everywhere.
over the world. And Rich Gawasco said, hey, you know, you've done a great job with your dad tuning. How about a chance to drive?
Yeah.
And Brian was like, Dad, please, really? I know I hate to leave you, but, man, this is just an opportunity. And, of course, Ron Hope was like, go get him, kid. And they love racing each other.
Oh, yeah. Brian, he's a big boy to fit in that car. They squeeze him in there, though.
Yeah, there's a point. So Jim just wanted to get out there. Of course, Jim Black, part of the great starting line crew here at Formosa Drag Strip. That I would just like to do a little couple drags there. I just wanted to make sure, guys and gals, and man.
Well, he's letting those guys have a nice track and put on a good show for the fans.
Sure.
There. Good ETs out by the board. Make it equal.
Panic, Pure Hell, and then 78-year-old Dave Benjamin will close out Fuel Altered with a buy run. The oldest Fuel Altered driver, man. That's just so awesome, man. My hero, 78 years old and out here wheeling that baby.
Guy makes a lot of parts and pieces for that car and for other teams. He's
Oh.
very smart and a great machinist.
Yeah, that D&B engineering team out of the Washington area is just, man, a guy that's just a tremendous amount of talent, and he gets a weekend off and takes the Fuel Altered out. Starters are plugged in, Donnie Couch. Nick Van Horn over there far side. Brian Hope over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. How about that for a burnout on a pure hell? Brian Hope about 400 feet down track. Oh, man. Sean and Nick Van Horn over there. Nick's wife out in front of the car is the backup babe. When you say the fuel was off, maybe the pump lever was closed a little bit. Okay. Joe Gawasco bringing Dad's car back here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and Nick Van Horn and brother Sean over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. They are both in and set. Here we go. Man, that pure hell on a good run there. Brian Hope down there top end. 669, 221 miles an hour. Panic, 753, 185. And, man, that was another one to watch there. Gawasco down here watching his car. Scott Campbell standing with him there. And daughter Jill taking that Hall of Famer. Oh, man. Fuel alters or something, and we're going to close it out with the old guy, Nasty Benjamin. 78-year-old Dave Benjamin in from Washington will close out Fuel Alters. The only pickup in Fuel Alters.
His steak bed, too.
Yes, absolutely. Dave Benjamin. Nasty Benjamin, they call him. Idle seems a little high on that car, Donnie.
Yeah, it does. They're kind of looking around like something's wrong with it. Yeah, gonna shut it off. Something was wrong with it.
Yeah, Dave Layton down there, our staging director, said this is going to be a no-go as Dave Benjamin was not happy there as the idle was up. Maybe the butterfly stuck or something like that. You would know that more than myself, Donnie.
It sounded like it wasn't getting all the fuel, so maybe the fuel shut-off was partially on. And anyway.
When it gets lean like that, the RPMs go up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we don't hold up the show. We're going to have him take that car back to the pits and figure it out in his trailer pit area, not to stop the show, you know?
Absolutely. So great job there. That does it for that session of the Nitro Cars. Can't wait to come back later on. Donnie Couch, thank you for coming up here. By the way, thank you for a great weekend, man. You've been, as always, a tremendous help, and I love sharing the booth with you, man. Just a great time.
Mike, we've had a great weekend just being here at the track and seeing all our old friends. And all the spectators that came out. We love y'all.
Absolutely. Bob Beck going to slide in here and take you as we continue on to Championship Sunday at the California Hot Rod Reunion.
All right, we're getting ready. Here comes some quick door slamming machines, the Pro Mods, coming your way. Hot Rod at NE3. Hot Rod at NE3 to the lanes, please. Hot Rod at NE3. We need you to the lanes. All right, Pro Mod drivers are strapped in place. This is going to be a good starting run for these guys. Carl Wilson out of Anaheim, California in the 93 Corvette Pro Mod. Sean Renteria in the 1965 Valiant. Carl Wilson was the number 3 qualifier, running a 593. Sean Renteria was number 4 with a 595. 4th generation Corvette body on the car in the left lane, the 3-way Chevy lane. Sean Renteria with the super hot Valiant in the Budweiser lane. I've seen this car go from A gas to double A gas and now Pro Mod. You've got to look at this Valiant really close, up close and personal, because it is not what it appears. The top is chopped. The fenders are pie cut. This car is a wedge-shaped vehicle. It is a steel-bodied car. Corvette. No need to get a reproduction fiberglass body. They came that way. Carl Wilson, a railroad conductor, he says. It's a Brad Anderson 471 cubic inch engine powering the 93 Corvette. He qualified with a 593 at 248 miles an hour. Renteria. He's a body man and painter extraordinaire. If you look at his handiwork on that car, you'll see what I'm talking about. R.E. Borman Steel, the sponsor. 65 Valiant with a 451 cubic inch Brad Anderson engine. So 2 Brad engine cars getting ready to go. Renteria Brothers have an amazing tow vehicle. It's not with them today, a Valiant station wagon that is just beautiful. The Renterias have been going through, had this car as long as I can remember, and run very successfully. Oh, red light for Renteria. He hits the reds hard, 097 red. It is Wilson going 632 for the win, 233 miles an hour. Sean left with an 097 red light. Tough break for the Renteria and the Borman Steel team. More Pro Mod action coming your way with a swoopy fiberglass Studebaker and an early Corvette. Picnic table spoilers on the back of these things to keep them stable at high speeds. They're getting ready to fire them up. Ed Marks out of Cherry Valley, California. Marks Motorsports 53 Corvette with a Brad 521 cubic inch big block. Josh Kalish out of Aromas, California. 53 Studebaker. It's got a 526 Hemi. Kalish qualified number 8 with a 629, 240 mile an hour run. Marks was number 2 with a 592, 247 mile an hour run. All right, put your hands together for those two burnouts. Man, those guys getting down hard on the tires. Backing them up pretty quickly as well as we get ready for more racing action. More pro mods to follow these. You're here at the 2021 California Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here with us. A lot of great racing action to happen throughout the day. Whittling down the classes to get to the finals for you. Overcast skies keeping temperatures down, sun shining to keep the track warm. Traction does not seem to be an issue. We were out there earlier. We couldn't walk on the track. You stood too long, your shoes stayed planted. So you can imagine what these tires are doing. Cars moving up into the beams. Pro Mod, an exciting category. Super Slick Studebaker taking on the Corvette. Bug catcher sitting high above the roof lines of the vehicles. Full stage lights drop and they are gone. Stude with a hole shot. Can he hold on? No, he backs out of it. And Marks drives past. Kalish was on a run. He had the 60 foot. He had the reaction time. He had the 330. And at the 8th mile started to slow down. Marks got around him going 589, quicker than he qualified, 248 miles an hour, faster than he qualified. Kalish had him covered until the 8th mile. And he was down at that point by a mere 100th of a second. And then it went away. Miles dropped down to 164, whereas Marks was picking up to 194. 5.4 seconds at the 1,000-foot point, 499 for Marks. All right, now we move on to the next round. Next pair, Dan Myers out of Ramona, California. 57 Chevy with a Brad Anderson 451. Was the number 6 qualifier with the 608. Jeremy Hanger in the Kurt Coons car out of Yorba Linda, California. The number 1 qualifier. 577 is what he ran with the Corvette. 608. For the 57 Chevy. 260 miles an hour was the terminal speed for Jeremy Hanger in the Kurt Coons Corvette. He's got a 471 Brad Anderson engine. Myers a 451 Brad motor. More cubic inches, bigger car to push through the wind though. Kurt Coons has been running these amazing looking cars for as long as I can remember. He was a regular at LA County Raceway years and years ago, decades ago, with a 2-seat Thunderbird. The stock steel body wasn't enough, and he switched over to a fiberglass body. That was amazing. And then he got the bug and started building these pro mods that are just out of sight quick. Jeremy Hanger doing the driving now. Kurt Coons gotten out of the driver's seat, yet lets the youngsters do it. Number 1 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Dan Myers in the Budweiser lane, getting ready to go. Can the number 6 upset the number 1 qualifier? We're going to find out. Quickly full stage. Oh, and Chevy has a problem. Corvette pedals it, but he makes the run. 598, 255 miles an hour. Dan Myers takes a hop and comes to a stop. So something happened on that car. He wisely shut it off quickly. Don't see anything underneath it, but we do know that drag racers are quite capable of disassembling their vehicles while in motion. And Dan Myers got a little bit of motion, a whole lot of commotion there. Didn't even make the first 60 feet before it broke. We'll check out Dan Myers' vehicle, find out what's going on with that. They're starting to push it back, so nothing is locked up in the drivetrain. We'll check the track there. Don't see any puddle or anything. Well, we see a little bit of stuff there. We'll have our crew check that out, and we'll get back to racing in just a few moments. Thanks for coming out to the 2021 California Hot Rod Reunion. And, you know, it really has been a reunion. I've seen a lot of people we haven't seen in years. A lot of people that we haven't seen, not just because of the pandemic, but just in general. Saw Miss Steiner out here. Haven't seen her for a long time. Jerry, your dad was one of the top runners in nostalgia racing for decades. Always a joy to work with and talk to. And she's here wandering around. Shirley Shahan was wandering around a little bit earlier. A lot of the top names of drag racing's past have been here today. All right, track is clear. No issues out there. So we're going to get a couple of more Pro Mods for you. How about some late model bodied Pro Mods? Dodge Challenger here in the right lane, the Budweiser lane. And the right lane's got a problem. They're pushing it back. He lost fire, or he can't get it into reverse. Crewman desperately trying to push it back, but it is not rolling very easy. Not a good sign. More of the crew coming down to push it. Left. D and C Gas. David and Charlie Gas to the lanes, please. David and Charlie Gas, D and C to the lanes. D and C Gas, come on down to the staging lanes, please. They're pushing him back. It doesn't appear that he's not running, but it doesn't appear that he's running either. Car's finally starting to roll a little bit easier going backwards. They're not going all the way back, so it probably could not just go into reverse. Crew says, yeah, wheelie bars are right. It's okay. So the Dodge Challenger in the right lane. All right, it looks like they finally gave up on the Challenger. They've shut him off. Crew, the starter, telling him, you got a single in the GTO. Pro Mod GTO, gas, tires, and oil. Getting ready to go. Or for those people that didn't like Pontiacs, could be the garbage truck option. Oh, he hits the loud pedal. It goes fire right out of the engine there. It's still running, though, and he's going to make it down to the finish line. So he cruises on down. Let's see what we got. 1916. All right, more race of action. Matt Baldonado out of Camarillo, California. Junior Fuel B car over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Bud Hammer in the with the far chassis car. He's the tuner owner. Matt Baldonado, the hired gun. They qualified fifth with a 731 in a Junior Fuel B class car, 701 index. Dan Fenton out of Valley Springs, California. He's also in a Junior Fuel B. He qualified fourth. So you've got your number 4 and your number 5 vehicles in the category. Fenton, on paper, his qualifying time was a 7:12. Maldonado's 7:31. Junior Fuel small block engine configurations for the most part. There have been Fords, there have been Hemis. Doc Bates used to run Junior Fuel with a small Hemi, 360 some odd cubic inches. The bigger the engine, the heavier the car. Final call, Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Final call, Nostalgia Eliminator 3 to the lanes. B and C gas to the lanes. B and C gas to the lanes. It's a Junior Fuel injected small block configuration cars. They run in NHRA Big Show as Nostalgia Dragsters. Long wheelbase, front engine, old school, fun to watch. Moving up into the beams, pre-stage lights lit, full staged. There we go. Left lane pulls the wheels up in the air. Fenton with a slightly better reaction time as he heads down to the finish line. It's tight, and it's Fenton holding on. 7:13 to a 7:43. 175 to 181 miles an hour. Incrementals down the track were relatively close. Fenton started pulling away at the 8th mile mark. We're going 4.49 to Baldonado's 4.69. Now Dustin Lee out of Flyer, Indiana. Bar chassis car over in the left lane. The three-way Chevrolet lane. He was the number 2 qualifier with a 7:03. Mike Lardy out of Torrance, California, the number 7 qualifier. 406 cubic inch small block Chevy, taking out a 405 cubic inch small block Chevy. C and B gas. You should be in the lanes. Hot Rod is there. Backing him up, Michael and Alardi, number 7 qualifier, ran a 7:57. Dustin Lee, over a half second ahead with a 7:03. As I've said many times, Dustin Lee, a youngster that's been around drag racing all his life. His dad, Jimmy Lee, a Southern California Econo dragster competitor back in the early days of the inexpensive, I guess you could say, dragsters. They called them Econo dragsters. He was the driver's training instructor at LA County Raceway. Dustin Lee started getting his fame building junior dragster engines for the likes of Erica Enders, pro stock national champion, when she was driving juniors. Dustin Lee with the whole shot. Wow! He's 4/10 better on reaction, goes 7:13 to a 7:77, shuts him down at 184 miles an hour. Dustin on the mark. So Dustin Lee holding on. More Junior Fuel cars coming your way. Right lane, getting on it really early, not waiting. That's Jess Gutierrez out of Oakley, California. 55, not a 55 Sterling car. I don't think Sterling was around then. But it's a Sterling chassis car with a 388 small block, qualified 8th with an 853. It's a Junior Fuel A car where the index is 689. So there's a big gap there. Don Enrique out of Bowling Green, Kentucky now. The number 1 qualifier, running 714 on a 714 index. He's a Junior Fuel C class car. The difference in the classes, the angle of the cylinder head, the valve angle in the cylinder heads, as well as cubic inches in weight. So we're getting ready to go. All right, Junior Fuel going on their runs. We still have a couple more of those, and we'll get the AA gas cars out here. Crews say, okay, driver, it's up to you now. Pull it into the beams. The pre-stage lights are lit. Full staged. Here they go. Oh, look at that hole shot. 092 to a 253. He's almost at the finish line before the competition gets to the three-quarter mark. 743, 140 miles an hour for Enrique, an 092 reaction to a 258. 753 for Jess Gutierrez, his best run of the weekend, but he couldn't catch Enrique. Enrique slows it down to 140 miles an hour. Gutierrez at 179 was barreling down the track to try and catch Enrique. Could not do it. Tim Beeman out of Los Molinos, California, the physical therapist in the 08 Yahara chassis car. 408 cubic inch small block. Number 6 qualifier with a 730. It's a Junior Fuel A car, as is Brad Woodard's. Brad Woodard, though, the number 3 qualifier, running a 698. Woodard out of Oceanside, California. He's the owner of Riker Machine, the sponsor of his car. He built his own chassis in 2018. It's a 404 Chevy for power. Beeman in the Yahara chassis, 408 cubic inches worth of Chevy power. Chevy, the engine of choice in the category. We've seen Hemis and Fords over the years in Junior Fuel, but the Chevys, they are the ones that do the job the best. Now the Ford fans out there are going, boo, what are you talking about? Well, go back to the early 1920s, and that's when it took Chevrolet to make Fords go fast. Look it up. The Fronty Fords, or Frontenac Ford engines, race engines, dual overhead cam, single overhead cam, overhead valve, were designed by the Chevrolet brothers. And they won Indianapolis with them, too. Green light, they're gone. 037 to 058 reaction time, and Woodard is moving. Can he hold on? Yeah, Woodard's there. 698 on a 6. On his 698 qualifying run, he does exactly the same time. Beeman backs off to an 820 at 104 miles an hour, while Woodard was going through the lights at 188. Now we're going to go to AA gas, and Warren Evans is going to keep you informed about this.
All right. AA gas supercharged. The category used to be the Barnstormers of the quarter-mile circuits all over the United States of America. Mike Molia, Mike O'Connor coming up first. Pair of Oregonians lining up side by side. The 33 Willys over on the left. One of the popular body styles of the day, alongside the 57 Bel Air. Brad Anderson Power supercharged mounts for both. No index here. First one to the finish line is your winner. Looks like our hot rod category lining up back there. They will be next up after AA Gas Supercharged makes their round number 1 right here. NE3, you've been called to the lanes. If you're not there, we need you. We are staged and ready. Molia better on the starting line. You see the 57 starting to slow before he gets to the top end. Wind light for Mike Molia. 7:16 at 168 miles an hour left side, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Molia's Willys advances to the next round as Mike O'Connor. 7:47 at 146. And he was out of power before he got to the finish line. Chuck Moore pulls up next alongside Gary Renero. The Reneros racing 48 Austin over here on the right-hand side. For the octogenarian. Means he's over 80. 81 years young to be exact. Over here on the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the track. Chuck Moore over there on the three-way Chevrolet left side out of Castro Valley, California. The 63 split window Corvette, both of them with the wings high in the air. Supercharged Brad Anderson engineering power for both. As these two cars will make a hard charge towards the finish line. Renero stops from his backup. The Moore and Woods Corvette over on the left side. A little bit of tweak there, and the crew will reach in. Make sure everything is turned on and locked and loaded. Renero yesterday went 678. Moore's best pass of the weekend is 723. Both of them looking for more here. And again, heads up race. First one to the finish line. Renero dangles the wheels. You see the puff of smoke, and the motor goes silent for the Corvette as Renero out the back door as he improves to a 670 at 207 miles an hour. His quickest pass of the weekend, and Gary Renero will go on to the next round. Chuck Moore, motor goes silent about 600 feet out there. He coasts through to an 11:59 at 73 miles per hour. Coming up next should be attention in the pit area. We need NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2 to the lanes, please. And we also need B as in boy, B gas to the lanes. NE2 and B gas to the lanes. So Howard Anderson not able to make the call on his 38 Chevrolet. It'll be Greg McCollum making the single here in his 38 Chevy Coupe. From a hardware standpoint, they should have been pretty closely matched as a pair of BAE 451 equipped 38 Chevy Coupes would have run left and right. But Howard not here. Greg McCollum gets a free look at the track here, and he'll figure out where he is at before he advances to the next round. And the coupe comes way back behind the starting line there, almost to the water box. Hopefully he's out of the wet area and will pull forward. McCollum is rolling forward right now. Once again, we need NE2 and B gas. NE2 and B gas to the lanes, please. As Hot Rod, you will be up next. McCollum on a nice looking run right there. He'll shut off the clocks to a 7:14 at 196 miles an hour. Slows down just a tick from his run yesterday. 7:14 at 196. Nice looking lap before he goes into the next round. And coming up now, your number one qualifier with 7 cars in the field. He will get the bye run into round number 2. This is Scott White from Seaside, California, the 41 Willys. Hemified machine over here on the right-hand side in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Scott White wraps the throttle there. Gets those tires nice and heated up. He'll be ready to go here over on the right-hand side as we close out AA gas supercharged. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes. NE2 and B gas, you have been called to come on up. Looks like D and C gas are back there as well. So a whole host of race cars here in the staging lanes. And we send them down 2 by 2 and bring back the winners until we call it a day and crown some champions here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Crew chief steps away from Scott White's machine, and he will pull forward and light the lights there on the tree. So the RPM's coming up. Lights the bottom bulb, and away he goes. And for Scott White, 6:58 at 2:10. The class of the class for sure. 6:58 at 2:10. Best lap of round number 1. We'll have 4 cars coming back for the semifinals in AA gas. Coming up now, going to do a little traction farming out there. You see the rotator out there doing a little brush and drag. And we'll get both of these lanes back to optimal conditions. And then we will put Hot Rod Eliminator in the water box for their next round of eliminations. Once again, we need Nostalgia Eliminator 2 and B gas. B as in boy gas. Back to the lanes. I'm going to step back out of the booth and back over to the DragRacer.tv production spot and turn it back over to the voice of the California Hot Rod Reunion. He's been working on one of those A&W root beer floats. I see that. He's got a grin on his face, and I believe he likes it. Here's Mr. Bob Beck to tell you all about it.
All about the float, huh? Okay, yeah. Well, I got the brain freeze from it, and this disproves the fact that I'm brainless. Been told I haven't got a brain in my head, and I just proved I did. I got a brain freeze. But A&W Root Floats, I want to thank them for bringing them up here. They are great. I always look forward to it. Little track prep as we get ready for the hot rod category. So hot rod class cars, you need to be suited up. Drivers, you need to be suited up in hot rod. You're coming out shortly. Hot rod, you need to be suited up. Some great cars in the hot rod category. A lot of cars we can relate to because, well, when we were growing up, they were cruising the boulevards, and we saw them in the showrooms and read about them in the books and the magazines. And they're still being coveted by many racers today. So we're going to get these hot rods up. Lots of hot rod class cars still to run through the mill here. Some of the cars I can really relate to. I've owned a few of them. I had a Vega, and there's a bunch of Vegas out there. I have had Corvettes. There's a few Corvettes out there. Had a Dodge Dart. Yep, there's a bunch of those too. All right, so we do the track prep, and now we're bringing the cars out. It's hot rod time. Camaro against Vega. When the Vega came out, it was an economy car to compete against the Pinto. They had a bigger engine, 2.3 liters. It was an aluminum block, no sleeves, and a cast iron head. Therein lied the problem. The Camaro came out to combat the Ford's Mustang. No problem there. Dale Hicks out of Goodyear, Arizona, 1968 Camaro with the 555 Dart engine. Steve McReynolds out of Visalia, 71 Vega, 540 cubic inches worth of V8 power. Fully staged, lights begin to drop. It is a bracket race, 952, dial into it, 947. Reaction times were excellent for both drivers. Dale Hicks has got the slight edge, but the win goes to McReynolds. McReynolds going 954 on a 52 to a 952 on a 47. 007 reaction time for McReynolds, 019 for Hicks. Tom Stansel out of Bakersfield, California, health and safety guy with the 62 Corvette, 555 Dart motor. Marvelous Marvin Rolls out of Chino, California, the 72 Vega with a 540. Rolls puts the front end up in the air. Thomas red lights. Rolls, the four-time track champion at Irwindale drag strip. Goes 10:31 on a 32, but it's a red light win because Thomas went red first. He goes 10:19 on a 9. Dale Thomas out of Chowchilla, the 68 Dart, the Mopar family. He's a retired telephone man. Runs 512 cubic inches in that 68 Dodge Dart. Bob Sanders out of Glencoe, California, 69 Chevelle with a 540 big block. No, it's actually a 68 Chevelle, not a 69. Well, no, it is 69. I can see the big taillights now that he hits the brakes. Oh, and Dale Thomas goes red. Big red. At an 11 flat dial in against a 10-12 and goes red right on the start, giving the win to Bob Sanders. Not only does he red light, he breaks out. It's insult to injury. Norm Bergman out of Concord, California, 66 Mustang, taking on the Ford Fairlane of Don Thomas out of Sonora, California, 64 Fairlane, 557 big block, 66 Mustang, 408 small block. 978 dial-in for the Fairlane, 1066 for the Mustang. Mustang will leave the line first. The Fairlane will try to chase him down. Mustang pulls the wheels up and red light. Don Thomas anticipating, got him. 0-11 into the red, and Norm Bergman goes another round. Now Bergman breaks out with a 1062, but that's okay because it was first or worse. In this case, the red light's not only first, but it's worse because it's considered a safety violation. Plymouth, the Duster here in the Budweiser lane. And he's backing out. He's got a problem. Uh-oh. Marvin Bevan pulls his Mopar off track. Apparently, it was not track trained and went tinkle on the starting line. Larry Warren going to get the single. And Larry has been charmed. A couple of weeks ago or last week at the Tri-5 Nationals here at Bakersfield, he won the engine, I'm told. Wheels go up in the air on his Tri-5. 005 reaction time. 1.4 60-foot mark. 6.7 at the halfway point, and goes 10.66 at 124 miles an hour. Don Momi, successful at the Kingdon Reunion race up in Stockton last month. Momi back again, having fun here at Bakersfield. 38 Chevy sedan with a 540 cubic inch big block. Pulls the front wheels up. Momi with an 0.27 reaction, 1.2 60-foot mark. Car launches nice. Halfway point, 5.8. Coming across the finish line, goes 9.23 at 143 miles an hour. All right, our statisticians have been looking at the numbers, and Mr. Bergman's got a chance to take the championship, but he's got to win the event. He took out his closest competitor, the man in the lead, but he's got to get by him. All right, in the tower with me, a racer that I met in Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion, and you got a story to tell people.
Yeah, I sure do. In 2019, I came here as a spectator, was sitting in the stands along with everybody out there, and today I just ran my first race ever at Bakersfield. I lost in the first round, but it feels really good, and I just want to encourage anyone out there that's got any inkling, any desire to go drag racing, put it together, put a team together, pool your resources, make it happen. I'm 62 years old, and I just sat myself in a front-engine dragster for the first time this year, and there's nothing like it. So thanks for coming out, and get on the track and join us.
And your name?
My name's Michael Munzer, and I'm running NE3, front-engine dragster.
All right, thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion, and we'll see you again in Bowling Green this coming year.
You got it.
All right, more racing action coming your way here as Lindsay Lister out of Los Angeles in the 72 Shoemaker chassis car is over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. John Miner out of Lakeside, California, the 32 Roadster. Your number 4 qualifier in the Roadster, taking on the number 8 qualifier. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. NE1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. All right, dial-in's 960. This is a 960 heads-up index in Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Lindsay lights the pre-stage light first. John's there. Now they're both staged and the lights go green. John Miner pulls the front end up high in the air. Reaction times are close. Lindsay looks like she's got a slight edge, and it's Lindsay. 966 to a 967. Margin of victory, 41 ten-thousandths of a second at the finish line. That is tight racing. Two T's with a different approach. Ron Enzalone out of Los Osos. 69-year-old retired guy. Gosh, I've known him since he was at least 49. He's got the Model T with the inline 6. 6 in a row makes it go, and it goes good. He is qualified number 7 with a 963. Robbie Udell out of Irvine, California, the realtor. 70 years young. Number 3 qualifier, running 962. The index, 960. On paper, these guys, based on qualifying times, less than 100th of a second separates them in qualifying ETs. As alone with a 4-cylinder, or the 6-cylinder, big block Chevy in Udell's car. Reaction advantage going to Anzalone. Then the 6-cylinder shut down the big block. No, he doesn't. 964 to a 962. Margin of victory, 63 ten-thousandths of a second. Robbie Udell did not have the incrementals until the 1,000-foot mark, and that's where he pulled ahead. Jeff Foland out of Mission Hills, California, 23T, the electrical station operator, 452 big block in his T. He's taken on Don Mallory out of Citrus Heights, California, also in a T. 383 small block to a 452 big block. 960, the elusive number. Your number 1 qualifier is Foland in the Budweiser lane. Red light for Don Mallory. And the number 1 qualifier going on to another round. Gets the gimme. Goes 956 because he knew he had the win. The light was lit. 980 for Mallory. Tough break on that red light. Dennis Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming. He's got the T with a madcap 436 V8, number 2 qualifier with a 961. Don Morris out of North Heights, California. Nielsen Parts chassis, qualified number 6 with a 963. Oh, wheels go up in the air, sets it back on the wheelie bar. Keck is moving strong. Keck's got a better 60-foot, better 330, better halfway point. He gets the win. Goes 962 to a 954 breakout for Don Morris trying to catch Keck. Don Fournier in the Anglia. This is D-Gas coming your way. 1060 is the index. Danny Shrokaj out of San Marcos in the Camaro. Reaction times are very, very close. The Anglia accelerating more rapidly. And he gets the win. 1062 to a 1061. 54 ten-thousandths of a second separates them. Reaction time separated by 100th of a second. Rod Workman out of Wasco, number 16 qualifier. And Don Fournier just clinched the championship. So Vincent really a 10th behind or 100th behind on reaction time against Workman. Coming up on the stripe, and it is Workman. Double breakout. And the advantage goes to Workman. Workman goes not 1053 with a 9. Really a 1053 with a 3. The difference at the stripe, 49 ten-thousandths of a second. Congratulations to Don Fournier. He's got the championship. Dave Curiagra out of Santa Ynez in the 67 Chevy Camaro, 498. Dave McGlide out of Running Springs. Reaction advantage, Curiagra. 2 Camaros, second gen, first gen, looking for the 1060. At the stripe, it's Curiagra, 1066 to a 1066, identical ETs. What was the difference? 76 ten-thousandths of a second in reaction time. They were equal all the way down the track. I mean, down to the 1,000th of a second in cases. But it was Curiagra getting the win. Norm Bergman out of Concord, California, 66 Mustang. He's running 2 classes, hot rod and gasser. Tony Citro out of Oakley, California. Camaro against Mustang. Ford against Chevrolet. Index on this one is 1060. Wheels go up in the air on the Mustang. Reaction advantage goes to the Camaro. 60 foot, the Mustang. Half track, the Mustang. At the finish line, the Mustang. 1062 on a 60 to a 1076. Citro unable to run the number. So Bergman continuing on with his winning ways. He's got to clinch the title in Hot Rod by winning the event. So he's got a lot of work cut out for him, a lot of seat time this weekend. Danny Brown out of Visalia, California, in La Vega. .074 reaction, 1.460 foot mark. This is D-Gas with a 1060 index. Gets the single and heads to the stripe, going 1057, just under the number a bit. It's a single, it's not a problem. He was your number one qualifier, so he got the bye. Big block dragster here in the Budweiser lane. The Altered with a big block Chevy in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Eddie Lucas out of Modesto, California in the Bantam. 622 cubic inches worth of big block. Taking on Robert Duke Baker out of Thornton, California, the 427 Chevy. So the bright orange dragster, Chevy powered. The Bantam, Chevy powered. Your number 2 qualifier over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Your number 13 qualifier here in the Budweiser lane. Dragster against Altered. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Red light, the Duke is gone. And your number 2 qualifier perseveres. Eddie Lucas comes up on the stripe with an 864 on a 60 to an 868. But a red light for Duke, and he loses. Ron Cole out of Fullerton, California, an 09 Tuttle chassis car with a 465 big block for power, was your number 25 qualifier. Sam Tucker out of Redding, California, your number 8 qualifier with an 861. 2/10 better, according to the qualifying times. But this is race time, and qualifying means very little. The bright white Bantam Roadster and the Dragster both looking for 860s. Pre-stage lights are lit. Full stage lights go red for your number 25, and that puts Sam Tucker at number 1. He closes it in, gets the championship. Sam Tucker, the new champion in Nostalgia Eliminator 2, just got the win. Ron Kolb handed it to him with a bright red light. But Tucker has a good run, going 864 on an 860 index. Terry Lindblad out of Chico, California, the number 17 qualifier, taking on Jacelyn Generalo Jones out of Las Vegas. Jones ran a 936 in qualifying. Remember, the index is 860. Lindblad, 860, ran 864 in qualifying. Lindblad, the VP of Structural Steel, the 1966 Williams chassis car. Says it's got a 392 cubic inch Hemi, and they're off the mark. Better reaction time for Jones. Lindblad closes in and gets the win. 871 to an 885. All right, things are shutting down in the manufacturer's midway. Last call for some of the best beef jerky on the planet. Jeff's famous all-natural brisket beef jerky. It's honey pepper beef jerky and all sorts of jerky. Back in the manufacturer's midway. Final call. He's getting ready to shut it down. Last call. You want to get some fresh, great beef jerky. Get on over there. He's got it. Back in the manufacturer's midway. They're shutting it down. So final call. Jeff Broadchasser out of Forest Ranch, California. 32 Bantam. Oh, drills the tree on Adam Westbrook. Westbrook got to make up a whole lot of deficit. Slower the first 60 feet as well. And it is an 8:62 victory for Rochester. Final call, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Final call, NE1. First gas, first call, A gas. First call, A gas. Final call, NE1. A little bit of track prep going on here on the starting line area. No, they're not spraying for bugs. That's, you know. All right, track prep going on as we get ready for the next round of racing action. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. And if you're on dragracer.tv, thanks for watching us from all over the world. We got letters and emails and text messages from a whole lot of people. Happy Camper team's headed down track. Yeah, she's happy. A lot of championships have crowned already. More still to come. I'm Hot Rod Bob along with Mike English, Donnie Couch, Warren Evans, and Steve LaBarbera, keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the weekend. Gary Lynch out of Somar, California, 1958 Austin, a British machine. 383 small block Chevy, number 8 qualifier with a 962. Cale Mallory from Bakersfield, California, your number 1 qualifier in the Camaro. The index for the category is 960, and that is what Cale ran. Lynch, a 962. So 0.02 of a second separate these two guys in qualifying. This is going to be a close race. Watch the starting line. They're staged. Oh, and a red light for Gary Lynch over anticipation. He goes 0.2 of a second into the red. Got to 979 to a 972, but Cale got him on the start. And Gary Lynch gives away the win. Chris Robbins out of Mariposa, California, 64 Fairlane with a 580. Mark Capps out of Madera. He's in the 67 Mustang. 2 powerful Fords getting ready to go. The index 960. Wheels come up. The Fairlane twists over, and Mark Capps gets a perfect reaction time of trip zip. And Capps gets the win. He caps it off all right. 962 and a 960. Perfect reaction time. Trip zip. I've got a perfect light pin for him. Just bring your ET slip up to the tower, Mark Capps. I've got a perfect pin. Perfect light pin for you. Trip zip. Chris Robbins goes 964, not good enough. He had an 048 reaction time, but he got shut down. Scotty Morgan out of Tracy, California. Bryson Kleeman out of California, Maryland. And it is a win. Scotty Morgan goes red, no victory dance this time. And I'll tell you what, I got a red light button for Scotty Morgan if he wants to come up here and get it. 003 red. Misses a perfect light by 0.003 of a second. Not only does he red light, he breaks out with a 952. Bryson Kleeman on a 60 goes 61. Jason Barta. Bill Becker headed down track, and it is Becker going 960 on a 960. Barta breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Oh, so close. Chris Ria out of Elk Grove got the nasty Nova, the 7-Up machine. Alan Brown out of Vista in the coupe. 960, the elusive number. They're close, 0.02 of a second separated them in qualifying. And red light for Brown. 009 red. Chris Ria goes 011 green and is going to take the win. Goes 967 to a better 963, but a 009 red light for Alan Brown. Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada, 41 Ford truck, taking on the plastic fantastic Corvette of Ernie McAllister. 65 Corvette. Third year of the Stingray body. .040 reaction time for Roberts. He's got the truck moving. The Corvette late on the tree. Double breakout, but Roberts breaks out by less. He gets the win. He goes 956 to a 956, but it's a 956 with a 4, so he breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second less. Kent Combs and Billy Teague. Let's see if he can win. If Combs wins, I don't know. We're going to see. It's going to be a tight one. 03 to 015 reaction time. And it's Teague taking the win. If Combs had won, he would have taken the championship. That was a tight one. 98 ten-thousandths of a second separated them. All right, more excitement here. Boy, I'll tell you what, it's coming down to the wire on some of these. Big ass coming your way.
Thank you very much, Bob Beck, as Megan Gorman and Mike Ravner, a couple of guys who've knocked heads together over the years here at Formosa Drag Strip, and a couple of Camaros. Mike, that King's Oil Tool. Camaro over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane, and Megan Gorman. Mike Ravner goes red, and Megan moves on dead on 9-0-19 on the tree for Miss Megan. Now, this pair, championship implications. Kevin Riley, far side, the Barracuda. All he needs to do is bring that little white light onto that three-way Chevrolet lane, and he is your champion in the NHRA Heritage Series. Brian Franks over here in the Camaro could care less. It's all about winning the California Hot Rod Reunion. For the championship, Kevin left, Brian right. Kevin has that light come on in his lane, that three-way Chevrolet lane. He'll be your 2021 champion. They are clean and they are green. Cuda left for the championship. Camaro trying to make it go one more round. Top end, Kevin Riley, 011-8618. He is your 2021 NHRA Heritage Series B-Gas champion. And congratulations to Kevin and that entire team as Neil Westbrook and Randy Armstrong. This is pretty big right here. A couple of them big-time players in the 860 B-Gas category. The NY Oil team car for Randy and the team over there out of Paso Robles, and the Racing Farmer and Neil Westbrook in from that megatropolis of Pixley. Pre-stage, both drivers. Randy and Neil. Couple of green lights start. That 5-7 Chevrolet with the move off that starting line. Make it work at the finish line. Randy Armstrong moving on 8-6-1-2. He was 0-30 on the treat. Neil gave up 6 and goes 8-6-5-0. 159 is Chris Dollinger. The competition buy for the Almond Farmer. Neil Hopp's Mustang, the 69 Mustang, big inch Ford. 8-6-3-1 in qualifying for the team. In from that great racing town of Exeter. AFX 70 Pro A fuel delays, please. AFX 70 Pro A fuel delays, please. Chris Dollinger on the buy run and Neil Hopp's ride. 8-5-8-5, 157, too quick by 15 thou. That wraps up that round of B gas, and Kevin Riley wrapped up the championship with the win light in that lane. So again, AFX 70 Pro A fuel delays, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 with Ed Silverman, the King Baby dragster for Mark Engel, and Steve Schoenfeld. Steve still has a chance at the national championship in the Sonny's Toy 2 out of Murray, Utah. Mr. 253 himself here, the Budweiser CP Carrillo Lane, and the Underbear over there in the three-way Chevrolet team. Two of the big-time players in this category chasing that Dave Lawson for the title. The move off the starting line went to the altered. The win light goes to Ed Silverman, and that will wrap up the championship with Steve Schoenfeld going out in that round. Dave Lawson will be your NHRA Heritage Series NE1 National Champion. He'll be rolling up in a second here. A few more pairs as Kenny Upton and Dustin Lee. Kenny out of Garden Grove, the Parcorp team car. Be here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Dustin Lee, the engine builder in from Idaho. Dad Jimmy, former drag racing school instructor, and well, his kid learned well. The LS powered dragster for Dustin over there. Kenny, the more traditional BBC over here. Both drivers pre-staged. red light start. Dustin Lee by 2 thou. Kenny Upton 0-20 on the tree down there top end. Kenny goes 7, 5, 8, 9, 175 and an automatic W for the sheet metal guide out of the hills at Garden Grove overlooking Disneyland. As the next pair will come out, Max Cassie will come up and the newly crowned national champion. I believe will be the pairing. So they get Max's car refired. So a competition buy run for Max Cassie and the team. It's Dan Shrokosh, Dirty Dan, going to not make the call for this round. And your newly crowned national champion will also get a buy run. Now I say a competition buy run because this is technically not a buy run, as Dirty Dan Shrokosh should be in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, but unfortunately parts breakage, so Max and the team out of Sacramento. Max is 56 on the tree. Looking for 7,600 on that scoreboard. 764.9, 174. 764.9, 174. And your newly crowned national champion in the NHRA Heritage Drag Racing Series in Nostalgia Eliminator 1, the home builder out of Mariposa, the Tuttle Chassis Dragster, Big Block Chevrolet. When Steve Schoenfeld went out this round, that clinched the title for Maverick over there. Could take a deep breath, gather in his collective thoughts, and move to the next round. Knowing the title will go back to Mariposa. Dave Lawson is 0-12 on the tree on the championship run. 7:59.7. Missed a perfect by 3 thou. And a new championship for the team out of Mariposa. That wraps up Nostalgia Eliminator 1. A-Gas coming out next. So 760 will stay up on the scoreboard there. I'm going to move out of here, and Bob Beck, you're doing an absolute yeoman's job this weekend, and your help is very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mikey. As always, we've been doing this how many years together? Gosh.
One,
yeah.
Well,
no.
it started over last year, right?
It started over every year, yeah. It's a new start, yeah. All right, Camaro against Corvette. Here we are in the gasser category. A-Gas, Brett Pitchler out of Carson Park, California. Where's Carson Park, California? Yeah, it's there. Ray Paget from Santa Paula, California. All right, Ray Paget, a Ventura County guy, 63 Corvette, 632 big block power. The index 760. Brett Pitchler out of Carson Park, California, 69 Camaro, 713 cubic inches worth of motivational power. He qualified number 2 with a 760. Paget, number 6. They're gone. Slight edge for Paget on reaction time. Pitchler coming on strong, and it's Paget. 763 to a 765. Paget gets there 30 thousandths of a second ahead to take the win. One of the swoopiest looking Camaros ever is Tom Fowler's Paso Robles base Camaro. He's going to take on the Super Stude of Terry Newton, 53 Studebaker. If I remember correctly, this was a double A gas car at one point in time. I may be wrong. 53 Stude with an Alan Johnson 540, qualified 12th with a 769. Tom Fowler with that super swoopy Camaro. Can you imagine if Chevrolet reintroduced this as the body style? Man, would they sell. 70 and a half, he says. Number 1 qualifier, ran a 760 with a 4. We've seen a couple of these glass-bodied Camaros coming out over the years. They are still cool looking. This is A-Gas. 760 is the magic number to hit. Moving up into the beams. Neither one of these drivers in a rush. Newton's there. Fowler's there now on the pre-stage. Newton goes in first. Fowler's second. There we go. They're gone. Reaction advantage to Newton. 60 foot to Fowler at the stripe. It is Newton. Fowler breaks out by a 100th of a second. Goes 759 with a 0 to a 769. The difference with reaction time, 1/10 of a second at the finish line. So Terry Newton unseats the number 1 qualifier. Ray Castanetto out of Concord, California, 67 Nova. The number 3 qualifier. Castanetto wins. He's taking on Richard Wilson in the Glendora-based 35 Chrysler Airflow. I've always loved the Airflow body styles. I got to drive an original one about a year ago, and man, they are neater than can be. Red light for Castanetto. He goes in deep and goes red, and Wilson gets the gimme. Wilson goes 757, but hey, it's a red light start for Castanetto. So Richard Wilson gets the win with an 036 reaction time. Cliff Boyles out of Rancho Cordova, 53 Studebaker. The Flamin' Machine here in the right lane. Number 8 qualifier with the 762. Frank Miranda, the home wrecker. He always comes out with some beautiful station wagons. He's been driving this Rambler for a long time. He started out with a 55 Chevy Nomad and got this little Rambler running strong. I'll tell you what, it is a cool car to watch. His number 4 qualifier ran a 760 with a 9. Cliff Boyles ran a 762 with a 6. The 59 Rambler, powered by a 500-inch Chevy. Frank Miranda was a body shop owner, and his handiwork showed in the race cars. Meticulous attention to detail. Always loved those 2-door Rambler wagons, and this one was a fine example of it. Got one of my buddies, a Rotters rep for Good Guys, has got an earlier version of that two-door wagon, and it is just flat cool. He picked me up one time with it as we were going to a Good Guys event with a four-cylinder Toyota motor. Light goes green and they're gone. Reaction times are close. Morenda's got the better of the two. He's quicker on the first 60 foot as well, and at the stripe, it is Morenda. 763 to a 764. The difference, 100th of a second. If you take it out further, it's 18 thousandths of a second difference at the stripe. And Morenda going on to another round. Mopar against Fomoco. Steve Whitmore out of Dixon, California, 67 Mustang. This is the AFX category. 427 Ford for power. 1050 is his dial-in. Greg Melton out of Escondido, California with the 68 Plymouth Roadrunner. Your number one qualifier. 875 is the dial-in. He ran 880 in qualifying. Whitmore ran 1045 on a 50. So the mighty Mopar, the Plymouth Roadrunner. Now, as big as the Roadrunner is, it weighed about the same as the Mustang. Mopar had a lot of airspace in that body, and although they're big, they were lightweight, which made the Roadrunner one of the quickest cars around. Ooh, Melton got a good light, but look at the gap. He's still got to close in on Whitmore. It's tight, and he gets him. Look at that, 878 to an 1055. He got him on the tree by 300ths of a second, and he wins by 400ths of a second at the finish line. So Greg Melton having a good run, holding on to that number one spot. Paul Cyril, 1025 dial-in with his Norwalk base 64 Plymouth. Mike Rogers out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, the 65 Malibu SS, a 10 flat. So we're going to see the right lane leaves first, left lane chasing. Oh, big gap in reaction time. Chevy working hard to try and close it. And he does. He gets him at the stripe. 10:01 on a 10 index to a 10:40 on a 25. Paul had him covered all the way down the track until the 8th mile mark where he lost 0.2 of a second. Sean Bush out of El Cajon, 1050 to Kenny Moreland's 11. Moreland off the mark first, but loses 1/10 of a second in reaction time. Bush heads down track and gets the win in Moreland's lane as Bush breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Goes 1049 with a 9 on a 1050. Moreland off the pace with an 1124 on an 11, but the breakout, that made Sean Bush the runner-up in this round. Sidney McDaniel out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The number 7 qualifier runs a 975, and so does Brad Schaefer out of Wiggins, Colorado. 975 in the 67 Fairlane. Ford against Mopar. 557 cubic inches for the Ford, 540 in the Mopar. They hit the loud pedal, off they go. It's a heads-up race, and it's Schaefer with the better of the two reaction times. The mighty Mopar trying to get out in front of the Fomoco. Coming up on the stripe, it is still tight, and it's a breakout for McDaniel. He got there first, but went out by 12 thousandths of a second. Schaefer goes 982 on a 75, but he was on the good side of the run and gets the win. McDaniel tried to make up the deficit he had on reaction time, which was 400ths of a second. He was too quick by that same 400ths. Doug Stiers out of Grand Junction, Colorado, the 64 Valiant. Taking on the Dodge Dart of Dakota Berry out of Grand Junction. Two Grand Junction racers. I bet they cruise down here together. 422 cubic inches for the Mopar Power in the Valiant. 470 in the Dart. Now, when the Dart first came out, it was a full-size car stripped down. You could put the big V8s in. It was mostly a businessman's vehicle. In 1963, they changed the name of the compact car from Lancer to Dodge Dart, and sales climbed. Dodge's Dart was just a little bit longer in wheelbase than the Plymouth Valiant, which was its kissing cousin. Headed down track, the Dart is still out in front, had the better reaction time, and breaks out. Goes 1044 on a 50 to a 10 flat on a 10 flat for Doug Stiers. So Steyer's in the Plymouth Valiant moving on to another round. Ron DeHoop out of Bellflower, California in the 67 Chevelle. Kevin Jones in the 69 Barracuda. 440 big block, 1075 index for both of these cars. Lights drop and DeHoop goes red. 039 red light for the Lucas Oil car. And Kevin Jones getting the win. Jones runs a 1077 DeHoop. Not only red lights, but it's insult to injury. He breaks out as well, going 1074 on a 1075. Ron Kistner out of Whitewater, Colorado. The 68 Barracuda, the Soxon Martin homage car. Going to take on Dale Schroeder in the Keysburg, Colorado 64 Fairlane Thunderbolt lookalike. Off the mark they go, wheels in the air. Kisner with the better of the two reaction times. He has a 975 dial into Schroeder is 1025. Coming up on the stripe, it's the Mopar. Double breakout. Schroeder goes 1018. Kisner goes 971 on a 75. The 18 on a 25. Kinzer is closest with the Barracuda. The number 5 qualifier going on to another round. Todd Hoffman with the Sayonara Plymouth, the 10 flat to Rich Woods 10 flat. The Nova pulls out in front with a better reaction time. Todd Hoffman not making up the gap. He can only hope that Wood will go too quick. At the stripe, that's what happens. Wood goes too quick. He goes big, deep, 933. Wow, that's a huge breakout. 7/10 of a second to Todd Hoffman's 10:06 on a 10. They were both indexed at 10 seconds. And Wood goes 933. Wow. So a tough break for Rich Wood. He qualified with a 32, ran 35s and 40s, and then comes up with a 10-second index or dial-in and goes 933. And Todd Hoffman, he was on a 10-second index, and he goes 10:06. Wow. Tough break for those guys as we get ready to move on to more racing action. And we've got some quick machines coming your way. 7-0 Pro coming to the line. 7-0 Pro. Rich Phillips will be in the three-way Chevrolet lane with the Visalia-based 32 Bantam. The Donovan 510 for power. He was your number 1 qualifier, running 7 flat. Dwight Garland Jr. out of Mission Viejo, the number 6 qualifier with a 707. Derek Langfield, come on up to the tower. Derek Langfield, if you're here, come to the tower. The Pick Your Part Ape Shaker 2 Dragster, Dwight Garland out of Mission Viejo. He ran 707 on the 7 index. He's the number 6 qualifier. Richard Phillips out of Visalia, California, 32 Bantam with the Donovan 510. He was your number 1 qualifier. And the crew's still looking at the machine. They don't know. They're scrambling. It won't fire. Not doing a thing. Crew getting a little frantic looking at it, and they have broken. Your number 1 qualifier, Rich Phillips, has a mechanical issue, is not going to make the call. They've unplugged the car. He's upset. Crew not happy. What a tough break, getting this far into the race and having a mechanical issue that shuts you down. So your number 1 qualifier out with a mechanical failure. Dwight Garland gets a break here. .556 reaction, way late on the light, but it's a single. He pushes it out the back door for a 751 on a 7 flat index. Top Fuel and Funny Car, we need you to the lanes. Top Fuel and Funny Car, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Fuel and Funny Car, to the lanes, please. We'll continue on with 7-0 Pro. Blake Reynolds out of Goleta, California, with the Fiat Topolino, the Taboo car. Kevin Raposo out of Bakersfield with the Spitzer chassis dragster, Rodeck for power. Top Fuel and Funny Car to the lanes. Top Fuel and Funny Car to the lanes, please. Kevin Raposo going to be in the Budweiser lane. He was the number 9 qualifier, running a 7:09. Blake Reynolds, the number 10 qualifier, ran 7:12. And it looks like he's having some problems. The Taboo car not firing up either. Something about that left lane, I guess. Blake Reynolds sitting in the car, crew working on it. And it's just not going. And Stagemaster shuts him off, says, you're done. You've had your time. Time out. So Kevin Raposo gets a gimme. He gets a mechanical break. And the single. So Raposo, a Bakersfield boy, local track, local racer. Rodeck 496 for power. Let's see how close he can get to the index. He's run a best of 7:09. The index 7:0. Oh, he's gone. Car takes a set, then goes, but he didn't get the clock. So he'll get no time on that run, but doesn't matter. He took it. All right, another car coming up at 7:0 Pro. Again, we need Funny Car and Top Fuel to the lanes, please. Funny Car and Top Fuel to the lanes. George Vanderpool out of Redding, California. Yahara chassis car. 392 Chrysler Hemi here in the Budweiser lane. Vince Generalo Jr. out of Las Vegas. 32 Bantam. 540 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet power. Generalo qualified 21st. Vanderpool, number 8. Now, Generalo did not qualify because he was too slow. He was actually unable to slow the car down. He qualified with a 693 under the index. Vanderpool, with number 8 qualifying position, was over the index. So here we go. Bantam against the Dragster. Altered against Dragster. 392 Hemi, 540 Chevy. We know the Chevy is quicker. Vanderpool getting ready to go. Short wheelbase altered. Going to be a handful. Long wheelbase Dragster. Pretty consistent. Pre-stage lights lit. Full stage now here for Vanderpool. Generalo's there now, and they're gone. Reaction advantage 0.2 of a second as they head down the track. At the stripe, it is Generalo. 706 to a 705 on a hole shot. 706 at 186 to a 705 at 191. Margin of victory, 13 thousandths of a second. Coming across the finish line lights. So Generalo, the 21 qualifier, takes out number 8. And like I said before, it wasn't because he was too slow. He was too quick. He got it slowed down right where he needed to be. The 706, a little bit slower than Vanderpool, but he got him on the starting line by 0.02 of a second. He won by 13 thousandths of a second. So it was a close race going down the track. Next up, it's going to be A Fuel. We need ProMod, Junior Fuel, and AA Gas to the lanes. ProMod, Junior Fuel, and AA Gas to the lanes. Top Fuel and Funny Car, we need you to the lanes as well. Nostalgia Top Fuel, Nostalgia Funny Car, ProMod, Junior Fuel, AA Gas. We need you all to the staging lanes, please. All right, Ken Bates Sr., the doctor, in the house. Low qualifier of the meet, running 597 at 233 miles per hour. He had the mile per hour by over 15, and the ET lower by a 1/10. He gets the bye into the next round. Short burst of a burnout. They can use this run as a checkout run, or he can just stage and take the light and motor on down comfortably. Ken Bates Jr. coming from a drag racing family. His dad, his sister, his brother-in-law, his sons, they're all involved in NHRA drag racing. His brother-in-law, sister, and oldest son, all involved in A Fuel. His youngest son, Chris, driving an altered. So Doc Bates getting ready to go. He's run the best so far today of 597. Let's see what he can do. RPM's dropped just a little bit, running nitro. And an injected motor. He's not letting up at all. Gets a little bit of a wiggle, gets a little sideways, gets on down the track with a 593. His best run, 593, 235 miles an hour. His fastest and his quickest run here this weekend. So they're happy with that run. And they may need it as the competition is getting tight, as the cars are finding their tune for the track. Here we go. Ken Bates Jr. was on the line to watch his dad run that time. Mom's in the tow truck. Started racing in Junior Fuel and progressed their way up to A Fuel. They were one of the few cars in Junior Fuel to run a Hemi and do well. Decided they needed to go faster, and they did. They've gone from 7-second ETs down to 5s now. What's the next step for the doctor? He's not going to put a body on a car, I can tell you that much. Wayne Romay out of Simi Valley, California, the Nielsen Park Chassis number 2 qualifier. He's run low 6s this weekend. He qualified with a 607. Sabrina Capps, number 3 qualifier, up against the number 2 qualifier. She has been running low 6s as well. During the burnout, Her runs always sound kind of sketchy. But when it comes time to run, man, that car is smooth. Sabrina Capps out of Madera, California. Got a Brad Anderson 511 for power. Dennis Murphy doing the tuning. Wayne Ramey out of Simi Valley, a Neyland Parks chassis car with an Alan Johnson 437. So give it up over 70 cubic inches. But running a little bit quicker, 6:07 in qualifying to a 6:13. Capps crew feverishly trying to wipe off the tires, get any loose rubber off them. Got the blower sitting on top. It's running on alcohol. Injection over in the Wayne Ramey lane. Cars rolling up into the beams. Full stage, both cars. They're gone. They move off the line. They are side by side. Reaction advantage to Wayne Ramey, and he holds on to it. 6:13 to a 6:16. 219 to 216 miles an hour. Best mile per hour for Sabrina, but she loses 300ths on the run. Ramey slows it down to 6:13. 219 best mile per hour so far, but a little shy on the ET. But again, it was enough to win, and that's what counts. Had an 0.22 reaction to Sabrina's 0.96. They were both under 1 second the first 60 feet. Sabrina launched better with a 9.25. Wayne with a 9.67. At the 3:30 mark, Sabrina was still out ahead by 0.03 of a second with a 2.56 to Wayne's 2.59. At the 8th mile mark, now they're closer. Ramey within 100th of a second of Capps. 181 miles an hour, though. He was really pulling, and she was at 179. At the 1,000-foot mark, now tides turn, and Wayne Ramey is at a 5.12 to Sabrina's 5.13. Coming across the finish line lights at the 13:20. Ramey kept pulling with a 6:13 and Sabrina with a 6:16. 219 miles per hour, the winning speed for Wayne Ramey. More racing action to happen. We need Top Fuel. We need Funny Car to the lanes. And the funny cars are there, getting ready to go. We need Top Fuel to the lanes, please. Top Fuel to the lanes. Some track prep going on for these guys. Putting down some rubber for them as we continue on with the California Hot Rod Reunion's final day of racing action here at famous Famoso Drag Strip. The streaming broadcast brought to you by DragRacer.tv. Warren Evans doing that. So if you got friends at home that couldn't make it, have them tune in to DragRacer.tv. I know our friends with the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame are doing that over in Great Britain right now. They've gotten a lot of text messages from them and Facebook notes saying they are watching us. Got Marty Wood down in Australia and his friends, his mates, watching what's going on here. Cars are filling up the staging lanes as we continue on with eliminations here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here with us. Little rubber being put down on the track as we scrape the track. Tractor making another run. Squeegee in the track, putting down some fresh rubber for him. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Donnie Couch, Warren Evans, and Steve LaBarbera. Trying to keep you informed with what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the weekend here. And if you're interested in Nitro action, Donnie Couch and Dar Hawthorne do the Nitro reports. Check them out online. And I do a show called Gas, the Great American Auto Scene. You can find that on Facebook and YouTube and Apple iTunes and a whole bunch of places. You can get Gas with Bob Beck almost every day. Gas, the Great American Auto Scene, since 1990. All right, cars moving up in the lanes. The funny cars, Cottrell moving up here into the staging lanes. Crews comparing notes and having conversations. There's rivalries on the track, but friendship in the lanes. Glad to see all our friends out here at the Hot Rod Reunion this weekend. We've missed you. Racing here in the Kern Valley, getting back to normal. I know normal is a setting on the dryer, but we still do it. All right, the top fuel cars are pulling out into the lanes. We're going to let Donnie and Mike give you the full force of their information and knowledge on this one.
Thank you very much, Bob Beck, and you've been doing just an absolute yeoman's job up here, and appreciate it very much going through the sportsman cars as we return for the semifinal round in Top Fuel Eliminator with Tyler Hilton and your newly crowned national champion, Dan Horan. Tyler, 587, gets over there on that far side, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Dan Horan at 565.2, had lane choice over that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Talked to Allison Lee for a few minutes there, Donnie.
Yeah, I did the same, and it's just always great talking to her.
Yeah. She told me that Jim Lee, Grandpa Jim, is back home watching on DragRacer.tv, and man, just very, very proud of his grandson over there. And, of course, son-in-law Bobby Hilton standing down there, and his wife Allison Lee, Hall of Fame crew chief, man.
I wish I had the energy that Allison has.
Man, you ain't kidding. And, of course, Dan Horan coming back here out of that number one qualifying spot, clinched the national championship here about a month ago, but would like to go out with a California Hot Rod Reunion championship.
Yeah, everybody on the property would too.
Yeah, including that car in the other lane out of Ohio. And I will tell you, Tyler always seems to be not the quickest car, but wind lights always seem to come on in his lane.
Yeah. Yeah, they do good, and that's a good team over there. And like I said, all the way from Ohio to compete this weekend.
Yes.
That's a little longer than it took us to come up from Los Angeles.
So Bobby Hilton looking over that Nitro Bernie big block Chevrolet for his son. Pete Kaiser, crew chief master tuner for the champ. Dan Horan here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane to go to the final and run for the trophy. Crew chiefs are done. Both drivers pre-staged. RPMs come up a little bit. They are set. Here we go. Somebody's going to the final. Oh, look at that great expectations car down there. A flash of fire. And Dan Horan at 569.1, 247. Tyler was away first. Tyler was better at 60 foot. Tyler was better all the way down track. And then you saw that flash of fire. And Dan Horan at 569.1 will run for the trophy here in Top Fuel Eliminator at the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. 592.4, 214 for Tyler. Bows out in the semis and trip back to Ohio for that great expectations team. Just once again, another spectacular job by that team.
Mike, it's funny that the left lane, we've seen a lot of engine damage in that lane in the lights.
Fast.
Right?
Must be fast.
The air's different in that lane, I know.
Yeah.
Look who's up next.
Well, we're going to find out who's going to race Dan Horan in the final. The champion speed shop car, Adam Sorokin. Be over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane. And Brett Williamson trying to do the old double up this weekend is that Forever Young team. Mike Fuller and Dave Yohara and the bunch picked up the win yesterday in the Tom Shillar Memorial Drag Race in a memory of our great friend, the High Speed Motorsports team. He was like the boss man and did so much for the sport of nostalgia drag racing, and everybody appreciating it. Just a great deal that Jim Young put together for this deal. Saturday qualifying in a race within a race, and a big-time win for that team and their driver, Brett Williamson. Lane choice goes to that Forever Young team, and they picked the right side Budweiser CP Carrillo lane.
Yeah, and to my custom floaters put that money up for those guys, so we'd like to thank them for their participation.
Absolutely. Custom floaters and a whole bunch of other people made donations to put together that $12,000 purse. Word is from the top end of the track, we are good to go. And you see Dave Layton down there, head of race control, says, fire them up, boys and girls. So Brett Williamson, car owner Mike Fuller, standing there over his nitro burning Hemi and Adam Sorokin. Bobby McClendon, the champion speed shop team. Yes, it does. The champion speed shop car, that RPM, that burnout seemed to go a little high. There we go, made a gravity injector on the champion speed shop car, brought that RPM down. Nothing wrong, just something that happens? Both of them pre-staged together to go to the final and race Dan Horan for the trophy. Watch that champion car down there, top end a little bit is 594, 221. Adam Sorokin is going to run for the trophy on a hole shot. That was 4 thousandths of a second at the time at the stripe down there. Adam was 25 better in reaction time. 594.6 takes out Brett Williamson's 592.5, and that was 4 thousandths of a second, which is about 7 inches at 240 miles an hour.
Adam's always good on those lights. In fact, he teaches a lot of drivers, you know, how to react to those bulbs and get a better reaction time. So, doesn't surprise me.
Wow, that was really something, wasn't it?
Yeah,
What?
Just exciting, and Adam Sorokin always good on those lights, and I know he works with other drivers, helping them on their reaction time. So it doesn't surprise me that he cut such a good light, and he got the win. So if he was in the doghouse, he's out now.
Yeah, absolutely. Semi-final round of Funny Car Eliminator, and the first pair is going to be a good one. Donnie with Jerry Espesis. The Atlas Testing team car for Jason Rupert, Brad Littlefield, Big Al and the guys, and Bobby Cottrell, the 4-time national champion. Bucky Austin and Heidi Austin, Dennis Austin and Jeanette O'Brien and Mike O'Brien and that whole bunch there. Eric, what do we got down there? Which car do you know? Sorokin. So Donnie, word is from the top end of the track, that 221 mile an hour speed, that champion speed shop car zipped a blower belt down there.
Yeah, it's funny, that car has issues with the blower down in the lights. They've had a lot of trouble with that thing, and they keep working on the tune-up, and well, Adam helped them on that one.
Yeah, they did. Driver did his job. So word goes out to fire the next pair. Great news with Jerry Espesis, Little Jerry as they call him, and Bobby Cottrell. A couple of cars that have been down in the low 550s, just not this weekend. There's only one car, 554.8, but we'll talk about that later on. So two very top-flight quality cars in the first pair, and the second pair ain't bad either, with a chance to run for that big-time trophy. Well, Donnie, going to be interesting. Far side, the traditional clutch as Don Wiener leans over and hits up that on injector, so the RPM's down on the Bardol car.
Yeah, that makes it easier to put it into reverse, so that's why you see the crew guys out there.
And of course, the pedal clutch car for Jerry Esposito. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, NE3 and Hot Rod winners to the lanes, please, as these first generation Camaros come back from their burnout. Number 4 qualifier over here right side, Jerry Esposito. Number 1 qualifier over there for the 4-time champion.
What a great matchup, man. People are getting treated to some great side-by-side funny car action.
Yeah, just a thing of beauty, man. Whoa, did you see the pump out of Brad Littlefield?
I saw it.
Wow, Bobby Cottrell got shut off.
What?
Wow. Jerry on a single run, and he had the pedal out of the throttle. And I'll tell you, that Bardol team is going to look at that and be sick. Jerry Esposito is going to coast to the final. Wow.
You don't see that too often.
15-14 at 51 miles an hour, and Jerry will be in the final round, and that Bardol car got shut off. And I will tell you, Donnie, that is a stunner.
Well, you don't see that too often with that team. Very professional team over there, and been in the winner's circle quite a few times, and we've never seen it shut off like that before at these events.
Probably one of the winningest cars in NHRA Heritage Series over the past few years, and 4-time champion. Well, that's on the resume. That's pretty good.
That tells you right
just
there.
A stunner to see that Bardol car get pushed off the starting line. Absolutely shocked.
I didn't see anything over there like there was something loose and they were panicking to tighten it or anything, and they're not cleaning up anything on the track, so kind of baffled what happened to shut the car off.
Yeah.
Is that?
Go ahead, Seth.
Okay.
Well, I'd have to say the first pair of Nitro Funny Car was just a stunner.
Well, I don't know. We might have another stunner here with
Yeah.
Drew Austin.
But just I don't know what was more stunning, the Bardol call getting shut off or Drew Austin's 554.
They were putting the car back together. I told them, hey, don't bother. They've already outlawed that motor.
Is that how you got that black eye?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still bleeding.
But just things that, as we always say, drag racing is in a very simple sport, and it is very simple until you put a car in the other lane.
Right.
Changes everything. So
Even if it's your friends, you're going to rip their throat out.
Yeah. So the 4-time champion and that entire crew and the Bardol crew for Austin and O'Brien, just a disappointment big time. But let's talk about this semifinal round with Drew Austin, 5:54.8, 4th quickest all-time run in NHRA Heritage Drag Racing Series, and Dan Horan, the newly crowned Top Fuel champion, former Funny Car champion, and Pete Kaiser is not going to be intimidated in any way, shape, or form.
No, he's doing his own deal, and you can't let that car intimidate you. Although that Pro Max car, just so everybody knows, has a new Ford motor in it. This is the first weekend they've run this car in competition.
Yep, as we said earlier, over the weekend they did some testing. Went as quick as 571, 252, but nobody was ready for 554. Dan Horan, Drew Austin.
Talked to Pat Austin there if they were putting the motor back together, and he said, I said, what's the strategy for the semifinals? And he said, we'd just like to repeat. I go, well, yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
You're right.
Yeah. It's like winning the lottery for $50 million to play again. I just like to repeat.
Yeah. Drew Austin, too. Great reaction time. Best in the class. And Dan's going to have to watch out for that. He's been a little off with his reaction times.
Well, very talented team over there in their Heritage Series debut, and that Pro Max team is Pat Austin out in front of his son there. As Dan Horan comes up here with an equally talented crew chief and Pete Kaiser. To run Jerry Espithus in the final round. Pat Austin walks away from his kid. Pete Kaiser from his boss man, Dan Horan. I would have to say it's everybody's just waiting to see what that orange car does, and Dan Horan over here could care less.
You're right. He just wants to go from A to B.
Wow, big time move, Pat Austin. Watch that far side scoreboard down there. Parachutes out 5.63 and on a hole shot. 5.63.9 takes out Dan Horan's 5.58.2. Horan goes 267 miles an hour, the all-time fastest ever for the Nitro Funny Car in the NHRA Heritage Series, and goes to the trailer. That Camaro of Dan Horan was trucking, but Drew Austin was 0.45 on the tree and gets there first with a little bit of smoke at 5.63, 2.56, and goes to the final and will race Jerry Espithus for the trophy in Nitro Funny Car at the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. But Dan Horan, all-time speed record at 267.11 miles an hour, and is going to go home. So that wraps up semifinal round Nitro Funny Car. Pro Mod is out next, and Bob Beck will step in and tell you all about this. And Bob, I got to tell you, you've been doing one heck of a great job, and appreciate all your help this weekend. It's a little bit worn out, aren't we?
We're running strong. We're running on all cylinders. So far, we haven't sprung any leaks. Wait a minute. We're running strong. We're going as quick as the cars are, at least our mouths are most of the times, as we get ready for Pro Mod. The Corvette coming up here in the Budweiser lane is Carl Wilson out of Anaheim, California. 93 Corvette, fourth generation Corvette. The C4 with a 471 cubic inch Brad Anderson engine. He's going up Jeremy Hanger in the Kurt Coons 59 Corvette. The number 1 and the number 3 qualifiers getting ready to go. Coons car with Jeremy Hanger behind the wheel ran 577 at 260 miles an hour. Carl Wilson, number 3 qualifier, 593 at 248 miles an hour. So on paper, qualifying says 12 miles an hour slower, almost 0.2 slower. But that's on paper, and these guys are now in the semifinal round. So they've worked their way through the field to get where they are. Kurt Coons, a long history in the Pro Mods. Early as a driver, now as the car owner, tuner. The swoopy early Corvette body over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The more aerodynamic body, the fourth generation Corvette, here in the Budweiser lane. So they get ready to go. Corvette against Corvette, with a Corvette waiting. Kind of moving forward. Three-stage light lit for Carl Wilson. Now Hanger gets in there. They're both staying. They hit the last going to Wilson. Is he going to be able to hold on to it? Yes, he does. He upsets the number one qualifier with a 587 to a 584 on a hole shot. Only 3/100ths of a second better reaction time, but the margin of victory, 12/10,000ths of a second. Gas C and D Gas and Nostalgia 2 to the lanes. C and D Gas and Nostalgia 2 to the lanes, please. Carl Wilson takes out the number one qualifier in a very strong side-by-side. Hanger, quicker the first 60 feet. Slower the 330. Slower at the 1/8. Faster, though, at 200 miles an hour to 196. Quicker again now at the 1,000-foot. 584 to a 587, 257 to 248 miles an hour, but the hole shot gave Carl Wilson the victory by 12 10,000ths of a second. Wow. Now, Ed Marks is coming up with his swoopy Corvette. And where's his competition? Rutrow. The GTO hanging back. Carl getting a single. Your number two qualifier. Let's see what he can do. He's run a 592 in qualifying. Now it's going to be interesting. Pro mods. Funny cars with doors. Getting ready to go. Ed Marks out of Cherry Valley, California. Marks Motorsports 53 Corvette body at 521 cubic inches with a Brad Anderson power plant. Qualified number two with a 592, 247 miles an hour. Crew says, all right, guys, it's in your hands. Go, driver, go. So Ed Marks pulling up to the line. I believe Ed is getting the ladder by run. The next car gets a competition by run. Meaning his competition didn't make the call. Pedals it, gets out of shape, backside of it, says, all right, this isn't going to be a good run. I might as well just save it for the next round. He goes 854, 107 miles an hour backing out of it. Had a 1.060 foot mark. Was late on the light with a 762 single. Really didn't matter much. But then it started to go away. He pedaled it. He played with it and said, yeah, I'm going to save it. So Marks takes a leisurely run down track. Here comes the GTO. All right, so the GTO getting ready to go. Based on the Australian-built Pontiac GTO. That was a Holden Monaro. A lot more aerodynamic than the car it's based on, as are most of the Pro mods that come out. So move it up. Unfortunately, we don't have any tech information on this driver for the car. And it goes pound, 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 burp, burp. So not going to be a good run. Whatever it was, the burnout was the best part of this guy's run. All right, so some dragsters coming your way. The Junior Fuel car is back on track. Gas B and Gas C. You should be in the lanes. Hot Rod's already there. Double A's already there. Nostalgia cars are getting into the lanes as we move on to more racing action here at famous Famoso Drag Strip. Brad Willard out of Oceanside, California, the owner of Riker Machine, is in the Budweiser lane. Qualified number 3 with a 698. His index, 689. Dustin Lee, the youngster, and I say youngster, he's 41 years old. But it's one of those guys that I've known since he's like 5 years old, which is scary in itself. He's the 41-year-old engine builder out of Flyer, Indiana, or Idaho. He is the number 2 qualifier against the number 3 qualifier. Dustin's daily driver is a Dynamite 54 Ford 2-door station wagon, his ranch wagon. He used it to deliver engines that he built. Originally from the Palmdale, Lancaster area in the Antelope Valley. He's moved on. He started out racing junior dragsters when the category first came out in about 1990. His dad, Jimmy Lee, was the driving instructor at LA County Raceway in Palmdale. Pre-stage light lit. Full stage jump. And a red light for Dustin Lee. 1/1000th of a second into the red. He misses a perfect light by 1/1000th of a second. Runs 7:16 on a 7:01 dial against a 6:97 on an 89. Woodard goes on to the next round, and Dustin puts himself on the trailer, red lighting by 1/1000th of a second. 001 red. Don Enrique, the number 1 qualifier. His index is 714. He qualified 714. Dan Fenton, his index is 701, but he qualified with a 712. He's the number 4 qualifier up against the number 1. In the early days of fuel-injected vehicles, the injector stacks were sometimes up to a foot long and in different directions in an attempt to get air from different sides of the motor, different cleanness, trying to circumvent the wind and so forth. But the junior fuel guys started shortening the stacks until they found that almost no stack at all was the best. And that's what you see on today's junior fuel cars. The tallest thing on the engine now, the Magneto. So Don Enrique out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Number 1 qualifier by 7/1000ths of a second. He is in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Dan Fenton out of Valley Spring, California. Driving a Neil Parks chassis. 396 Chevy for power. The number 4 qualifier. He ran a 712. Enrique, a 714. But Fenton's a junior fuel B car. and Enrique is a Junior Fuel C. Difference, cylinder head configurations. Move it up into the beams now, getting ready to go. Enrique will leave first. Fenton will try to chase him down. Uh-oh. Fenton spins the tire. Enrique runs away. 7:33 for the win to an 8:01 upset for Fenton. The number 1, Don Enrique, holds on to that winning streak and moves on to the next round of racing action. Next up, AA gas. Scotty White out of Seaside, California. The 41 Willys with the number 1 qualifier. It's got a 471 Hemi. Gary Ranero out of Merced, California. The 48 Austin with a Brad Anderson 452. The number 3 qualifier ran a 678 in qualifying. Scotty White a 651. 2 fiberglass replicas of the real cars they emulate. Ranero's car about a foot wider than the original of Austin. I remember when Ranero first built that car, he hadn't put paint on it yet. It was just the raw fiberglass. And there was a big strip right down the center of the car. They widened it about a foot so that the tires and the wheels were underneath the fenders. Ranero doesn't quite go down as far the track as White does. Ranero comes back. He's 81 years young. Taking on the youngster, Scott White, who's 42 years old. Ranero self-employed. White, an HVAC contractor. The 41 Willys with a 471 Hemi against the 48 Austin with a 452. Both of these, when they were real cars and new, were economy cars. Although most cars built in Britain back in those days were economical in comparison to the American-made machines. Both cars, when new, were 4-cylinder. The Austin was one of the higher line compact cars of the time. The Willys, one of the independent companies trying to compete. Willys best known for the Jeeps, but started building cars first. Moving up into the beams. AA gas. B gas. NE1. B gas to the lane. White with the hole shot. A full 10th, but look at Ranero run him down. Ranero runs right past the leader with a 679 to a 728. White, hole shot, over a 1/10 of a second lead on the start, nearly 2 tenths. At the 60-foot mark, he was way out in front, another 1/10. At the 3:30, he spun, and Ranero caught him. At the 8th mile mark, Ranero was gone, never to look back, and takes the win with a 679 to a 728. Mike Malia, Grants Pass, Oregon. He's a chassis builder with the 33 Willys Coupe. 451 Brad Anderson power plant, number 7 qualifier with a 164 mile an hour run, 7.79. Greg McCallum out of Gerhardt, Oregon. 38 Chevy Coupe. Brad Anderson 451 as well. He was the number 5 qualifier, running 7:05. Big gap in qualifying times, but they've made it this far. Malia's 32 Willy, or 33 Willys, far less aerodynamic than the Chevy Coupe. Chevy's got a huge wing up on top, as does the Willys, to try to keep the cars planted at speed. Now, as the gassers picked up in speed, the guys that were running the Chevy-style bodies found that the roof line and trunk line actually created lift, and the cars would get light as they got faster. They had to add the wings of sorts to keep the vehicle stable at speed. We noted this at Sears Point and in Las Vegas, running the early days of the Good Guys Nostalgia Series. As these cars got quicker, they got more difficult to drive. The wings have helped them out tremendously. As they move up in stage, Molia first to hit the pre-stage light. Molia goes in full. He's got the RPMs up. McCullum there now. And they're running. Molia out in front. McCullum backs out of it as his car gets out of shape. Molia goes 7:14. Excellent run for him to a 10:15. McCullum backs out of it as his car started to drift towards the center line and get out of shape. He saves it for another day. More racing action. More door slamming runs. Getting ready. Chevelle against Mustang. 1966 Mustang. The 64, 5, and 6 Mustangs look identical from the outside with the exception of those little chrome spears right behind the door. That indicates it's a 1966 Mustang. Norm Bergman out of Concord, California. This is his hot rod run. He's running 2 classes with that car today. Bob Sanders out of Glencoe, California. 69 Chevelle with a 540 big block. Dial-ins, 1016 for Sanders in the Chevelle, 1060 for Bergman. Now Bergman is on track for a championship if he can win the event in his gasser class that he's running the car. So we're going to see Bergman's Mustang leave the line first. Watch the front wheels. If he gets the launch he wants, they come up. Oh, just a little bit, and he goes red. 004 red light for Norm Bergman, the losing effort. Bob Sanders gets the win. Now Bergman can concentrate on the gasser class. He dials 60, he goes 64. Sanders dials 16 and goes 24. But Bergman goes red by 4 thousandths of a second. Don Momey out of Stockton, California, 38 Chevy sedan, 540 big block, coming off a win at the Kingdon reunion race in Stockton, Lodi actually. Marvelous Marvin Rolls from Chino, California, the 72 Vega, the current track champion at Irwindale Drag Strip. Marvin's gone. Momey, better reaction time is closing in on Marv. The big heavy Chevy coming on strong. Is he going to be able to get Marv, or is Marv breaking out? Marv breaks out. Marv goes 10:25 to a 9:27. Momey is good from the start to the finish. He goes 0:19 reaction to an 0:49 and a 27 on a 25 for the win. Marvin Rolls breaking out by 0.06 of a second. Steve McReynolds out of Visalia in the 71 Vega against Larry Warren in the 55 Chevy. 955 dial left lane, 1068 right lane. Red light. Steve McReynolds follows Marvin Rolls and goes deep in the red. Larry Warren is going to get the win. Goes 880 or 1082 at 123 on a 68 to a 954 breakout by 100th of a second, along with that red light of 056. Lindsay Lister out of Los Angeles in the Shoemaker chassis dragster, taking on Dennis Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming in the 27 Ford. Dennis Keck, the number 2 qualifier. Lindsay Lister, the number 8 qualifier. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 3 with a 960 index. Lindsay Lister in the 72 Shoemaker chassis car, 383 small block. Dennis Keck in the 27 Ford with a madcap 436. Wheels go way up in the air as Keck sets it on the wheelie bar. He's got a better reaction time. No, not really. But the 60-foot is. And Lindsay taking the win. Lindsay had an 0.32 light to an 0.48 for Keck. Lindsay led the way. Slower incrementals all the way down the track, but the reaction time is what did it. She wins by 0.04 of a second. Robbie Udell out of Irvine, California. 960 is the number. Jeff Folan out of Mission Hills, California. Two SoCal guys. Number 1 qualifier is Folan. Number 3 is Udell. Udell got that interesting looking T pickup truck body. Taking on the T with a turtle deck. Now that's what they call the trunk area on the early T's. They called it a turtle deck because of its shape. Better reaction time for Udell. Is it going to work? It's 200s better, but it looks like Folan's out in front. And it is Robbie Udell getting there first. Both running the same number. 962 with a 0. The difference was the reaction time, 200ths. The difference at the finish line, those same 200ths of a second. And Robbie Udell unseats the number 1 qualifier. Robbie Udell moving on. The Willys Sedan Delivery coming up here in the Budweiser lane. Going to take on the Camaro of, well, Cale Mallory, your number 1 qualifier out of Bakersfield, the 67 Camaro. Bill Becker out of Paso Robles, the number 12 qualifier. Becker in the Willys. Mallory in the Camaro, first generation Camaro. RPMs come up and they're gone. Reaction advantage, 300ths of a second. Cale showing why he's number 1 right now and takes the win. 964 to a 962. It was all in reaction time. Mallory with an 014 to an 046. Margin of victory, 0-1. Billy Teague driving the bright orange Nova. Lee Roberts in the Ford pickup. Roberts out of Sparks, Nevada. Billy out of Reedley. Oh, and another reaction advantage run. 0.2 of a second. Roberts looking to take the win. Double breakout, and Billy Teague gets the win. Teague breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Roberts, 29 thousandths. He had the better reaction time, 0.11 to an 0.36. Teague breaks out by less. Bryson Cleveland out of California, Maryland. 69 Camaro goes red, giving the win to Mark Capps out of Madera. Capps had an 0.50 reaction. Bryson just left before the tree could get activated. And the win goes to Capps. You're told to anticipate the green light. He over-anticipated. He's an overachiever. Chris Ria, your number 15. A-Gas and AFX to the lanes. A-Gas and AFX to the lanes. For Craig Ria getting the bye run, 0.42 reaction, looking for a 960. And goes 962, 138 miles an hour. Danny Brown out of Visalia with the Vega. Dave Curiagra out of Santa Ynez with a Camaro. 1060 the index for these guys. This is D Gas as the gassers. I've been called the gasser a number of times, but it had nothing to do with the cars I drive. 002 red light for Curiagra. Brown with an 013 reaction gets the win. 1065 on a 60 to a 1066. A 00 red light for David Curiagra, though. Put him out on the hit. Dan Fournier, the champion, was the number 5 qualifier out of Sunnyvale, California. 1060 still the index. Ron Workman out of Wasco, close. He's right here. Green light, they're gone. Reaction times are within 100th of a second of each other. Nova and Anglia running for the finish line. The Ford in the Budweiser lane gets the win on a double breakout. Fournier breaks out by 1/100th of a second. Workman by 19 thousandths of a second. It was greater. He had a 1058 on a 60 to a 1059. Norm Bergman back again with the 66 Mustang, 1060 the index. He just lost in Hot Rod, and he's back in D-Gas with the same car. This time he goes a 142 reaction, 1.460 foot mark, 4.2 at the 330 mark, 6 at the 8th mile, the halfway point, and then goes 1058 under the number. Jeff Rochester, Forest Ranch, California. 32 Bantam over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Terry Lindbad out of Chico, California, the 66 Williams chassis car. 860 the index for Nostalgia Eliminator 2. A-Gas, AFX, and Exhibitionists to the lane. A-Gas, AFX, and Exhibition to the lanes, please. A-Gas, AFX, and Exhibition to the lanes. Terry Lindblad out of Chico, California, was the number 17 qualifier. Jeff Broadchester was the number 12 qualifier. 860 the number they're looking for. Ooh, Terry Lindblad drills the tree. Is it going to work? Looking for the 860. He gets an 860 to an 859 with an 8. Broadchester breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Lindblad runs on the number 860 with a 6. 152 miles an hour. Margin of victory, 38 thousandths of a second. Sam Tucker in the Budweiser lane, 32 Bantam. He's the gas man, he says. Eddie Lucas out of Modesto, 32 Bantam with a 622 big block. Your number 2 qualifier in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. The number 8 qualifier in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. They're gone. Oh, excellent reaction times within 0.05 of a second of each other, or 0.005 of a second of each other. At the stripe, it's going to be the Budweiser lane, 863 for Sam Tucker to an 865 for Eddie Lucas. So the number 8 puts out the number 2. Both at 150 plus miles an hour. Margin of victory, 35 thousandths of a second. AFX, A-Gas, and Exhibition to the lanes. AFX, A-Gas, and Exhibition to the lanes. Megan Gorman, your number 1 qualifier in the 67 Camaro here in the Budweiser lane. Chris Dolinger out of Exeter, the 69 Mustang. Ford Chevy matchup. Dolinger, your number 9 qualifier, running an 863. Gorman, the number 1 qualifier, with an 860. Megan has been a strong runner ever since the beginning of qualifying. She took the number 1 spot on her first run and never looked back. .860, the elusive number they're trying to hit. They've both been extremely close. Megan 6,000's off. 300's off for Dolinger. Reaction times, again, another close one. Megan with a slight edge, and I mean really slight, and loses. Chris Dolinger unseats number 1 with an 863 to an 864. Margin of victory, the closest race of the day. 8/10,000ths of a second. 8/10,000ths difference. Dolinger taking the win over Megan. Kevin Riley out of Santa Clara, California, the number 2 qualifier with an 860 and a 6 against Randy Armstrong, the number 13 qualifier with an 866 and a 9. Armstrong out of Paso Robles. Riley out of Santa Clara. If Riley does well, you'll see that same lady doing her happy dance. Watch the lady wearing the red right behind the purple People Eater Barracuda. They hit the loud pedal. Oh, what a light. Kevin Riley with a 001 reaction. She's holding, she's watching carefully. He gets the win. There's the dance. Actually, there's 2 of them dancing. They're happy. Kevin Riley goes 864 to an 861. He had a 001 reaction time to Randy Armstrong's 049. Margin of victory, 18,000ths of a second. She's so happy, she's out of breath. There we go. All right, lots more racing actions happen as we have more cars pulling into the staging lanes. AFX, A-Gas, and Exhibition should be ready to go. We've got some gassers moving up in the lanes. We've got dragsters sitting there patiently waiting. We've got the door slammers moving up. It's going to be a fun run to the finish as we continue on with great racing action at the California Hot Rod Reunion 2021 edition. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, along with Mike English, Donnie Couch, Warren Evans, and Steve LaBarber, keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going to be here locally and on DragRacer.tv. All right, Nostalgia Eliminator 1 moving up over in the lanes. All right, Kenny Upton out of Garbage Grove, California, the 2013 dragster with the Donovan 565, which is your number 12 qualifier with a 765 on a 760 index. Max Casey out of Sacramento, California, the Neal and Parks chassis with a 434 Chevrolet engine was the number 10 qualifier, running 764. So a hundredth of a second, actually a little bit less, separates these two vehicles in qualifying. All right, Upton and Casey getting ready to go. 760, the magic number for this category. This is Nostalgia Eliminator 1. NE1. Reaction times nearly identical. 60 foots, nearly identical. Finish line, it is a win. They run identical ET. 761 with a 6 to a 761 with a 6. The reaction time difference, 1,000th of a second. Margin of victory, 12/10,000ths of a second. This was a close one. They were running neck and neck, incrementals almost identical all the way down the track. 1.1 at the 60 foot, 3.1 at the 330, 4.8 at the 8th, 142 miles each at the 8th mile. 632 and 632 at the 1,000 foot, both at 761 at the finish line. 12/10,000ths separated them at the lights. Ed Silverman out of Lake Isabella, California, number 17 qualifier in the Budweiser lane. Dave Lawson out of Mariposa, number 3 qualifier with a 761. The 760 is the magic number. Qualifying says Lawson's got the advantage. Off the mark they go. Reaction times are close. Lawson has the lead, but it is Silberman getting the win. 763 to a 762. The better reaction time was Lawson. The incrementals go to Silberman, and he gets the win. More racing action going to be happening here. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for being part of the California Hot Rod Reunion. More racing action going to be happening here. AFX drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. Here come the A-Gassers. One of my favorite cars at A-Gas is Richard Wilson's Glendora Base 35 Chrysler Airflow. It's the number 7 qualifier with a 762. Terry Newton out of Camarillo, the 53 Studebaker. Now, the Airflow was considered a very aerodynamic vehicle in the 1930s. Compared to everyone else's vehicles at the time, it was aerodynamic. The Studebaker became the aerodynamic car to set the speed records beginning in 1953. Very slick, smooth body with the rake on the nose. Still used by many, not only in drag racing, but in Bonneville land speed record racing because of its aerodynamics. Whether they intended it to be aerodynamic or just wanted it looking swoopy, not sure. Studebaker Corporation went out of business in 1966. What some people don't know is the original oil additive, called STP, was a Studebaker product. Andy Granatelli set many world records, speed records, with Studebaker products before their demise. Richard Wilson driving the Airflow. Terry Newton driving the Studebaker. And pop, and they're gone. Newton with the better reaction time. Richard trying to close in, and it is Newton. 764 to a breakout. 757 for Wilson. So Newton going on to another round with that 764, 180 mile an hour blast. Frank Miranda, Paso Robles body shop owner. The 59 Rambler with a Chevy 500, home record 3. He was the number 4 qualifier, running 760 with a 9. Hot Rod, D-Gas, C-Gas to the lanes. Hot Rod, D-Gas, C-Gas to the lanes. Hot Rod, C-Gas, D-Gas to the lanes. Ray Padgett in the Corvette. Frank Miranda in the Rambler. From aerodynamic to a brick. Both looking for 760s. Frank Miranda always running station wagons. When he first started, he was running a 55 Nomad. RPMs come up, and Miranda's got a problem. Miranda's car not making the run the way he wanted it to, and Padgett gets the gimme. 777 on a 760. Miranda's car not operating the way he wanted it to in a 1521. FX cars are coming up now. Mike Rogers out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. 65 Chevelle SS. It's got a 454 stuffed between the front wheels. Kevin Jones out of Whitewater, Colorado. The 69 Barracuda with a 440 for power. 1075 dial for Jones, 10 flat for Rogers. Wheels up, and he's gone. Reaction advantage going to the Barracuda. The Chevelle closing the gap. Slowly getting closer. Is Jones going to be too quick? No, but he's not there in time. Mike Rogers nips by him with a 10.04 at the finish line to a 10.82. Margin of victory, 82 ten-thousandths of a second. Greg Melton out of Escondido, California with the 1968 Roadrunner has an 875 index. Kenny Moreland with an 11 flat in the 67 Chevelle. Off goes the Chevelle. Waiting patiently and gone, but waiting too patiently possibly. Moreland way out there in front. Is he going to be too quick? No, he's got him. 11.08 on an 11 to an 8.83 on a 75. 0.05 of a second to the good for Ken Moreland. The Valiant Machine here in the right lane. Doug Stiers out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Ron Kinzer out of Whitewater, Colorado with the Barracuda. Wheels up, and they are gone. And Doug Stiers has the reaction advantage by almost a tenth. coming to the stripe. It is the Valiant. 10:04 to a 9:75 on the 9:75, but late on the lights by a tenth of a second, and the win 40 thousandths of a second. Brad Schaefer out of Wiggins, Colorado with the 67 Fairlane 557 big block, taking on Dakota Berry out of Grand Junction, Colorado. The 70 Dart going to try and stick it to him. 10:25 index for the Dart, 9:75 for the Ford. Dart with the better reaction time, and the win goes to the Ford. Brad Schaefer with a 981 to a 1041. Berry doesn't run the number, and Schaefer gets closer by 0.04 of a second. More racing action happening as we get closer and closer to final rounds. We are just about in semis in most categories except Hot Rod and FX. Got that cool 59 Plymouth back into the exhibition lanes. The Moore and Woods Corvette moving up now on an exhibition run. Always liked the 63 to 67 Corvette body style. My first ride in a Corvette was a 1966 machine. That sold me on it, the fact that I wanted a Corvette someday. It wasn't until 1991 that I was able to finally get one. Had 3 since then. Something about the Corvette, the aura or the allure of the plastic machines. This one an homage to the 1963 Stingray with the spine going through the back window. The only year that the Corvette had that spine, and it was required by Mitchell, the head designer for Chevrolet. And it definitely was a damn good looking touch to the car, but it was also a severe blockage to rear vision, and that's why they eliminated it. Line with a 187 reaction, 1:060 foot, 2.7 to 330, and a 653 at 212 miles an hour going through the finish line lights. The 59 Plymouth with fuel injection. You got to look under the hood of this car. It looks somewhat innocent from the outside except for the chrome wheels and the scoop, but when you look under the hood, that's got an injected big block Mopar. Sil Brander out of San Jacinto, California with the 59. He calls it a mega block Mopar. '59 Plymouth with the abbreviated rear wings or fins. All right, NE Series champions, if you'd like to get your photo taken, you're out of competition, line up in lane 9. NE Series, if you are the champion and you'd like to get your championship photo taken and you're already out of competition, line up in lane 9 and pull up and get your series championship and your presentation. All right, the wheel stander back. Now, he kind of bobbled with it yesterday evening, but I think he's got it fixed. It sounds a whole lot better. Well, it did, and then it stalled. He fired it up. He got it past the water box, and it said, I don't want to go any further. It's a Ford Model T truck. Got a Hemi in the back. Fires up. Still got that bobble right off the hit. If you know history in automotive, here's the irony. The Dodge brothers built Model Ts for Henry. It's a Chrysler Hemi, possibly from a Dodge. It doesn't want to run in a Model T. And he's going to try and motor down the track. He's trying to keep it running. That is the exhibition. He's trying to keep it running. He's got to half track, almost. He's trying to go down track. He's trying to he makes it to half track and comes to a dead stop. Literally. The truck is dead. Okay. Now he's stopped. Now he's not moving. Now it won't refire. And the Ford guys in the stands are going, see, you put a Chrysler in a Ford. That's what happens. The Chrysler guys are going, well, it's a Chrysler motor. Why would it run in a Ford? Everyone else is going, get him off the track already, right? All right, we probably are going to need a tow truck to help him off track. All right, again, if you're in the NE categories and you're getting a championship, you've won the championship in your category, but you have not stayed in competition, you can pull your car up in the staging lane 9 and get your championship photo and presentation.
Hello.
All right, photographers, there's hot mics on the track. Be careful what you're saying. Everyone is hearing you worldwide. All right, so the track push vehicle is going to help the tee off the track. He's been teed off. AFX semis to the lanes, please. AFX semis to the lanes. All right, only a few minutes left to get your nostalgia, your Hot Rod Reunion gear. Hot Rod Reunion gear still available in the reunion tent, but only for a little while. So head on down. If you haven't got your event shirt yet, get it while they're good, because you never know if you're going to need it for an alibi later today. Now, you can't go home with a sunburn and say you were at the track, because we just haven't had that much sun. And you really can't prove you were here unless you happen to have the ticket. But the event shirt will definitely prove that you were at the California Hot Rod Reunion here at Famoso Drag Strip 2021. So get your event shirts, head on down to the reunion tent, and get them while they're hot. Event gear, get it. FX semifinalists, you need to pull up in the lanes. FX semifinalists, you need to pull up in the lanes. Hot Rods coming down to the track right now. Don Momey was the number 1 qualifier, and he's over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Bob Sanders with a 1024 dial-in will be in the Budweiser lane. Momey out of Stockton, California, coming from a win at the Kingdon Reunion Race up in Lodi, California. He's got the 38 Chevy with the 540. Bob Sanders out of Glencoe, California, 69 Chevelle with a 540 as well. Chevelle, a heavier car, dials 1024. Momey, red lights with a 009. Misses a perfect light by 9 thousandths of a second, and Bob Sanders unseats the number 1 guy in the class. Momey not only red lights, but insult to injury, goes red and then breaks out with a 925. Sanders goes 1025 on a 24 with an 019 reaction time. His car was set on stun. Larry Warren from Tehachapi gets a competition by. Takes his 55 down track, 011 reaction time. Looking for a 1068. And gets a 1081. Next up, the man that tried to run 2 classes, Norm Bergman out of Concord. He's got to win this event to win the championship. That's how tight the points is. Daniel Brown out of Visalia, number 1 qualifier. Norm Bergman, number 11 qualifier. 1060, the elusive number for this D-Gas category. And they're gone. Reaction times are close. 60 foots are just as close. 330s still close. At the stripe, it's going to Daniel Brown. All remaining winners, all classes return to the lane. Dan Brown goes 1060 on a 60 to Norm Bergman's 1061. Margin of victory, 54 thousandths of a second. Don Fournier getting ready to go. Fournier with a 1060 index. Heads to the stripe on a bye run. He'll go on to the next round and goes 1059 with a 7, 3 thousandths under the number. Again, all remaining competitors to the lanes. All remaining competitors to the staging lanes. All remaining competitors, please return to the staging lanes. All classes, all competitors. If you are still in competition, please return to the staging lanes. Cale Mallory, number 1 qualifier in the Camaro. Billy Teague, number 13 qualifier in the Budweiser lane. Three-way Chevrolet has Cale Mallory. Number 1 qualifier ran 960. Billy Teague, the number 13 qualifier with a 963. Watch them on the starting line. These guys have been guns. Red light for the number 1. 030 in the red to an 041. Billy Teague takes out number 1 and then breaks out. 957 with a 5 to a 964, but it was a red light that took Cale Mallory out of competition. Mark Capps out of Madera, California, 67 Mustang. Owner of the Mustang Ranch. Now, not the one you're thinking. This one sells Mustang car parts. Chris Ria out of Elk Grove, California. 960 dial-in is what they're looking for. This is C-Gas. It's a 960 index. And red light for Caps. Chris Ria in the 7-Up Nova. Going to get the win light. He goes 956. He breaks out, but it was first or worse. And Mark Caps not only red lit, but breaks out as well. He figured, oh, what the heck. He kept his foot in it. Goes 140 miles an hour. All remaining competitors to the staging lanes. Our dancing fan is still dancing. She's happy. I'm not sure why, but hey, what the heck. Even her friends hugging everybody. This is a hug fest on the starting line. More racing happening. We need all remaining competitors to the staging lanes. All remaining competitors, all classes to the staging lanes, please. All remaining competitors, all classes, please return to the lanes for your final rounds. Thanks for being with us here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Remember, Reunion gear is still available while the tent's open at Reunion Central. Get your Reunion gear, shirts, hats, you name it, we've got it. But you got to get over to the Reunion Central tent to get it. All remaining competitors. We've got FX cars. We've got 4 of them here getting ready to go. A mixture, 2 Chevrolets, a Mopar, and a Ford coming into the semifinal. Okay, drivers to your vehicles, please. FX coming down for their semifinal round. All remaining competitors in all classes, you should be in the staging lanes. All remaining competitors, all classes, you should be in the staging lanes. AFX semifinal coming to the lanes. Ford against Chevrolet. The midsize cars from Ford and Chevrolet meeting up in the semifinal round. Ford Fairlane had one of these when I got out of the service. Kind of liked it. 390 with the 4-speed. Fun car. Never had a Chevelle, but my son did. It was cool too. So we got Kenny Moreland out of Vista, California, 67 Chevelle with the 406. He's the number 27 qualifier. He's here in the semis. 11 flat, his index. Brad Schaefer out of Wiggins, Colorado, owns Napa Auto Parts stores up there. 67 Fairlane, Ford 557. He was the number 8 qualifier. Moreland off the mark hard, and it's Schaefer chasing. Ford trying to close in on the Chevy. Chevy out in front. Is he going to be too quick? No, he's not quick enough. 993 for Schaefer to take the win by 0.12 of a second. 11:34 at 101. It was Moreland backing out of it. He thought he was too quick. He wasn't. and he lost. Doug Stiers dials 10, so does Mike Rogers, and they're side by next, leaving the line. It's Rogers with the better of the two reaction times. They're staying equally apart coming down the track, and it is Rogers holding on for the win, 10-15 to a quicker 10-11 margin of victory, 27 ten-thousandths of a second. Neither one of these drivers lifted. They held it down, but it was Stiers unable to run the number and late on the lights. Now, 96 is not real late, but when you're up against Rogers and he goes a 58, you're late. So the win going to Mike Rogers. It'll be a Ford against Chevrolet final round in AFX. Again, all remaining competitors, please return to the lanes. All remaining competitors, all classes, please return to the staging lanes for your final rounds. All remaining competitors, please return to the staging lanes. Again, all remaining competitors, all classes, please return to the staging lanes. Kind of looks like the Bumblebees have descended on the staging lanes. All right, we're working on assembling all the final round competitors right now. So if you're in competition still, all classes, you should be back into the staging lanes. All classes, all racers still in competition should be in the staging lanes right now. Please come back to the staging lanes for all classes. Now, if you are taking a championship but you have been eliminated already, you should be in the lane 9 to get your awards and photograph. All right, cars are pulling into the lanes as we get ready to run the final rounds in many of the classes. We worked our way through the classes today. It's been a very good day of racing action. Hope you've enjoyed the action you've seen, whether it was here or on dragracer.tv worldwide. And we've had people from all over the world sending us notes, enjoying the event so far. We're glad they can do it. From Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, Italy, and all places in between. Shout out to our friends Marty Wood in Australia and Neil Panks in the United Kingdom. And Martin Chesworth. Martin and Ingrid, also in Great Britain, who sent us notes. Some of the people that are normally here but couldn't come in the country yet are watching us on dragracer.tv. All right, Dragster pulling up. Nostalgia Eliminator cars coming to the line. Small block Chevy powered Dragster taking on a Roadster. This is Robbie Udell in the 1927 Ford with the 565 big block Chevy in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Lindsay Lister out of Los Angeles in the Shoemaker chassis Dragster with a 383 small block. Your number 3 qualifier, Robbie Udell, in the three-way lane. And number 8 qualifier, Lister. Final round, Robbie Udell and Lindsay Lister. Who's going to be the champion here today? 960, the heads-up index. RPMs come up and they're gone. Reaction advantage, a huge one for Lindsay Lister. But it is Udell pulling away. At the stripe, it's Lister. Double breakout, and Lister breaks out by less to get the win. 9:55 to a 9:49. Udell, late on the lights, picked up the pace, was quicker down track, and went too quick. 139 miles an hour to 138. Margin of victory, 82 ten-thousandths of a second. Lindsay Lister going home with the Wally. More final round action coming your way here. Vince Generalo out of Las Vegas, the 32 Bantam. This is 7-0 Pro final. Kevin Raposo in the Budweiser lane. Vince Giraldo in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Raposo, the local 2017 Spitzer chassis car with a 496 Rodex. Giraldo doing a burnout, and the car was barely moving. Raposo does the burnout, and the car shoots off the line. 7 flat is the index. This is the 7.0 Pro, guys. Now, Vince Giraldo wasn't able to slow the car down enough during qualifying and came in with a 693. Raposo was a 709 on a 7.0 index to be the number 9 qualifier. Obviously, Vince Giraldo found the combination and has made it to the final round against Kevin Raposo. They've taken out all the hot shots above them to come and meet in the final. 7.0, the indexed number to hit. This is 7.0 Pro, final race of the day. Raposo is staging. He's got the pre-stage light lit. Now Giraldo goes in there. Raposo staged, RPMs come up. Giraldo's there. They're gone. Reaction advantage to the Vegas-based team, and he's way out in front. Is he going to be too quick? No, 7-11 lose. He doesn't run it. The Vegas car goes 7-11 and loses. 7:01, Kevin Raposo getting the win, 1,000th of a second off the index, 65 hundredths ahead at the finish line. Giraldo had the better reaction time. Raposo, though, had the other incrementals going down track. Larry Warren out of Tehachapi, California, Tri-5 Chevy, taking on Bob Sanders in the Glencoe-based 69 Chevelle. This is the Hot Rod final. 1080 dial in for Larry Warren, 1025 for Bob Sanders. Sanders in the Budweiser lane. Warren in the three-way Chevrolet lane, and it's a Chevy final round. Tri-5 against Chevelle. RPM's coming up, and they are gone. Warren drills the tree. He's way out in front. Sanders trying to close in. Is Warren going to be too quick? No, he gets the win. 1083 on a 1080 to a 35 on a 25. A 009 reaction time, and Larry Warren is charmed. We've got a bunch of bumblebees over in the left lane right now. I got to do a quick check of the truck before we send any more competitors down. Thank you for being here at the California Hot Rod Reunion as we get ready to continue with all the final round competitors. Looks like they're getting a team photo there. It's a good thing it's not a bright sunny day, otherwise it'd blind the camera. We'll call them the Bumblebee Brigade. All right, we're going to do some cleanup back at the end of the track. Apparently our winner, Larry Warren, ejected the drive shaft from his vehicle going through the finish line. So he won without the drive shaft. He must have been osmosis or something that connected the to kinetic energy. So we got a little bit of cleanup there, get the drive shaft up and such. We'll be back to racing in just a few moments. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for being here with us. The California Hot Rod Reunion. You've made history by being here with us. We are so glad you are. And for those of you watching on TV, on dragracer.tv, glad you could be with us as well. All right, so we got a little bit of cleanup down there after the finish line. We'll get that taken care of. Get back to racing action for you. Give you some information about the last race. Larry Warren, who won, just lost his drive shaft. They found it for him, though. It's a little bent right now, so I don't think he's going to put it back in. He had a 009 reaction. Bob Sanders had an 054. The dial-in for Warren was 1080. The dial-in for Sanders was 1025. The first 60 feet, Warren was running strong with a 1.4 second 60-foot mark. Sanders a 1.7. At the 330, Warren was at 4.42. Sanders, picking up the pace, was at 4.49. At the 8th mile mark, Warren was now slowing down at 6.8 to Sanders speeding up 6.7. The mile per hour, Sanders coming on strong at 108, Warren at 99. At the 1,000-foot mark, Sanders was 0.3 quicker than Warren, who was at 902 to an 870. At the stripe, though, where it counts, Warren ran 1083 with an 8 to Bob Sanders 1035 with a 5. Sanders a 10th off his dial-in. Warren 0.03 off his dial-in. Mile per hour is 123 to 136. Margin of victory, good size one. 1/10 of a second. And then when he went to slow down, the drive shaft decided to leave the car. Said, I'm done racing today. You can't go any further. All right, track is cleared. Track is clean. The parts and pieces are back up. And we're coming up with an NE final. Nostalgia Eliminator, a very popular category. Center steer cars. 3 different nostalgia classes. You can have a funny car, you can have a dragster, you can have an altered, as long as it's center steer. And you run an index. The bright white Bantam here in the Budweiser lane. Taking on the dragster in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Sam Tucker out of Redding, California. 32 Bantam with a 470 Mopar for power. Was the number 8 qualifier, running 861. Terry Lindblad out of Chico, California. The 66 Williams chassis dragster with a 392 Chrysler. Was the 17 qualifier with an 864. Only 0.03 of a second separated them, but 8 places between the two. Judging by the fact that everyone around Lindblad's car is wearing yellow and black, I would say the Bumblebee Brigade is part of Terry Lindblad's team. Either that or they got a very large bowling team going on. Pre-stage light lit for Tucker. Lindblad with his rooting squad behind him. He's got to move up. They're fully staged. Now full stage, light stage here in the right lane. Green light, they're gone. Reaction advantage, a slim one. 0.02 of a second as they head down track side by next. Lindblad trying to get out in front and breaks out. 854 to an 856. Margin of victory, 2/100ths of a second. Breakout difference, 2/100ths of a second. Sam Tucker takes the win. 856 to an 854, both on an 860 index. Lindblad broke out by more. Sam Tucker taking the win. More final round action coming your way. Pair of dragsters moving up. The King Baby Dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Two long wheelbase cars coming up. Big block Chevrolet in the three-way lane. Small block Chevrolet here in the Budweiser lane. Max Casey and a Sacramento Nielsen Parks chassis. It's a big 434 cubic inch small block. Was the number 10 qualifier. Ed Silberman out of Lake Isabella, local guy, retired Air Force Loadmaster in the 2013 Sarmento chassis car with a 555 big block. 771 is what Silberman was able to run, making him the number 17 qualifier. Max Casey ran a 764 on the 760 index, but they both made it here to the final round. So qualifying is just a run. This is for the money and the bragging rights. Max Casey in the Budweiser lane. Ed Silberman, three-way Chevrolet lane. Silberman lights the top light first, then full stages. Cassie moving in. They're gone. Cassie with the better reaction time. Silberman with the better incrementals at the stripe. It is a double breakout, and Silberman breaks out by less. 759 with a 1 to a 758 with an 8. Margin of victory, 38 10,000ths of a second as they ran for the stripe. Casey had the better reaction time of 0:15, Silberman with an 0:33. At the finish line, well, that's where it was. 759 with a 1 for Silberman, 758 with an 8 for Casey. Incrementals showed identical at the 8th mile at 482 each. At the 330, it was Silberman with a 3.10 to a 3.11. 60 foot, there was a slight edge there, with Silberman doing 1.09 to Casey's 1.102. Reaction time is where Casey had the advantage. It went away when he went too quick through the lights. So a win going for Silberman. He gets the Wally. Junior Fuel coming up next for their final round. The master in the three-way Chevrolet lane, Don Enrique. Number 1 qualifier, and he's here in the final. Brad Woodard, the young upstart, who's been running strong. He's the number 3 qualifier. He owns Riker Machine. It's his own design chassis. A Chevy 404 small block against a 400-inch small block. Enrique now hailing out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Junior Fuel cars running on alcohol. Injected small block engine configurations. The alcohol abuse car here in the Budweiser lane. Bob McRae and Don Enrique's machine over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Unique design on the chassis for these cars. Enrique pointing down at the car. There's something he's telling his crew to look at. They got it. Something simple. Enrique getting to do his burnout. Because of the short stacks, they found that debris can get in there, so they put a screen over them during the burnout to keep debris and such from going in the short stack injectors. Don Enrique was your number one qualifier, running a 714 on the 714 Index. He is driving a Junior Fuel C division car. Brad Woodard, a Junior Fuel A, has an index of 689. He ran 698 during qualifying to be the number 3 qualifier. Both had mediocre first round qualifying sessions, both running 15-second ETs. They figured out the problems and fixed them, and McRae came back to the number 1 spot, Woodard number 3. Two tough competitors. Don Enrique, the longtime master of the category, in the three-way Chevrolet lane, yellow car. Brad Woodard in the Oceanside-based silver and gray machine, the alcohol abuse car. RPMs come up, quickly stages. Enrique's got to go in. There he is. Red light for Woodard, and the master does it. Woodard backs out of it. Enrique runs out the back door for a 731 to an 871, and Don Enrique puts another notch on his career by taking the California Hot Rod Reunion in the Junior Fuel class. A-Gas coming your way next. Corvette against Studebaker as they come in. The super slick McClure Studebaker in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Ray Padgett here in the Corvette. Corvette and Studebaker, considered two of the best aerodynamic cars in America. Studebaker way ahead of its time in design, but they were still Studebakers. Terry Newton out of Camarillo, California, the 53 Stude with an Alan Johnson 540 cubic inch engine, was the number 12 qualifier, running 769. Ray Padgett out of Santa Paula, both Ventura County guys, 63 Corvette with a 632 cubic inch engine. Ray Padgett, owner Laser Leveling Company, was your number 6 qualifier, running a 762. Newton ran a 769. The index, 760. Both are tough guns. RPMs come up, and red light for Newton. Padgett takes the win. Ray Padgett, 039 reaction to an 016 red. Padgett sees the fact that he won, says, I don't need to abuse the engine anymore, and backs out and coasts with a 134 mile an hour run at 8 seconds, 768 on a 60. Newton said, yeah, what the heck? I'm already here. I might as well go for it. And he goes 768. But he red lit with an 016, and Ray Padgett getting the Wally. Mr. Riley coming up with his passionate purple Barracuda. It'll be a Mopar Ford final round in B-Gas. All right, let's hope that the blonde lady in the red blouse will do her happy dance if Kevin Riley can go on and take the win. Kevin Riley out of Santa Clara, California, the project manager with the 67 Barracuda. 572 cubic inches worth of Mighty Mopar power. Number 2 qualifier with an 860 and a 6. Chris Dollinger out of Exeter, California. The 69 Mustang with a 632 cubic inch Ford power plant. He was the number 9 qualifier with an 863. One of the slickest Barracuda designs was the 67 through 69 model year. Kevin Riley's Barracuda, all Mopar. Chris Dollinger's Mustang, full Moco all the way. Dollinger, an almond farmer. Riley, a project manager. Both looking for the elusive 860 in this final round to see who goes home with the gold. Will we see the ladies do a happy dance? They're getting ready. Watching closely. They're gone. Reaction advantage going to Dollinger here in the Budweiser lane. Riley trying to close the gap. Is he going to be too quick? Double breakout, and the win goes to Dollinger. 8:59 to an 8:58. Margin of victory, 14 thousandths of a second. So Chris Dollinger taking the Ford to the winner's circle at 157 miles an hour. Neither one of these guys wanted to give up the stripe. And Riley, well, he got there quick. He took it. Strangely enough, Dollinger got there first at 157 miles an hour. D-Gas coming your way next. Don Fournier with the Anglia. Taking on the little bitty Vega. Daniel Brown out of Visalia. 72 Vega with a 373 cubic inch small block was the number 1 qualifier. He ran 1060 on a 1060. Don Fournier. Believe he's got the championship. He ran 1063. Fournier out of Sunnyvale, California, retired auto instructor. Daniel Brown, the youngster, 25 years young. Just getting started on his career. They hit the loud pedal and they're looking for a 1060. Fournier drills the tree against Brown. At the stripe, Fournier easily 1065 on a 60 to a 1055 breakout for Dan Brown. And Fournier taking the win, and I believe he got the championship as well. AFX final coming your way next. Ford against Chevrolet, the mid-size cars from both of these manufacturers. Beautiful fair lane over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The Chevrolet in the Budweiser lane. 1965 Chevelle SS. Taking on the fair lane. Brad Schaefer out of Wiggins, Colorado. He owns auto parts stores, Napa's. It's a 67 Fairlane with a 557 cubic inch Ford. He was your number 8 qualifier, where Mike Rogers out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the 65 Chevelle was the number 9 qualifier. He's dialed 10 flat. Schaefer dials 975. The Chevy will leave the line first. The Ford will try to chase him down. There goes the Chevy. Off goes the Ford. There's a distinct advantage in reaction time. Can he hold on without breaking out? Air is coming in good, and it is a win for the Chevrolet. Mike Rogers goes 10-10 for the win, 1083 for Schaefer, and the Chevrolet takes the win at 122 miles an hour. Margin of victory, 28 hundredths of a second. Oh, talk about a gimme. Here we go. In the gas class, his competition couldn't make the call. All he's got to do is break the beam to get the win. It's the Live It Up 7-Up Chevy 2 over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Chris Ria out of Elk Grove, California. The 64 Nova with a 509 cubic inch big block was the number 15 qualifier. His competition was going to be Billy Teague. Teague couldn't make the call. The car broke. So Chris Ria, all he's got to do is break the beam, but he's done his burnout. He might as well put the pedal to the metal. All right, Chris Ria's got his rooting squad there. Let's see if we get a happy dance. He's already won. He should get the happy dance. He's already won it. 0.43 reaction, 1.360 foot, 3.8 at the 330, 6.0 at the 8th. Coming across the finish line lights, under with a 9.56. And he gets the win. Was there any doubt? He was the only one out there. He gets the win. So Chris Ria getting the Wally, going home the winner from Elk Grove, California. The gassers are here. The AA gas, the supercharged supercars are here. We've got Mad Mike in the Willys and the Ranero brothers. Gary Ranero in the Austin. Mike Mulia. Grants Pass, Oregon. 33 Willys with a Hemi. 451 cubic inches was the number 7 qualifier. Gary Ranero out of Merced, California in the 48 Austin. Well, Brad Anderson, 452 was the number 3 qualifier. Ranero ran a best of 678. Molia a 779, but obviously to get this far, he's gotten that thing repaired and running the way it needed to be, because he's in the final against Ranero. Molia in the Wild Willys. Ranero in the Austin. Look at the wings they've got on these things. Not only do they keep the vehicle stable at high speeds, but for the guys with the ladder, they're a great cup holder. Moving up, getting ready to go. The final round of AA gas. RPMs are way up and they're gone. Malia with the hole shot. Malia, 0.2 of a second better reaction time. Ranero cannot make that up. 686 to a 715. Mighty Mike, Mad Mike Malia takes the win. It is 33 Willys on a hole shot. Big time. Ranero late with a 219 reaction time. Molia an excellent 011. And then we go into the 60-foot mark. Malia's there. He's got a 1.11 to a 1.16. 330, 2.8 to a 2.9. 8th mile, 440 to a 442. 161 miles an hour. Here's where the Austin's ahead at 168. At the 1,000-foot mark, 5.72 to a 5.78. Ranero could not make up that distance, and it is Mike Molia with a 686 victory over a 715. Ranero had backed out of it as well at 155 miles an hour when I guess he realized he wasn't going to catch Mike Molia. A fuel now. Ken Bates, the doctor out of Anderson, California. Number 1 qualifier with a 5.97. Wayne Ramey, the number 2 qualifier with a 6.07. The doctor at 233 miles an hour. Ramey at 215. 2017 Nielsen Parks chassis with an Alan Johnson 437. Ken Bates with a 1996 Tuttle chassis car, also an Alan Johnson motor, but 468 cubic inches. Blown on alcohol in the Budweiser lane. That's fitting. 3-way Chevy lane, Ken Bates, nitro and injected. The doctor starts backing up into the starting line area. The cackle of the nitro car, evident even here in the tower. On paper, the doctor's got the edge. But this is racing. Starting line plays a big part of this. We've seen a lot of mechanical issues so far in the final rounds. This is going to be a close, tight race between Dr. Ken Bates and Wayne Ramey. Supercharged on alcohol, nitro and injected. And Ramey spins the tires. It's all over as the doctor goes 605 to a 670, 218 miles each, and it is the doctor taking home the gold. Pro Mod up next. To say these final rounds are anticlimactic would be wrong. They have been some great racing, some tight racing, and some interesting events. Coming up now is the Pro Mod Final. Ed Marks out of Cherry Valley, California, in the 1953 Corvette was the number 2 qualifier, running 592, 247 miles an hour. Carl Wilson out of Anaheim. He's a railroad conductor with the 93 Corvette. He's got a Brad Anderson 471, was the number 3 qualifier with a 593. Marks with the Brad Anderson 521. So the difference in ETs, 1/100th of a second. Mile per hour, Carl Wilson's got the advantage at 248 to 247. So Marks has the ET advantage, Wilson the mile per hour advantage, but who's going to get to the stripe first? That's what's going to count. This is the final round in Pro Mod. 2 Corvettes meeting for all the gold. The C4 up against the C1 style Corvette. Marks already doing his burnout, headed down track. Now Carl Wilson pulls up. Marks goes all the way to half track before he's able to slow down. Wilson not quite as far, but pretty darn close. The Pro Mods. Kind of like a funny car with doors. 5-second ETs. They are a handful. The Fuel Finals will follow. Pro Mods. Corvettes a pair, ready to go. Moving up in the beams. Here we go. Wilson first in. Now Marks. Wilson fully staged. Marks coming in. RPM come up. They're gone. Marks drills the tree and stays out in the lead, going 595 to a 596. 251 miles an hour in the three-way lane for Ed Marks. 247 for Carl Wilson. A 002 reaction time for Ed Marks versus a 1-8 or 083 for Carl Wilson. Wilson almost better incrementals. At the 1,000-foot mark, they were side by side with 505s. 595 to a 596. The win going to Ed Marks. Margin of victory, 99 thousandths of a second. All right, Donnie Couch and Mike English going to bring you the Fuel Finals here at the 2021 California Hot Rod Reunion.
Thank you very much, Bob Beck, and appreciate your great efforts this weekend and a yeoman's job there. Man, just a long, long weekend. Appreciate everybody's help. Warren Evans from DragRacer.tv and Steve LaBarber just voted his final round of Double A Fuel Altered with Nick Van Horn for A&W Root Beer in the Panic Bantam and Brian Hope in the legendary Pure Hell.
Mike English, time to crown some champions.
Yes, it is. And don't forget, whoa, Brian Hope getting out there. I was going to say, hey, class champions and season champions, don't forget, winner's circle pictures in the staging lanes. Folks, you are welcome to come on over and get an autograph or a picture with your favorite driver. But right now, it's all about Double A Fuel Altered with Nick Van Horn in uncharted territory as a driver. He has never been to a final round in his relatively short driving career, taking over for brother Sean and Brian Hope. Jill Guasco, wow. Are they signaling to shut off the Pure Hell? No, they're backing him up.
No, they're backing him up.
Okay.
I don't know. It's off.
They shut Pure Hell off. And Nick Van Horn is going to single for the California Hot Rod Reunion Trophy. Dejection over here for that Pure Hell team. Wow.
Oh, man, that's a disappointment. Looked like maybe a fuel leak or something. Oil.
Brian just walks out there in disgust as an oil leak out of that early model style Hemi. So Nick Van Horn. Oh, that's pretty good down there, Donnie Couch. 603, 249 miles an hour and a thing of beauty.
That's an unbelievable pass.
Wow. So the entire Pure Hell team over here looking to see what it is. Brian down there, just dejection for sure. But Scott Campbell and Rich Guasco and Jill Guasco and the family just taking a look there and just dejection out of that team, unfortunately. Just a car that's always rock solid, and unfortunately, after that burnout, had a little bit of leakage.
Well, they're pointing to the front of the motor, and the only thing that can go out there is a front seal that seals up the crankshaft.
Okay.
That's who it was.
So just an unfortunate situation there, and going to put a mat under the car there. The official starter for the NHRA and the Camping World Drag Racing Series, Brad Hardy, down there to bring the mat there so it doesn't
Leak all over when
leak
they're towing
all
it
over there.
back. Unfortunate situation for that team. They had actually found they had a bad blower on the car, put a fresh blower on it, and they were ready to be crowned.
Hey, Eric. So these guys, you're just making exhibition runs?
No, the first pair was the consolation final.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So here we go. The first pair here was the consolation final round. This will be the final round for the trophy in double A fuel altered as they run a round robin type deal. And these two cars were the best in class, and they're going to come back and run for the trophy. And Brian Hope and the Pure Hell and Nick Van Horn in the Panic came up and said, we will be part of the consolation final. So Randy Bradford, Sean Callan for the trophy. So it looks like they've got the cleanup done there. It can be just a little bit of workout on the track there. And again, I give a quick reminder. I'm sorry I was in error there as I went through my notes, and I appreciate the text messages. Sean Van Horn and Nick Van Horn won the Boise Night Fires a month or so ago in double A fuel altered. So was not in uncharted territory, but it was at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So I was half right. Well, I have to say, Donnie, that was a little bit more than a little oil leak, I think.
Yeah, right down the center of the track, and unfortunate, but that's part of racing. And we've got the best crew in the business, and they're going to clean it up right away, and that track will be just as good or better than it was.
Oh, Randy Bradford won't have any fears.
No, not at this track. They've got all the right equipment for the cleanup, and then they'll spray it, and there'll be plenty of traction. Who? Bob, oh, he just left. Huh? Yeah.
Wow, what a weekend, man.
Mike, I'm exhausted.
Yeah. 4th quickest lap time ever in Nitro Funny Car. Fastest speed ever in Nitro Funny Car. And, man, final rounds coming up in the Nitro AA Fuel Altered Nitro Funny Car and Top Fuel Eliminator.
What a great event, and we've had great weather, and it's just been phenomenal. And we appreciate the fans coming out. You know, they've been locked up in the house for a long time, and now we're getting all to enjoy the smell of nitro.
Yes, sir, and everybody's still hanging out there. Like I said earlier, everybody, you're welcome over in the staging lanes here for Window Circle pictures. Hey, grab a driver, man. They want to have a picture with you as much as you want to have a picture with them.
Yeah, it's celebration time over there.
The tractor there, the Kubota tractor with the counter-rotating slicks there coming back. The Zamboni out there, as Donnie said. Blake, John Bowser, Mark Dawson, just make sure that they have the best equipment here so we can just bam, bam, clean up, ready to go back racing again. Of course, Mike Rice bringing the entire Division 7 team in, part of the Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series, and do the great job along with the safety safari here at Formosa Drag Strip, and they all just did a spectacular and great job, and just appreciate their efforts every much, including, let's not forget, the guys out on the starting line there too, that Cleet, Kevin, and Rick, and the rest of them out there, and stand out there in that hot sun while we get to enjoy the races, and we appreciate what they do very, very much, and thank you for your efforts. Oh, and then you get those Texans that, you wonder what they were doing. But Dan Nagy, you're absolutely correct. Love it. Donnie, over the years, you and I have been part of this NHRA drag racing and the Heritage Series and stuff. It's just the way the track preparation and cleanup has evolved over the years. You remember when you were working for Tom McEwen and something would happen, they'd be out there sitting on a tailgate, and the guy in the middle would be holding the grease sweep bag and
kitty litter,
and the guys would be with the broom and stuff. And man, look at how it's evolved. The Kubota tractor with the slicks on the back, and the Zamboni and a torch out there, and man, an oil down that would be an hour is now like maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And like I said, the track's usually in better condition than it was before the oil down.
I remember many years ago at the Texas Motorplex, NASCAR champion Rusty Wallace was there, and first trip to a drag race courtesy of Billy Meyer, and he's down there watching, he's checking things out, and there was an incident. He just couldn't believe how quick the safety safari, got the track cleaned, and they were back racing, and how good the track was.
Well, it's pretty amazing, especially when you can go down there after an incident like that and walk down there, and you usually walk out of your shoes because
saw that happen a couple times.
So
yeah.
good, yeah. In fact, we saw when Pure Hell ran the last round, Scott Campbell grabbing Rich Kowalsko. He was helping him to where his shoes got caught. Rich doesn't have good balance because he just got a new hip and everything, and he was trying to hold him up because his shoes were stuck to the track.
I forget who it was, but there was another car earlier today. They were backing up, and he lost his shoes out there.
Yeah. I've seen Buggy Austin walk right out of his shoes.
You know, it's interesting, Donnie, you see Jim Black on the tractor there, and he's kind of like a conductor for an orchestra, you know, kind of, you know, with his little wand out there waving it, hey, let's do this here, let's do that here. Yeah, the director.
Well, he's had a lot of laps on that Kubota, and they know how to clean the track up, and he's been leading that forever, for years, so he knows. He's got a good reputation of making sure that track's right for the racers.
Well, you know, I'm lucky enough to come up here a number of times during the year and for different races, along with the major events like the Good Vibrations Motorsports March Meet, and of course this NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion, and just to work with everybody that works here. And you see them when something goes wrong, they just, you know, nobody says anything. Everybody just goes,
yes,
yeah,
it's
right into action.
Orchestrated perfectly.
And then I get in the middle of it, mess it up. Just about done, which is good word. Of course, Cleat out there with the torch there, and anything's going to be left. The tractor coming back there, and well, the good thing is, Donnie, that the starting line crew, most of them have gone back to their workstations, just so waiting for Jim Black there. And I can tell you these finals are going to be great, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. You think he'll go one more turn on the track? Yeah.
One more turn. Yep.
He knows how to dial that track in, so
Well, you
nobody's
know,
going to question that.
We all, 8:30 start time this morning, so we all start easing in here 7:30, 7:45. All those guys and gals out here, they're here at like 6 o'clock in the morning, prepping the track,
yeah.
getting things ready, making sure that everything's working right. And it's just a great tribute to everybody that's got involved in this, and just appreciate it very much. And tribute to John Bowser, Blake Bowser, Mark Dawson, that they get everybody together here, and then Mike Rice comes in, and it's just like a big old orchestra. Well, Donnie Couch, we're going to do a little bit of spray. The tractor's gone back to his parking spot there, and
it's almost time to crown the champions, Mike.
Fuel
Long
altered
weekend, and it's going to be exciting. So
fuel altered, funny car, and top fuel dragster. And I said that for Mary Nagy and all our friends that out there on DragRacer.tv. Man, I hope you've had as much fun watching as we have here, because it's been just spectacular, hasn't it?
I saw the reaction when you announced Top Fuel Dragster. That's for you, Dan.
Well, I love them all, man. Just watching these guys has been, as I said earlier, I was very, very lucky at working at Orange County Raceway, and Dave Wallace, who's here this weekend, a former honoree, and he said, hey, can you cover for me? And man, I didn't think it'd turn out like this, but I've been pretty blessed.
We've all been blessed by having you, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I mean that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I just absolutely consider myself, I got to be part of the NHRA for 22 years and spent 8 on the tour full time, and just thoroughly enjoyed it. And I've just been very, very lucky. And then just well, I'm not sure Mindy and the daughters like it, but being home more is at least good for me. It may not be for them.
Oh, it has to be when they give you a list of honeydews to do.
My list of honeydews is to get up in the morning to get my recliner and watch TV all day.
And walk the dogs.
So the quad out there with the sticky stuff going down, and just
moments away, folks. Don't go too far.
I've got so many people out there. I just got a text message from Brian Ratchford. He says, hey, I'm working, but I'll be ready for the fuel final rounds. He's been there. I'm going to take my lunch break. But just so much fun. It just, it's for people like you and me and all the other racers out there and the fans, and just appreciate the kind words and, forget the racing. We get to come here. It's so nice. I just love to get together with everybody out there and just, get to talk about different things and just, getting together with all of you is what this reunion is all about. And just a great, great time. And glad you came. Glad very much.
Well,
that
when
you
we
came.
get to hang out with Sherm Gunn and
Mike Thermos.
Mike Thermos, yeah, that was.
Ron Atterbury, man, that was very cool. And of course, Rodney Flournoy, just a good friend of yours and mine. And I was just there. There's honorees, and I just much respect for a guy. But Rodney getting it was just you called Greg Sharp at the museum. I called him and just like, man, that was one of the best picks you ever done.
They got it right.
Yes, and they don't. And like Greg even told me, he said, "Man, I get so many phone calls from people that
complain."
Well, yeah. But when you get a phone call that says, "Thank you very much," it's
it means something to them. Those guys work hard. And
man, they do.
Run the museum. They put on these heritage races, and
it's a lot of work.
People
don't realize what it goes to. I know I called Greg a couple times, 2-3 times a week, getting information. Hey, what about this? What about this? And he answers the phone, and he's kind of like, "Oh, it's you again."
Yeah.
Yeah, it is me. But then we always take a little time to chat and stuff, But it's very, very good and sounded. Marty Woods, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Glad you are a listener, my friend. So it looks like we're about ready. Double A fuel altered final round. The round robin deal that they did with the first pair there, that was the consolation final round. This is it with Randy Bradford and Sean Callan. The Bradford's crankshaft team car. Actually, the Bradford's family now, of course, when Randy and his father ran the crankshaft business company down on Garden Grove Boulevard in Orange County for so many years. And then, of course, Sean Callan taking over that High Heaven car that used to run by the Jackson brothers out of Colorado.
Yeah. Now they've got a Nostalgia Funny car.
Oh, is that thing a
beautiful
stunner?
Well, they come to life, Mike English. We're going to the final round of fuel altereds right now, folks. Huh?
The burnout by Sean Callan. And here comes Randy Bradford. Brian Hope standing down there watching his buddy roll up here. The Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Sean Callan backing up over there. That three-way Chevrolet lane. Now you notice, Donnie, Randy always does relatively short burnouts.
Right.
Where, Sean, where are you? Now he's back from the burnout now. For the trophy, Double A fuel altered. Fiat versus Bantam. Randy Bradford, Sean Callan.
Crew chiefs are walking away. The cars are bumping into the staging beams.
Both of them pre-staged. Bradford's in, Callan's in. Here we go. Oh, that Bradford's car is trucking down that Bud. Wow, cloud of smoke. 627, 195, Randy Bradford. Sean Callan, 652, 203 coming after him. But that Bradford's car, they were thou difference off the starting line. And then Randy Bradford started pulling away. And then all of a sudden, we'll sacrifice some aluminum to the Piston Gods for a trophy at the California Hot Rod Reunion in AA fuel altered.
Yeah, they're just killing the mosquitoes down there at the top end for the campers, but great win for that team.
Yes, it was. It's the final round, Nitro Funny Car.
It's going to be a barn burner with these two.
The debut of Drew Austin in the Promax team car in that three-way Chevrolet lane, and Jerry Espesis for Atlas Testing Laboratories, and Jason Rupert and Brad Littlefield, the Big Al in the bunch there. The more traditional clutch with a big Ford, a Boss 500 Ford, and the pedal clutch with the traditional early style Hemi.
Late model Hemi.
Late model? Yeah, I'm sorry, my mistake.
Magneto's in the front. That's
Yep.
how you could tell.
My mistake. I wasn't even looking right. First mistake this weekend.
Really?
Yep. So AA Funny Car, final round is waiting down there for the top end, as I believe Bradford's came to a stop on the track down there.
Well, the funny car guys are ready down here. Starters are plugged in. The drivers are seated up and
Waiting for Dave.
Seatbelts
Yeah.
tightened. And oh, I see a green light down there.
Green lights are on. So just waiting for the word of Dave Layton to fire them up. The first trip to the final round for that brand new Austin Family Promax Funny Car, their Heritage Series debut, and a 5:54.8, fourth quickest all time.
There's the signal to start them up from Dave.
Jerry Esposito comes up in that Budweiser CD Gorilla lane. Drew Austin, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Johnny Couch, that orange Camaro over there for the Promax team. He runs another 5:54. It's over. Now,
Besides running that good, look at his reaction time.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard to beat there.
yes, it is. Now, you well know that Brad Littlefield, the Big Al, and Jason Rupert over here, and their driver, Jerry Esposito, they're not going to be intimidated in any way, shape, or form. They're going to go out there, they're going to run A to B, they're going to do what they always do, and hope that that car in the other lane doesn't click off another 5:54.
Yeah, that car's been in the final many times, and they know how to handle that pressure.
Now, that Lucas Oil Products Camaro over here has run 5:52.
Well, it's a pretty good matchup here, and I think the fans are going to be in for a real treat, and maybe the quickest, fastest side-by-side race we've seen.
And as I said, that Atlas toy, wow, Brad Littlefield, big time fist bump there. It's been 5:52 when Jason Rupert was driving it. Drew Austin over there, 5:54 a few rounds ago. 5:65 in the semifinal round. The RPM's coming up for Jerry Esposito. Drew bumps him in. They like that second light together. All that Promax car. Watch that baby over there. That scoreboard top
Look at
end.
that.
563, 256 miles an hour. Jerry goes 5663, 255. But Drew stole 5 on the starting line, and that was all over. 251 to the 330 Drew Austin. 252 to the 330 Jerry Esposito. 372.8, 203 at 8th Mile Drew Austin. 373, 202 for Jerry Esposito. And that was just a spectacular final round. And congratulations to Pat Austin, Walt Austin, and their driver Drew Austin, and that entire Promax team, and their first ever trip to the NHRA Heritage Series, Drag Racing Series, and goes to the championship.
Unbelievable. Cinderella weekend.
Just spectacular. Great job, and congratulations to Walt and Drew and Pat and that whole bunch. And man, unbelievable. Final round, Top Fuel Eliminator. Your newly crowned national champion, Dan Horan, that P. Kaiser tune-up, will be here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Adam Sorokin, the Champion Speed Shop Team Machine. Late model 426, Dan Horan doing his burnout here. Small block Chevrolet comes up over there, the Champion Speed Shop team. Dan Horan's semifinal round was 569-1. Adam Sorokin, a banging 592 down at the top end there to run for the Top Fuel Eliminator Trophy at the 29th Annual NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion here at Formosa Drag Strip. Again, the situation is, Donnie, the tribute card at Dan Horan Sr. over here has been steady 560s. The small block Chevrolet for the Champion Speed Shop has not run that quick. However, we have two veteran drivers here, and I would wager to say that Adam is probably trying to steal wind off the starting line here and keep that small block Chevrolet together through the finish line there. They walk away.
Free stage.
Final trophy of the weekend. Top Fuel Eliminator. Wow, that's a hard move there. Here comes Horan. Look at Adam Sorokin down there, top end. 571, 256 miles an hour. Big time hole shot to Adam Sorokin. But then Dan Horan started to reel him in. It was 380 Dan Horan at the 8th mile, 394 Adam Sorokin. Down there top end, Dan Horan, 571.6, 256. Adam gave it a shot and 598.1, lifting early to 226 miles an hour. And what a final round in Top Fuel Eliminator. Donnie Couch, wow.
It's been a great weekend, and we're at the greatest track in the country, and we're crowning champions. Come on down to the winner's circle. And
in the staging lanes, right behind
the staging lanes,
yes.
right by the tower.
Absolutely.
And root for your champions, get an autograph, get a picture with them, because there's going to be some celebrating going on.
Yes, there is. And again, on behalf of everybody here at Formosa Drag Strip, on behalf of the staff at Division 7 in the NHRA, on behalf of the NHRA Wally Parks Motorsports Museum, my name is Mike English, along with Bob Beck, Steve LaBarber, my announcement partner, Donnie Couch. Thank you very much for coming out and spending your entertainment dollar here. We really appreciate it very much, and just thank you, thank you, thank you. And come on in down. It's going to be a party in the staging lanes, right?
Yeah, it sure is, Mike, and I appreciate you letting me be up here in the tower with you. And we've had a fun weekend, and been doing this a lot, so
yes, we have, and always a pleasure.
Everything, and it's been fun.
Yes, it has. Drive safe going home. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.